I know, these are the undead, I've read about them in a book. They're dead people, they're too terrifying, why are they here? Let's run. We can't run. If we leave, Teacher Adeline will be angry. Then what should we do? These guys are too repulsive. Kill them, just like those people who intruded before. I wonder if their bones would taste good. Okay, I want to eat bones. The fear devourer stood in place, its eye on the chunk of meat, incessantly scanning the skeletons and constantly chattering. Just like children discussing a problem, they argued back and forth. In the end, they reached a unanimous decision to devour these strange bones. Feng Hao watched with a frown. Through the fear devourer's conversation, he could also infer some information. Apparently, a teacher named Adeline asked this fear devourer to hide within this secret room underground. This temple orphanage was really not so simple. The fear devourer wiggled its body and began to launch an attack. Without any hesitation, Feng Hao immediately gave the order, attack, kill it. The skeleton warriors that had already spread out started to launch an attack on the fear devourer. Spit acid, one of the fear devourer's mouths said. Plop. The rest of the mouths took a deep breath and spat out a green, sticky liquid at the encroaching skeletons. Blinding spit. It was the fear devourer's method of attacking enemies. Targets that were hit would immediately be blinded. This would last for a while. Such an attack was particularly effective in narrow, underground spaces. There was simply nowhere to avoid it. In the blink of an eye, the blinding spit was sprayed onto the skeleton warriors. But the bodies of the skeleton warriors only paused for an instant before they continued to attack the fear devourer. The undead in themselves were immune to these negative statuses. Without eyes to begin with, they don't have to worry about being blinded or not. Why are they still approaching? These skeletons aren't afraid of our attacks. Yeah, they're not scared. Then let's eat them. The fear devourer quickly reached a conclusion and wriggled towards a skeleton on its left. Like a pile of meat, it instantly crushed the skeleton warrior underneath it and began chomping away, making crunch crunch sounds as it chewed the bones. But with the fear devourer's bloated body, it wasn't eating fast enough. That gave the remaining skeletons time to attack. They surrounded the fear devourer, swinging their weapons to chop at the gigantic piece of meat. Ah, it hurts, ah. The mouths on the fear devourer's body were still feasting on the skeleton underneath it while making painful moans due to the attacks. The fear devourer's body displayed its incredible toughness. The black iron knight's sword could cut across their bodies, but the wounds it made were not that deep. But there were still a lot of skeleton warriors. They circled around and hacked away. When the fear devourer ate a skeleton, fresh meat grew new mouths. But they were skeleton mouths, unable to speak. Thump thump thump, the fear devourer pounced on another skeleton and continued to eat. The remaining skeleton warriors surrounded it and launched a frenzy of attacks. A series of blows made mincemeat out of chunks of the fear devourer's flesh. These bones don't taste good. It hurts so much, my eyes have been cut off. We can't win, let's run. When the teacher returns, we'll kill these ugly creatures. Let's run, the exit's over there. Half of the fear devourer's body had already been severely maimed. Its eyes and mouths hanging down from the shredded flesh, looking incredibly terrifying. Seeing that these skeletons were not afraid of death and knowing it couldn't finish them off, the fear devourer decided to run away. It quickly wriggled towards the opening. Black Sword, stop it, don't let it get outside. Feng Hao ordered. There's no way he could let it escape. If it gets out of here, and successfully flees, it's likely to cause serious problems. Considering its trait of growing new mouths and eyes every time it swallows someone, it would be even more troublesome when it grows bigger. And a lot of people would die. Black Sword nodded, his foot tapped the ground and instantly blocked the fear devourer's path. With one swing of his sword, he slashed a large chunk of flesh off the fear devourer. The fear devourer's body twisted and all of its mouths let out painful screams. The vibration shook the underground slightly. I will kill you, I have to kill you. It hurts so much, quickly kill them, quick. Charge through this ugly creature, once we get out we can find something to eat. Like a mad beast, the fear devourer launched itself at Black Sword, trying to swallow him or push past him to get away. Thump, the Black Sword's shield collided with the fear devourer. He once again pushed the bloated flesh back into the middle of the skeleton warriors, causing another round of attack. More and more mouths were cut and shredded. The chunk of meat now shrunk to half the height of a man. You damned undead, Teacher Adeline will avenge us. Right, Teacher Adeline will take revenge for us, she will hang you up. Peel your skin off, then take your skulls. Stop talking, I don't want to remember these. The remaining 3 mouths cursed at Black Sword. They firmly believed that their teacher Adeline, mentioned in their conversations, would revenge for them and kill Fang Hao and the others. All right, after death, you won't feel hunger and fear anymore. Fang Hao suddenly spoke. At Fang Hao's words, the 3 constantly talking mouths abruptly stopped. All eyes simultaneously turned to Fang Hao. Really? So, you won't be lonely? One of the mouths suddenly asked. No, I won't. Oh, okay then. The fear devourer ceased its random squirming. Fang Hao nodded, and the black sword beside him swiftly swung its blade once more. Truth be told, I don't particularly like Ms. Adeline. I'm merely afraid of her. All 3 mouths shut up, the writhing flesh mass slackened. It looked like a deflated doll. The black sword bent over, pulling out a white orb from the rotten flesh. The orb was thumb-sized, containing a grayish vapor within its translucent surface if one looked closely. The grayish mist roiled slightly within the sphere as it was agitated. Forgotten soul, category, special material, description. A lonely, despairing soul, lost in the darkness. The soul inside? Fang Hao looked at the transparent orb in the black sword's hand. Black sword, you hold onto it for now. Get some men to scour around here and take away anything that can be moved, Fang Hao continued. Yes, my lord. The black sword began directing the skeletons into action. The secret chamber wasn't vast, but the illumination from the nightstone was limited, requiring close inspection. Soon, Fang Hao saw a skeleton warrior emerge from the shadows, holding a chest of gold. So, the chest was hidden here. Fang Hao stood to one side. Seeing that the chest had been found, he nodded approvingly. Just as he was about to follow the skeleton soldier out, another voice from Black Sword came from the corner. Lord, there is another secret room over here. Fang Hao was taken aback. Another secret room? With a flap of his wings, he headed for where Black Sword's voice was coming from. In the dim corner, an even secret door opened in the smooth wall. The material of the door was the same as the nearby stone wall, making it hard to spot when closed. The door opened to reveal another small room. You go in and check, Fang Hao uttered to the skeleton who had a nightstone hanging around its neck. The skeleton took large steps into the room, illuminating the small space. It was a room even smaller than the previous one, with a metal chair in the middle. One could see iron chains and leather straps on the chair. One side of the wall had a workbench which contained assorted jars and utensils. To Fang Hao, it seemed like a combination of an interrogation and experimental room. It was apparent that the secret room was well sealed, with its contents relatively well preserved. The wood and leather items had only a minor sign of rot. Hold on, take a look at what's in that bundle, Fang Hao called out to the pacing skeleton. On the workbench of the secret room, a linen-wrapped object lay, looking like an arm from its shape. The linen wrapping was moldy and rotten, but the item inside was still intact. The skeleton warrior acted on command. Moving forward, it unwrapped the linen cloth to reveal the item. Sure enough, it was a white bone arm. It was the left arm of a creature. The arm bone was excellently preserved with a lustrous, like jade. Under the illumination of the nightstone, one could see patterns engraved on the bone. Seeing as no danger presented itself, Fang Hao flew in as well. He landed beside the white bone arm of the chalice, orange, category, alchemical product, ability, purification, healing, description. An arm covered in alchemical symbols retains some of its powers from its previous life, might have a special use. Chalice? Is that a person's name or a title? Fang Hao was unsure, but judging from the retained abilities, the original owner's identity had some association with the church. Although its function was still unclear, anything with an orange rating was, without a doubt, quite exceptional. Once he gets back, he'll let Nelson have a look. Maybe it could be attached to one of the skeletons. Once he finished examining the arm, Fang Hao continued. Black Sword, search around here. Anything that can be moved, take it out. Also, wrap this arm up and bring it along. Yes, my lord. All right, Black Sword affirmed again. The skeleton warriors began to remove the items upstairs, and Fang Hao too followed them out. Outside of the old castle, Grey Bear and the others were still on their guard. From outside, they could hear sharp cries coming from beneath them. Without a doubt, they knew Fang Hao ran into a new creature inside. Listening to the sounds of battle, this new monster was not an easy foe. They didn't go in, they stood at the entrance, ready to face any enemy that might emerge. As footsteps drew nearer, they all grew tense. Just as Grey Bear was about to order an attack, a skeleton soldier emerged carrying a chest, a little gray bird perched on its shoulder. Only then did people release a sigh of relief. Seems like the danger below was taken care of. Chief, everything went smoothly? Grey Bear approached Fang Hao for an inquiry. Yes, we encountered a monster. Do not approach the tunnel, in case there are any poisonous gases, said Fang Hao. The basement was not very spacious. In the fight, the fear devourer spewed its saliva more than once, which lingered in the basement for a while. While the undead were not afraid, it was uncertain whether Grey Bear and his men would be affected. It would be very foolish to get poisoned after the fight was over. Hearing Fang Hao mentioning the presence of poison below, the bandits instantly stepped back several steps. All right, load everything you can take onto the cart and get ready to depart. Fang Hao didn't say much more. Yes, soon, everything that could be moved out was piled up in the open space outside Stone Castle. After a simple inspection, everything that needed to be taken was loaded onto the cart. And everyone began to return. Returning to Grey Bear's village, Fang Hao thought for a moment and said to Grey Bear, "In the next few days, I'll send the skeleton soldiers over here. You are responsible for accommodating the skeletons in the troop hiding cave." Currently, missions around List City have begun to increase in frequency. It's a bit of a hassle to transport the soldiers with the bone dragon every time. Fang Hao planned to station an undead army in Grey Bear's village, without alerting the nearby villagers during the night. Fang Hao could just use God's presence to appear on the battlefield for future battles. "Well, boss, how many troops are you planning to send?" Grey Bear asked further. "At least more than 100,000 troops." 100,000? Grey Bear exclaimed in surprise. Even List City might not have a force of 100,000 troops. Did Fang Hao have that many undead at his disposal? Yes, by that time, arrange them into the troop hiding cave. If you stay careful, there should be no problem. Oh, all right. Once Grey Bear recovered from the shock, he nodded in agreement. Once everything was assigned, they secured the spoils of the battle onto the bone dragon. And then they began the return journey to their territory. Fang Hao cancelled God's presence. Checking the time, it was already 3 o'clock in the afternoon. After quickly eating something, Black Sword also returned with his troops. The loot from this fight was a golden chest. He didn't know what kind of spoils it contained. "My lord," Black Sword respectfully handed over the booties from the fight. A forgotten soul, a Shadowstone, and the arm of Chaplain. Aside from Shadowstone, which he was familiar with, he wasn't sure what the other two were for. Fang Hao received them and continued, "Well, send all these iron implements to the blacksmiths to melt down." "Yes, my lord," Black Sword agreed and began directing the skeletons to transport the iron tools and damaged equipment brought back this time to the blacksmith shop for smelting and repair. As Black Sword left, Fang Hao's gaze returned to the golden chest at his feet. He opened it, obtained a blueprint for a Zealous Faith Assistant Priest robe, green, a blueprint for an Oathbreaker wristlet, blue, a Demon Doll note, 17 soul crystals, 23 demon stones and 202 warfire coins. Looking at the rewards in the chest, Fang Hao was slightly stunned. A single chest contained both human soul crystals and demonic demon stones. He had never seen such a situation before. It seemed that the temple was also somewhat connected to demons. He continued to look at the first piece of blueprint. Zealous Faith Assistant Priest robe, linen cloth 5, spun yarn 5, leather 3. Description: a dedicated outfit made for devout assistant priests. Assistant priests are not orthodox priesthood personnel, and are mainly responsible for assisting in the temple. The first person Fang Hao met during his previous visit to the temple in List City was an assistant priest. From their attributes, they belonged to the category of ordinary villagers. Only the elderly priest, who had reached tier 10, was likely to have some powers of the priesthood. He had also committed to donating clothes to the temple. He wondered if this could serve as an alternative. It would be much more convenient if he could produce them directly, compared to what the skeleton tailor could make. He would make one later and compare it with the blueprint from the temple. If they were similar, he would mass-produce them himself. After all, they were for donation. What else could he ask for? He continued to examine the second item. Oathbreaker's wristlet. Leather 1, thick leather 1, linen cloth 2, spun yarn 5, mithril 2. Description. She, kneeling on thorns, devoutly praying to the endless abyss. The she in the description was probably a member of the orphanage in the temple. She broke her faith and transformed the orphanage into the ghostly place it is now. In Feng Hao's opinion, blind belief in anything was wrong. If you abandon your belief, and then they get angry, it's not worth it. He continued to examine the final item, the Demon Doll Note. This book is not a blueprint, but a slightly crumpled notebook. Demon Doll Note. Type. Special item. Description. A book recording the method of making a demon doll. If the materials are collected, a demon doll can perhaps be recreated. Feng Hao frowned slightly. Lately, why does he keep getting notes? Did he look like a book lover? Carelessly flipping open a page, the pages were filled with hand-drawn diagrams and dense lines of text. Apparently, the author of the notebook had a high level of drawing skills. And the accompanying illustrations were complete. The page he was reading clearly recorded the method of making a demon doll's head. Feng Hao took a quick glance. It mentioned that the basic material was the skull of a hero. And on top that an alchemist skilled in demon alchemy would engrave runes. Below that were alchemical runes that Feng Hao couldn't see, let alone translate. The last line also clearly recorded that the higher the hero's rank, the better the quality of the skull after death, the stronger the demon doll that will be made. Seeing this note, Feng Hao was dumbfounded. This author was very amazing. Whether it's the puppet doll or any other alchemical creation, they weren't perfected in one go. It always required countless experiments, and the gradual accumulation of knowledge from countless failures. Only then could the production method be perfected. Where did this author get so many hero bones for his experiments? Suddenly, Feng Hao spotted the arm of the priest nearby, so the person in that secret chamber had already started the production process. According to the records from the notes, Feng Hao continued to flip through the book. Noticing a small curse experiment recorded on the final 2 pages. Fear Devourer, production. Damn, so the Fear Devourer from the orphanage was also made according to the method in the book. It seems the requirements for the demon doll are too high, and very hard to fulfill. This person, disguised as an orphanage worker, created the ghastly Fear Devourer. He carefully packed away the demon doll notes. Feng Hao went directly to an open space, intending to create the 2 blueprints to see their style and attributes. Zealous Faith Assistant Priest Robe, linen cloth 5, thread 5, leather 3. Produce 1. 100-fold amplification triggered. Received 101 Zealous Faith Assistant Priest Robes. A flash of light, and 101 Assistant Priest Robes appeared before his eyes. Feng Hao picked one up to examine it. Zealous Faith Assistant Priest Robe. Category. Robe. Defense. Level 1 Defense. Effects. Movement speed plus 2%. Bandaging plus 10%. Midwifery plus 15%. Description. A specialized garment made for the devout assistants of faith. Oh, these bonuses are actually pretty substantial, improving not just movement speed, but also bandaging and midwifery skills. Looks like it's really practical. Go get soy, Feng Hao said to a maid nearby. Yes, master. The maid happily hopped off to find Soy, the tailor. Meanwhile, Feng Hao started to create the second blueprint. Oathbreaker's bracers. Leather 1, thick leather 1, linen cloth 2, thread 5, mithril 2. Produce 1. 100-fold amplification triggered. Received 101 Oathbreaker's bracers. Oathbreaker's bracers. Category. Bracers. Cannot stack with glove attributes. Defense. Level 1 defense. Effects. Magic recovery plus 5%. Magic attack plus 10%. Description. She knelt on the thorns, praying devoutly to the endless abyss. Turns out it's equipment for mages. That's great. The equipment of the mages in the territory has always been lagging behind. Right now, with these bracers, which are indeed extraordinary items, possessing magic recovery and magic attack effects, they can be used to equip the undead mages of the territory. Feng Hao put on one of the bracers, just as Soy's voice sounded. Sir, you wanted to see me? Yes, look at this priest's robe. Is it the same as the one you tailored for the temple last time? Feng Hao picked up one and handed it to Soy. The newly made robes and bracers were scattered all around him. Soy took it and inspected it carefully. Please wait a moment, sir. I did make a tailored piece already. I'll bring it here to compare. Sure, go ahead. This undead tailor was still as efficient as ever, having crafted a finished garment within a few days. Soy returned before long. In his hand was the finished temple outfit. Upon comparing, the 2 designs were the same. But batches made by Fang Hao didn't have the pattern of the temple on their backs, they were blank. Can this pattern be added? Fang Hao asked. Soy nodded, it can be added. If we're only adding the pattern at the back, it can be completed quickly. Alright, after I have crafted the robes, you assign someone to add both the temple pattern and the bone textile store logo to it. Fang Hao ordered. Great, now they could finish quickly. Yes, master. By the way, there isn't any problem with Rebecca's cheongsam and evening dress, is there? Fang Hao suddenly thought of the dresses Rebecca had requested. Progress has been smooth. That's good. After their discussion, Fang Hao crafted another 200 sets of assistant priest robes and handed them to Soy, for him to take back and add the patterns. Meanwhile, Bloodthirst Mountains, Rockhead Tribe, the clan leader's hall. In the hall built of boulders and logs, 5 big trolls and a man clad in armor were sitting. The troll in the central throne was Bagoth, the clan leader of the Rockhead Tribe. He was a blue-tier, 6th grade hero, clothed in a troll-heavy armor suit, his forehead painted with white stone powder. The Rockhead trolls would paint their eyebrows with a kind of white stone powder, as a testimony to their steadfast will, even though this display of will seemed laughable to outsiders. It was deeply rooted in the hearts of the Rockhead tribe members, and had cemented them as the second largest troll tribe in the Bloodthirst Mountains, the strongest competitor to the Bloodthroat tribe. But that was all relative, because in terms of resources, the Rockhead tribe simply couldn't fight the Bloodthroat tribe. However, everything had been pretty peaceful until their failure against the Undead. Since then, various troll tribes had started to harbor discontent for the Bloodthroat tribe. Bagoth saw an opportunity and began contacting several other relatively powerful tribes in secret. He planned to overthrow the rule of the Bloodthroat tribe. Bagoth and the other 4 clan leaders had already assembled an army, planning to march against the Bloodthroat tribe the very next day. It's settled then, go back and gather your forces. At that time, we will overthrow the Bloodthroat tribe in one fell swoop. In the Bloody Mountain range, the Bloodthroat tribe has always been the leader of the troll tribes, especially since Meatfist Caius advanced to Orange Grade Hero and took up the position of the Bloodthroat chieftain. The oppression of the other troll tribes below has become increasingly severe. The tribes have been dissatisfied for a long time, but they dare not speak out. However, the failure of the Undead War has completely pushed the tribes beyond their tolerance. Now they are determined to overthrow the Bloodthroat tribe. Chieftain Bagoth Caius has already reached the level of an Orange Grade hero. I am afraid that no one can confront him directly. A troll leader spoke. Meatfist Caius is the strongest troll in the Bloody Mountain range. In a direct confrontation, no one could stop him. On hearing these words, Bagoth's expression remained calm. He replied, "Don't worry about that. I've received news that Caius will leave the Bloodthroat tribe soon. When that happens, we'll strike and wipe out the Bloodthroat tribe first. Then, together, we'll deal with him. No matter how strong he is, all alone, he can't cause much trouble." Oh, Caius is going out, is the information reliable? The other trolls were stirred. The information came from the Faceless One, it should be reliable. Bagoth continued. Oh, well, that's an option. You people don't need to worry too much. Without absolute certainty, I would not take this risk. As we agreed, once we overthrow the Bloodthroat tribe, there will be no leading tribe and no need to offer tributes on time. Bagoth glanced at everyone. There were not a few branches of the troll tribes. The other 4 people present were the leaders of large tribes. Small tribes didn't qualify to participate in the battle plan. Upon hearing Bagoth's words, the others nodded in agreement. They too were afraid that if the Bloodthroat tribe were overthrown, Bagoth could become the next tyrant. Naturally, since Chieftain Bagoth has gone to such lengths, we will follow your command. A troll thought for a moment and was the first to speak. Okay, remember what we said? If anyone backs out in the battlefield, don't take it personally if I'm not polite. Bagoth warned coldly. Indeed, the 4 troll leaders nodded repeatedly. While the trolls discussed, Shu Yang sat quietly on the side. He was attached to the Bagoth tribe, acting as a contractor. He led his villagers to extract various resources for the trolls. During this period, Shu Yang has done a lot for Bagoth, gradually gaining his trust. He was allowed to attend this meeting as an observer. Shu Yang kept quiet all the time, appearing somewhat distracted, but he took notes of the plan. He knew that his relationship with trolls wouldn't last long. Once he lost his value, or if the battle against the Bloodthroat failed, he would be the first to die. So, he was planning to seize this opportunity to escape from the Bagath tribe's control with his people. The best-case scenario would be to pioneer beyond the Bloody Highlands and live in a human city. Okay, let's set the plan for now and launch an attack on Bloodthroat when the time comes. Bagath then turned to Shu Yang. When Bagath called him out, Shu Yang shuddered slightly. Ah, Chieftain Bagath, your orders? Well, ramp up resource extraction. I need food for 50,000 men. Yes, Chieftain Bagath, I'll find a way. Shu Yang respectfully replied. Internally, though, he had already cursed Bagath's ancestors for 8 generations. Food for 50,000 people, don't you even use your brain, can I possibly manage that? But Shu Yang had no choice. Recently, the situation in the Bagath tribe had become increasingly tense. Given the trolls 8 people and he dared not refuse the command. Okay, everyone, go back and prepare. The crowd exited the chieftain's hall in Bagath tribe and Shu Yang walked back silently. He knew he had to bring forward his escape plan. In his territory, after eating dinner, Fang Hao received a message from Bronze Bull. The people who went to Tazgo Orc City had returned, bringing the latest news. Fang Hao used his god's manifestation to appear in Tauren City, and listened to the Tauren's recounting of Tazgo City's situation. My lord, chieftain, there are many people in Tazgo City, and the law and order are not bad. The Tauren began. Tazgo City is located to the east of the territory, even farther than the Webweaver camp. Opening a shop in Tazgo implies risks of brigands along the way. What are the requirements for opening a shop? Fang Hao crossed his skeletal fingers and held them against his chest. None really, you can purchase a shop, and then choose what to sell. Can I sell weapons and equipment? Yes, weapons and equipment are hot commodities in the city. I saw some tribes coming in wagons to buy in bulk. The city does not prohibit that. The Tauren thought for a moment and continued. Prul City and Lis City had explicit prohibitions on selling ironware. Even mercenaries faced strict control over crossbows, let alone the selling of weapons and large-scale weapon sales. But orc cities are open to that. Weapons and equipment are hot commodities. Good. Bronze Bull, you are responsible for the shop, weapon shop, tavern, clothing store. Find a good location for the shop and set it up as soon as possible. Fang Hao decided after an instant thought. Yes, my lord, but about the problem of the brigands on the transport route? Bronze Bull brought up again. The transportation route is lengthy, and there might be many troubles. I'll think of a solution for that, you don't need to worry. Fang Hao already had a preliminary plan in mind. Between Tauren City and Tazgo City, there was a Spider-Woman's camp. By then, safety concerns can be handed over to Domina, or the Webweaver camp can be used as a transit station. The Bone Dragon would transport goods to the Webweaver camp and then to Tazgo City. I understand, Master. I'll depart for Tazgo City tomorrow to handle the shop details. Bronze Bull nodded. Good, if anything comes up, keep in touch using the sound transmitting shell. Yes, Master. After talking to Bronze Bull, Fang Hao deactivated God's presence. The evening outside was already very dark. After a quick dip in the hot springs, he returned to his room for rest. By morning, Fang Hao had finished his morning practice. He called for several skeletons to clean up the rooms in the 3-story tower. Then had 4 beautifully carved bookshelves moved in. The tower was a newly added structure in the level 8 Lord's mansion. Fang Hao had a look around. The room was hexagonal and had good lighting. In the past few days, he acquired several interesting books. So he planned to transform this room into a study. In the future, any noteworthy books or notes would be stored here. That way, he wouldn't misplace them and struggle to find them when he needed them. After bustling about, the bookshelves and desk were moved into place. Once all the books were categorized and arranged, the room gave off a scholarly vibe. If he could get a few oil paintings from Rebecca one day and place them in the room, it would look even more like a study. Sitting at the desk, he picked up and read through the notes of the demon dolls he had obtained yesterday. Interpreting the translated text and illustrations, the notes contained a lot of alchemical terminology. And Fang Hao could understand about half of it while guessing the rest. His head started to throb. Soon, Era called Fang Hao downstairs for a meal. At 9 o'clock, Fang Hao and Angia arrived at Fulei's fishing village while riding the Bone Dragon. Despite being called a fishing village, It had reached the standard of a level 5 city. Not in any way inferior to Prule City. From the air, the bone dragon dropped the skeleton giant fish into an open area in the city center. Skeleton bottom-dwelling giant fish. Bottom-dwelling giant fish are large fish, even bigger than sharks, guarding the iron coffins underwater in Crescent Heights. After Demetriou killed them all in the lake, their bodies were thrown into the conversion field. Today, Feng Hao went to check the conversion field. He saw 4 giant fish skeletons flopping around next to the conversion field. Who knows how many days they had been shaking like that. Boss, what is this? Looking at the 4 gigantic skeleton fish on the ground, Fu Lei's eyes widened. In the morning, Fu Lei had sent a private message to Feng Hao. Due to the opening of the hot pot restaurant in Lis City, they were running out of fish supplies on his end. He could probably hold out for 5 more days at most, after which there would be a supply outage. And he would only be able to sustain the supply for one city's hot pot restaurant. He had just mentioned this in the morning, and the next moment, Feng Hao had sent him several giant skeleton fish. This can't be a shark caught somewhere, right? It's enormous. Skeleton fish, Feng Hao replied. Yes, I know it's a skeleton fish, but what's its use? Fu Lei was taken aback and took a few steps back while watching the wriggling skeleton fish. Don't rush, you'll understand in a moment, Feng Hao said. Several skeleton blacksmiths came from behind and unloaded fish nets with metal frames from the bone dragon. They used prepared metal clips to reinforce the fish net in the hollow chest of the skeleton fish. This made the skeleton giant fish into a net that could catch fish. As the first one was completed, Fu Lei understood Feng Hao's idea. This type of skeleton fish would swallow fish into its abdomen, where the fish would be caught in the fish net, and then brought ashore. Boss, I can't believe you thought of this. Fu Lei couldn't help but give Feng Hao a thumbs up. Even if others could think of this idea, it would be very difficult to carry out. Finding such large fish was challenging, and turning them into skeletons was impossible. Let's try it out first. If it works, I'll get you 100 more from my side, Feng Hao said with a smile. Okay, then the supplies should be fine. Fu Lei wiped the sweat from his forehead. In no time, the 4 skeleton giant fish had their fish nets installed in their bellies. Every time they opened their mouths, they swallowed the fish into their bellies, where the fish were caught in the fish net, lifted onto the cart and transported to the lake to see its effectiveness. It took several people to lift the skeleton fish onto the cart. Shaking their skeleton giant fish, they hurried towards the lake. As soon as they entered the lake, the 4 giant fish freely swam into the water. They quickly sank to the bottom of the lake. Not long after, their bellies were filled with fish, and they swam back up again. The efficiency was impressively fast. Seeing this, Fu Lei was overjoyed. With the addition of the skeleton fish, his work had become a lot easier. After solving the problem here, Feng Hao returned to the main city. The next day, 10 bone dragons, fully loaded with skeletons, returned to the Grey Bear tribal settlement. The bone dragon descended from the sky. Grey Bear had already prepared for its arrival. Not far away stood 100 bandits, clad in storm iron heavy armor. Their stout figures formed an intimidating force. They even looked somewhat like a regular army. Lord, Sir Black Sword, Grey Bear greeted, leading the group to welcome them. While he greeted, his gaze fixated on the enormous parcel on the dragon's back. Everyone remembered Feng Hao mentioning that more equipment would arrive later. Feng Hao noticed their gazes and knew what they were looking at. Distribute the equipment and let's set off soon. Right away, sir, Grey Bear replied cheerfully and signaled his men to unload the equipment. Once the preparations were about complete, Feng Hao brought out his map. And the troop set off again in a majestic array, heading towards today's mission location, Mushroom Valley. According to the map, a type of fungus was growing in this valley. People needed to clear them away. After a 2-hour journey, they were close to the valley. It wasn't far from the cave where they had encountered the Cyclops troll. Many dangerous creatures inhabited this rarely visited area. Sir, it should be here, Black Sword pointed out. They all stood before the valley, looking at the passageway ahead. The terrain was peculiar. The concave C-shaped rocky walls of the valley perfectly blocked the sunlight from above. In the dim light, the rugged rocks were covered with all kinds of mushrooms, which seemed to shun the light. The darker the place, the denser they grew. There were all kinds of mushrooms. Fang Hao saw at least 5 or 6 different types. Some mushrooms were taller than a person, umbrella-shaped, with drooping tendrils growing upon them. Others were shorter, possessing black holes akin to human eyes. "Sir, these mushrooms are very dangerous," Gray Bear suddenly pointed out. "You know them?" The distance was still too far to see the names of the mushrooms, but it seemed that Gray Bear was familiar with them. "Sir, these mushrooms were common in the past. The dark ones with human-like eyes are known as Little Petty. They would spew a poisonous gas when threatened or attacked, and inhaling the gas could cause poisoning and even death. Plus, if living creatures die from inhaling this gas, their bodies quickly decompose, providing nutrients for the emergence of new mushrooms. The slender ones we call Little Widows. They make soft noises when approached, and shriek loudly if one gets closer. The noise is unbearable, even if one covers their ears. The ones with tendrils would lash out at any creature that draws near." It seemed that these mushrooms were not hard to encounter, as the bandits not only understood their attack methods but also had nicknames for them. "How did you handle these mushrooms back then?" Fang Hao asked. "We mostly let them be. If we had to deal with them, we would try using fire." "Ah, okay." One reason bandits are hard to root out is that they scamper all over the place and are familiar with their surroundings. They would run away at the first sign of danger. If someone pursued them, they would lead those people to dangerous areas, like a group of mushrooms that could release poisonous gas, for instance. Do they affect the undead? I am not sure." Gray Bear seemed to remember something and continued. "Some people say that a part of these plants is used as alchemy materials, and there are folks who specialize in collecting them." Alchemy materials? So these things were alchemy materials. Without saying much, Fang Hao ordered the troop to move closer. When they got nearer, Fang Hao was able to check the attributes of the mushrooms. Poisonous spores, screaming mushroom, droop-beared mushroom. Their names were displayed but no levels were indicated. "Go in and try it." Fang Hao ordered a skeleton. The skeleton warrior, weapon in hand, strode towards the group of mushrooms. When he was about 2 meters away, the screaming mushroom started to tremble slightly, emitting a soft whimpering sound. The skeleton warrior didn't stop, and in the next second, the screaming mushroom let out a sharp shriek that echoed through the valley. Immediately after, like a chain reaction, all the mushroom creatures began to tremble. The poisonous spores spewed out their gray toxic fumes from their hollows. The droop-beared mushrooms began brandishing their tendrils, sweeping them towards the approaching skeleton. Thud thud thud, the skeleton warrior held up his shield, and the tendrils lashed onto the shield. Meanwhile, the skeleton warrior had already reached the screaming mushroom up front and slashed at it with his blade. With one slash, he nearly split the screaming mushroom in half, letting out an even sharper shriek. However, it had no effect on the skeleton warrior. Outside the valley, Fang Hao and the others watched what was happening in front and nodded to themselves. It seemed that these mushrooms primarily affected living creatures, and their effects on the undead were not significant. Just when Fang Hao thought that this was the mushroom's final line of defense, something unusual occurred up ahead. A rotting cyclops troll rose from the mushroom-covered ground. A black mushroom was growing from its eye on the forehead, and the rest of its body was covered with various kinds of fungi. It appeared that this corpse had become a source of nutrients for the fungi. Splash! Following the troll, all the corpses in the circle of mushrooms rose up, their bodies full of fungi, turning them into mobile combat units. The mushrooms on their bodies continuously released poisonous gas and shrieks. Moving turrets. Despite the weird situation, the threat they posed was minimal. The standing corpses numbered only a little over 10, and the poisonous gases and noise emitted by the mushrooms posed no threat to the undead soldiers. "Gray Bear, take your men and retreat out of the valley. Black Sword, attack," said Fang Hao. Yes, the two immediately took action. Gray Bear led his men to the rear while Black Sword rallied his forces, preparing to strike the valley. The archers and mages launched the first attack. Arrows and magic missiles flew towards the guild of mushrooms. Struck by the attack, the mushrooms started to shake constantly, spewing toxins, and emitting shrill noises. In no time, the entire valley was filled with gray poisonous gas. Undeterred, the undead warriors stride into the gas and launched an attack on the fungal corpses and mushrooms. The single-eyed troll, who boasted of strong power, still retained some combat abilities after being infested by a mushroom. Swinging his wolf fang club, he forced the skeleton warriors to keep retreating. Black Sword advanced and knocked over the troll by pushing his shield directly. Then severed the troll's head with his sword. The troll's head fell off, but the mushroom it carried was still emitting poisonous gas. Black Sword swung sword again, chopping the mushroom in half. In the valley, the undead soldiers quickly eliminated the clusters of mushrooms. Cleanup work conducted slower than expected. The number of mushrooms was just too vast, growing together in big and small clusters. The clearing took 3 hours. Only then did it gradually near completion. The entire valley was littered with chopped up fungal flesh. The skeletons were rummaging through the lean meats, looking for any loot that could be gathered. "Sir, we found a treasure chest inside," said Black Sword. 2 skeletons carried out a silver treasure chest. They placed it in front of Fang Hao. Other than the treasure chest, the dead mushrooms also dropped several types of plant rootstocks. Spore cap, long neck rootstock. According to the description, all these had some toxicity and could indeed be used as alchemy materials and herbs. Fang Hao ordered all the mushrooms to be piled up and set them on fire. Such fungi, if left to grow, could indeed be dangerous. If any living creature gets close, it could easily become the mushroom's nutrients. All cleared, Fang Hao gave the order to retreat and end God's presence. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, Black Sword and the Bone Dragon returned to the territory. The accompanying skeleton soldiers did not follow back, but all stayed in Grey Bear's village. The treasure chest had been placed at Fang Hao's feet, and the fungal materials had been sent to the warehouse. The gains from this time were average. Just a silver treasure chest. Open it, gain. Meatfield blueprint, demon eye mushroom seeds 12, divination mushroom seeds 6, wild grass seeds 8, fire scale grass seeds 5, honeygrass seeds 3, mist cloaked crystal 2, warfire coins 78. Seeing a long list of rewards, Fang Hao furrowed his brow slightly. It seemed that there weren't many useful blueprints. Meatfield. Wood materials 800, stone materials 4.00, hemp rope 350. Living creature corpse 2, trace of the earth 1. Description. Some fungi can grow rapidly and stably on any corpse, and rotting bodies are the best nutrient supply. Damn, what kind of strange thing is this? Seeing the introduction of the meatfield, the image of the bodies infested with mushrooms comes to Fang Hao's mind. It made his heart feel uncomfortable. Demon eye mushroom seed, category, seed. Description. Can cultivate demon eye mushroom, a collection item for alchemy and medicine. Wild grass seed, category, seed. Description. Can plant wild grass, a collection item for alchemy and medicine. Whether it's mushroom seeds or plant seeds, both are closely related to alchemy. Once he cultivates some alchemists in his territory in the future, he won't have to worry about materials anymore. When it comes to mushroom cultivation, Fang Hao thinks of a suitable place to plant them, Crescent Heights. Rolana has a canopy treasure box, which is actually suitable for mushroom growth. It seems that he'll have to visit Rolana in the next few days. Take care of his subordinate heroes and get the plantation started. The mist-cloaked crystal doesn't need an introduction, it's a material of the fairy faction. Night fell, and the blue sky was adorned with countless stars. The stars in this world were surprisingly plentiful, covering the entire sky. Thump, thump, thump. Fang Hao, who was standing at the window, had his room door gently knocked. "Master, Sir Boulder has returned and is waiting for you in the hall." Era's voice came from outside the door. "Boulder is back?" Fang Hao had assigned Boulder to find the Red Duke's corpse. It had been a few days already. He wondered if the Red Duke's corpse had been found. The Blood Castle occupies the entire Crescent Heights, with only around 60,000 troops under its control. If the Human Federation wished, they could easily snatch Crescent Heights from the hands of the Blood Clan. But the Human Federation has never done so. Under pressure, they even signed a peace treaty. The main reason for this situation was the Red Duke, who defended Crescent Heights. A 9th-level orange hero was enough to deter everyone from touching Crescent Heights. It's not that the Human Federation doesn't have the capability to annihilate Crescent Heights. But unless it was absolutely necessary, no one would want to provoke an orange hero. The Red Duke, who is adept at hunting humans, could single-handedly exterminate the majority of the human leaders. Even if Fang Hao's undead army could easily break into Crescent Heights, they still couldn't defeat the Red Duke. If Rolana hadn't resurrected him, he would have suffered the Red Duke's vengeance. Of course, this was also why Fang Hao valued the body of the Red Duke. Upon learning that Rolana had killed him, he immediately arranged for a search. In the Lord's Hall, Giant Wall quietly sat on one side, waiting silently. There was an item wrapped in linen under his foot, with the outline of a skull faintly visible. Upon seeing Fang Hao descending from the staircase, he stood up to salute. Lord. Fang Hao sat down in front of the bone throne. So, what did you find? Hearing Fang Hao's question, Giant Wall's towering body knelt down on one knee. Lowering his head, he said in a tone full of shame, My lord, we have searched for several days and found only some remnants of the Red Duke. The rest are still missing. The search for the body was not progressing well. Although the location Rolana gave was accurate, finding scattered remains in the mountains was almost as difficult as finding a sunken ship in the sea. Even if there were bone dragons to search from the air, Giant Wall and the undead soldiers had searched day and night for several days before finding some remnants. Hearing Giant Wall's words, Fang Hao's excited heart instantly cooled by half. Giant Wall, stand up. Let's take a look at what you have found. Fang Hao sighed and said, The loyalty of the skeleton hero originated at 100%, there's no chance of laziness or deception. Therefore, if Giant Wall said they couldn't find it, then they really couldn't. Hearing Fang Hao's words, Giant Wall stood up. He unwrapped the item at his feet, which was wrapped in linen, revealing the shriveled body parts inside. This was the result of the Blood Clan being exposed to the sun. Just like the case of Fielding, who had been executed. In the cloth package, one could distinguish a shriveled skull, a palm, some scattered bones, and a pair of intact bat wings. It seemed that Rolana really hated the Red Duke and had torn him apart. Just with these few parts, neither Nelson nor the skeleton conversion field could perform the conversion. Fang Hao sighed slightly. It seemed that all the trouble had been for nothing. On second thought, this was better. He had to consider Rolana's feelings too. Who knew if the Red Duke showed up again as a skeleton hero? Whether Rolana would go mad and tear him apart again. Since the corpse was not found in full, he had given up on the idea of creating a hero. Then again, Fang Hao looked at the skull and bat wings on the ground and his eyes lit up again. Unable to be made into a skeleton hero, these complete parts are not useless. The last time he got the demon doll note, he happened to see the method of making skulls. Although he didn't have much interest in demon dolls, it seemed that they could only be used as doll materials for now. In this way, the body of the Red Duke was utilized, which also took into account Rolana's feelings. This seemed to be the best solution. Thinking of this, Fang Hao's furrowed brow gradually relaxed. Giant Wall, you have done a good job this time. Send these to the Viscera Museum, and let Bachelor Nelson handle them later. Yes, my lord. Giant Wall rewrapped the body. I will not disturb your rest now. Having said this, Giant Wall took the body and left the lord's mansion. Fang Hao sat on the throne, pondering. Making demon dolls is not as simple as collecting hero corpses. The knowledge of alchemy recorded in the notes is equally important. It seemed that he should get in touch with some alchemy when he had the opportunity. Or recruit some people proficient in alchemy. He sat on the chair and thought for a while before going upstairs to rest. 2 days later, Lis City, Temple. Fang Hao, accompanied by Angia, hired 2 idle laborers by the roadside. He took 50 pieces of finished, zealous faith assistant priest robes to the temple. Sir, how may I help you? A young assistant priest approached and glanced at the package being hauled by the laborers behind him. Fang Hao looked at the assistant priest and started speaking softly. I'm a fabric trader. Last time, I promised to donate some clothing to you. Today, I happened to come to the city, so I brought some along. Hearing that it was a donation for the temple, the assistant priest's expression became even more respectful. Oh, please come in, sir. I will call Priest Miriam, the assistant priest said warmly. All right. The assistant priest led Fang Hao to a quiet room and then left to fetch the priest. The workers set down the package, and after Fang Hao paid the agreed price, they happily left. Shortly after, the door opened again, and the elderly priestess from before, hobbling, walked in. Seeing Fang Hao and the orc girl sitting in the room, a hint of surprise flashed over her face. She remembered these 2 young people. It seemed not much time had passed since their last departure. She wondered if there had been a problem and they didn't plan to donate anymore. This kind of sudden change of mind had happened before. Mr. Trader, we meet again. I forgot to ask your name last time due to the rush, she said. I am Fang Hao. May I know your name, priest? Fang Hao responded courteously with a smile, despite the priestess's stern demeanor. Miriam. Priestess Miriam sat down opposite Fang Hao and saw 2 stacks of fabric packages on the side of the tea table. Fang Hao nodded. Priestess Miriam, I happened to come to List City, so I brought 50 robes along. I will bring the rest next time I come. Hearing Fang Hao's words, Priestess Miriam's eyebrows furrowed. Previous donations usually dragged on for half a year, or even slower. Most of the time, they ended up sinking like stones in the sea, gradually neglected and forgotten, with no one delivering the goods. Fang Hao's case, in Miriam's experience, was the quickest she'd seen, and even seemed unbelievably fast. Sir, are you serious? You're not joking, are you? Miriam stared at Fang Hao. I've brought the clothes. Saying this, Fang Hao immediately opened a fabric package and took out an assistant priest's robe. When she held the robe in her hands, the elderly priestess was even more surprised. The craftsmanship was top-notch. Even the clothes donated by the city lord's mansion weren't this exquisitely made. Moreover, the fabric felt very comfortable to the touch. But when she noticed the skull pattern on the chest of the robe, Priestess Miriam's face instantly filled with astonishment. Mr. Fang Hao, what is this? Priestess Miriam, please don't misunderstand. Our fabric store is named the Bone Textile Store. Not only your side, but also the clothing lady Rebecca customized from us carries this symbol. It's just more inconspicuous on her clothes, as she will be attending some banquets, Fang Hao explained. Listening to Fang Hao's explanation, Priestess Miriam eased her expression a bit. Carrying a symbol was not a problem. She was afraid that Fang Hao was trying to provoke the temple in this way. After all, the temple worshipped the god of light and the goddess of harvest. Lady Rebecca also custom-ordered clothing from you? Priestess Miriam continued the conversation, changing the subject to Rebecca. Yes, the dresses for this year's federal conference were chosen to be made by our Bone Textile Store for Lady Rebecca. Perhaps it won't be long before our Bone Textile Store will be known throughout the city. Fang Hao answered with the same smile on his face. Listening to Fang Hao's words, Priestess Miriam became a little more relaxed. The federal conference is a very important event among human city-states. Even the dresses are strictly selected. That is to say, for a year after the conference begins, the Bone Textile Store will be the hottest shop in the city. Then, everyone in the city will know about the Bone Textile Store. Wearing clothes with the store's logo in the temple will not be a big problem then. There should be no big problem with the temple wearing clothes carrying the store's logo. Thank you, Mr. Fang Hao. After the clothes are made, I can arrange someone to pick them up. Priestess Miriam said, no longer pressing on the matter of the skull symbol. Fang Hao had already figured this out. As long as he mentions Rebecca, the temple will easily accept the bone symbol. Well, then I won't bother you anymore. I will notify you when the clothes are ready next time. Fang Hao had no intention of staying any longer. The two left the room and walked down the corridor with Priestess Miriam. As they passed another open room, a greasy male voice was heard. Praise the god of light, praise the goddess of harvest, and praise you beautiful priestess. May your skin become more delicate and may your features remain youthful and lovely. I'm not a priestess, just an assistant priestess. A slightly shy voice echoed from the room. The three of them walked by the door and saw a thin, blonde middle-aged man inside holding the hand of a young assistant priestess, speaking greasy words. Clearing her throat, Priestess Miriam coughed lightly. Hearing the sound, the assistant priestess looked back and saw Priestess Miriam standing at the door. Her face flushed with embarrassment. She hastily withdrew her hand from the man's grasp. Priestess Miriam, the assistant priestess bowed her head in salute. From now on, you will be in charge of the flowers and plants in the backyard. You don't have to take care of this side, Miriam said, her face stern. Yes, the assistant priestess turned pale and excused herself. The middle-aged man, seeing Miriam's stern expression, also became nervous and quickly said, Priestess Miriam, I express my deepest respect to you. Shut your mouth, you can leave now. She heard Priestess Miriam telling him to leave. The man was a bit flustered and hurriedly said, but my injury is not healed yet. Browning, I have warned you not to use those tricks from the pub here. If you haven't left by this afternoon, don't blame me for being impolite. Priestess Miriam said coldly. Most of the temple's staff were young female assistant priests, some of whom were just children. Many people came from nearby villages and were easily deceived by Browning's greasy old-fashioned sweet talk. Obviously, this wasn't Priestess Miriam's first time warning this man, but he was caught red-handed again. Priestess Miriam, I was just chatting with her. Browning defended himself. In 1 hour, if you haven't left, your name will be known by every person who comes to the temple to pray. Priestess Miriam directly shortened the man's leaving time to 1 hour. Hearing the priestess's warning, Browning's complexion changed instantly. He knew how powerful a single word from a priest, especially the main priest, could be. If this was not List City, a priest's word would be enough to send him to the gallows or get him burnt alive. All right, I will pack my things and leave, Priestess Miriam, Browning said reluctantly. In 1 hour, Miriam reminded him again. I know. Priestess Miriam, with an icy face, was ready to leave. At this point, Fang Hao also recognized Browning, the painter who was interrogated in the Faceless One's hut. Unexpectedly, he met him here. Priestess Miriam, I haven't seen Browning in a long time. I want to chat for a while. Of course, this will not delay his departure within an hour. Fang Hao began. Priestess Miriam glanced at Fang Hao, not expecting that he also knew Browning. She shot Browning a cold glance and left ahead. After Priestess Miriam left, Browning frowned at Fang Hao. You know me? His memory was pretty good, but he truly had no recollection of the man in front of him. Naturally, Browning didn't recognize the current Fang Hao. At that time in the dim dungeon, Fang Hao had performed God's presence, controlling a skeletal sparrow to speak with him. Mr. Browning wouldn't have forgotten me. We chatted at the last ball. Fang Hao entered the room, saying enthusiastically, just like he was seeing an old friend. Ah, I didn't forget. Browning frowned and replied subconsciously. How did you offend Priestess Miriam? This is the first time I've seen her lose her temper. Fang Hao moved his chair forward. First time seeing her lose her temper? That's because you're not here often. Browning lifted his injured arm, packing his things. She's just an old-fashioned old woman. I was just joking with a few female assistant priests, and she wants to drive me out. Hearing Browning insisting on having his own way, Fang Hao was speechless. This was a temple, not a pub. You held the hand of a female assistant priest, constantly touching. Is this a joke? Moreover, he did it with several of them. He was a habitual offender. Priestess Miriam not killing him was already lenient. But these were all just thoughts in Fang Hao's mind. He wouldn't say them out loud. He asked directly. By the way, what happened to your injury? Were you beaten because you touched some girl's hand? Hey, you can't say that randomly. Am I that kind of person? Browning said sternly. Then how did you get hurt? Don't even mention it. I was kidnapped by a group of damned guys. Almost died inside. Luckily, the city lord got the news and rescued me. Browning's face instantly turned serious. Recalling the situation at the time, he involuntarily felt a sense of fear rising in his heart. Kidnapped? Who would dare to kidnap you? Fang Hao carried on with the conversation. Damned Derek. He is actually a spy for the Faceless Ones. I even gave his wife a full body portrait for free last time. Browning gritted his teeth. Dowie? Which Dowie? The building officer Dowie, his son, even joined the security team. The building officer was in charge of the construction and maintenance of the city. It seemed like there were quite a few city officials who had joined the Faceless Ones as well. How did the city lord handle it? Fang Hao continued to inquire. How could they handle it? They arrested him, and his son was also dismissed from his post. I'm not sure about the progress. Browning said, I tell you, Lady Rebecca even met with me. She was wearing a loose long skirt at the time. Her figure and looks, she's the most beautiful woman I've ever seen. The instant they talked about women, Browning's spirits lifted. Besides Dowie and his son, were there any other people? Fang Hao kept asking. I don't know about that. I was sent here to heal. No one told me about the progress. Browning said helplessly. Actually, he had also noticed some inconsistencies. The city lord's intense attention, and the involvement of city officials, meant this wasn't a minor matter. He was also a bit worried and even considered leaving List City to live in another city for a while. Oh, alright, then you can get back to your business, I'll leave first. Feeling that there was nothing more to ask, Fang Hao stood up to say goodbye. Take care. I'll treat you to a few drinks when I'm better. No problem. Fang Hao left the room and closed the door behind him. Watching Feng Hao leave, Browning was still muttering to himself, "Who was that? Why don't I remember him?" Leaving the temple, Feng Hao, with Angia, took a carriage directly to the mission hall to the east of the city. The place was busier than the last time they came. Weapon shops, armor shops, and even pubs had been set up on both sides of the main road. For high-stress professions, pubs and some scantily clad girls always helped mercenaries unwind. Once inside the hall, they approached the counter. "Mr. Feng Hao, you're back again." On the other side of the counter was the young soldier who had attended to him last time. "Seems like they also have permanent shifts here." He met the same person twice. "Yes, the mission from last time has been completed. I came to confirm and see if there are any new missions." Feng Hao replied. "Oh, okay, Mr. Feng Hao, what's the name of your mercenary group?" "I'll check it for you." "The Bone Knight Group." "Oh, one moment," the young soldier said, flipping through the record in his hands. Looking for the name of the Bone Knight Group. Second floor, in a room above the hall. Rebecca, wearing a light blue long dress, was leaning on a couch, flipping through the information in her hands. In front of her, the respectful chief of guards explained softly, "Madam, these are all the registered and competent mercenary groups. The first two, Dragon Scale Mercenary Group and Blood Crow Mercenary Group, have been famous for a while. It's rumored that the leaders of the two groups have already advanced to hero ranks." Rebecca silently flipped through the information and then closed it. "Okay, I'll think about it." The chief of guards nodded and immediately exited the room. After a while, Rebecca sighed, got up, and walked to the window, looking at the first floor hall. "Madam, the Dragon Scale Mercenary Group has a good reputation in the city. Many trading caravans rely on them for protection during their travels," a maid quietly explained. She had been serving Rebecca for the longest time and could tell from her mistress's expression that she was not particularly impressed with the mercenary groups on the list. There were only a handful of well-known groups in the city and the options were limited. "Perhaps we'll consider the Dragon Scale Mercenary Group," said Rebecca, helpless. The infiltration of the Faceless into List City was more severe than imagined. The artist rescued the day before yesterday had implicated many others, holding crucial positions in the city during his interrogation. The Faceless had their own agents in both construction teams and city defense teams. This revelation struck a fearful chord within Rebecca. Before long, they might completely hollow out List City's power center, resulting in a city entirely controlled by faceless ones. The Dragon Scale Mercenary Group, being an early established large-scale group, they undoubtedly possessed strength. But could a team like this truly be trusted? Rebecca always felt uneasy in her heart, thus, she didn't make a direct decision. "Madam, don't worry too much. Everything will get better," her maid comforted her at the side. "Yes, hopefully," Rebecca whispered, gazing through the wooden window down at the noisy hall below. The hall below was a bit chaotic. Two groups of mercenaries were on the brink of conflict and were being driven out by the guards. Suddenly, Rebecca furrowed her brows. She noticed a familiar figure by the counter. Unlike the armored, burly mercenaries, he was dressed casually and chatting with a soldier. Rebecca picked up the list of mercenary groups on the table and started to flip through it rapidly. Sure enough, at the end of the list, she saw a distinctive name, Bone Knights, although the list didn't specify who the members were. Rebecca was certain that the only person who would come up with such a name would be Feng Hao. Mercenary work was a high-risk occupation, and there was a lot of superstition surrounding the naming of a team. Few people would choose a name that sounded like the team wouldn't survive long for their group. Similarly, no one would choose Bone as the name of a cloth shop. Then, a smile appeared at the corner of Rebecca's lips. In the first floor hall, Feng Hao casually flipped through the new bounty tasks. Although it seemed like a hefty stack, few instances caught his interest. Most were minor tasks within the city or bandit elimination operations. After combing through it multiple times, he finally chose an investigation task concerning a rat infestation in a village. "How's it going, Mr. Feng Hao? Haven't found anything satisfactory yet?" asked a soldier who had noticed Feng Hao's repeated flipping. "All right, I'll take these 3, Feng Hao said, pulling out 3 single-page maps from the pile. Besides the rat infestation in the village task, the other 2 were about bandit hideouts in the mountains. Now, all bandit-related tasks were handled by Grey Bear. Oh, alright, I'll get them registered for you, the soldier noted down the details. After a task was completed, a dedicated team would check the site of the task. Once verified, they would grant bounty and mercenary points. Upon reaching a certain number of points, the level of the mercenary group could be raised. However, Fang Hao didn't care much about these points as they didn't serve much purpose. Once the bandit hideouts around Lis City were cleared, and there were no more locations to discover treasures, the mercenary group would become redundant. It didn't take long for the soldier to complete the registration. Fang Hao, ready to leave with Angia, was again stopped by a soldier at the entrance. Fang Hao had noticed this particular soldier, who had been watching him from afar earlier. Mr. Fang Hao, Madam Rebecca is on the second floor, she'd like you to join her, the soldier whispered. Rebecca? Fang Hao frowned, he didn't expect to run into Rebecca here. Yes, Madam is asking for you. The soldier repeated. All right, lead the way. The three of them ascended to the second floor, stopping in front of a room. After lightly knocking on the door, Fang Hao and Angia went in. Mrs. Rebecca. Fang Hao bowed slightly. I did not expect you to have a mercenary group. Rebecca smiled and glanced at Angia, who was standing behind Fang Hao. A young orc girl. It was recently formed, responsible for escorting convoys along the route. Fang Hao sat down. As soon as they had settled, maids brought them drinks and pastries. That orphanage, you completed it as well? I heard it was infested with dark creatures. Rebecca curiously asked. Before Fang Hao entered, Rebecca had already acquired the information about the skeleton knights and their completed tasks. Indeed there was a creature called the ghoul which can recover its wounds by eating corpses. Whether it counts as a dark creature, I'm not quite sure. Fang Hao thought briefly before deciding to answer directly. According to the information visible to transmigrators, ghouls belong to the category of demons. But in broad categorization, undead creatures or man-eating monsters are all classified as dark creatures by people. This matter, there isn't much to argue. So, your mercenaries exterminated them? Rebecca asked with a smile. It's been taken care of. These monsters aren't difficult to deal with once you figure out the right method. Each team has its own combat style. Fang Hao didn't know much about other teams, but for his, they relied on overwhelming their enemies with sheer numbers. Those ghouls, and even the heroes before them, as long as they couldn't fly, were all defeated by his tactics of outnumbering. Rebecca pondered for a moment, her smile instantly disappearing. Looking directly at Fang Hao, can I trust you? Huh? Fang Hao was momentarily taken aback. It depends on what Madam wishes to do. If the price is not right, I might not be as reliable as you think. Rebecca burst into laughter hearing Fang Hao's answer. This man, always aiming to catch one off guard with his words. However, this response unexpectedly reassured her. She continued, don't worry about the price, I have a task here. I'm not sure if a mercenary group leader like you would be interested. A mercenary task? A lord's wife with ample manpower at her disposal. What task can she handle, that she needs to approach him? While Fang Hao was curious about the mission, he also suspected that Rebecca might try to set him up. Why not mention the mission, madam? I need to determine whether my people have the ability to carry out this mission. Fang Hao didn't instantly accept, but decided to hear more about the mission first. Just capturing a few people, it's much easier than dealing with ghouls. Rebecca calmly lied on the couch, her long beautiful legs exposed in the air. Why not assign guards to directly capture the people instead? It is not convenient for mercenaries to operate within the city. Fang Hao picked up his water glass and took a sip. The city has strict regulations for mercenaries. There would be many difficulties. Due to certain special reasons, one of the opposition parties will be alerted. As soon as my people take action, so I need an additional team that can capture those people. Without letting the opposition party know, Rebecca stated solemnly. An additional team? Upon hearing this, Fang Hao immediately understood Rebecca's meaning. The Faceless? The people of the Faceless had infiltrated the city lord's house, or the city's army. Any move would alert the other party. Thus, Rebecca thought to find a special team. But Fang Hao was also surprised she chose him, considering that his mercenary group had just been formed. And the reward? Madam doesn't plan to have us work for free, does she? Fang Hao cheekily asked. He was interested in this proposal, rather than trying to gather information about the city lord's house in any other manner. It would be better to directly communicate with Rebecca. Pooled with his own intelligence, he would be able to learn more about the Faceless. Compensation is not an issue. Due to the mission being more relaxed, the payment will be even more. At the same time, I will arrange for you to have some rights along with an identity, which, of course, will remain secret. Rebecca also revealed a smile. Fang Hao held his water cup, falling into brief silence. In his mind, he started weighing the pros and cons of accepting this task. After a few minutes of silence, Fang Hao finally showed a smile. All right, I'll take this job. Rebecca made it sound simple, but the reality was far from it. Being targeted by the Faceless was no good thing. Even Rebecca had been cornered by the Faceless, what more a small mercenary group. Nevertheless, Fang Hao chose to undertake this task. He had already taken action against the Faceless, he wasn't afraid of offending them even more. The scariest part about the Faceless was their deep undercover agents, who might stab you in the back at any turn. But this threat was not serious to Fang Hao. He rarely ventured outside and in his domain, other than the few people who had signed contracts with him. The rest were undead. Even if they wanted to plant spies, there was nowhere to do so. Also, his conversation with Rebecca spurred his interest in the power center of Liss City. The man he had met last time was the city lord of Liss City. But it seemed like the military authority was in the hands of Rebecca, the city lord's wife. There might be things about this he did not yet understand. Hearing Fang Hao's agreement, Rebecca heaved a sigh of relief. There were several established mercenary groups in the city that were more influential than Fang Hao. But it was hard to be sure that these groups were not infiltrated by the Faceless. So after much consideration, Rebecca decided to trust Fang Hao a tad bit more. Her next move would be to see if she had betted right this time. Good, we will settle on this matter then. How many people do you have? Rebecca sat up and picked up a piece of fruit to eat. How many do you need? By that, you mean you have quite a number of mercenaries at your disposal? Not a lot, but I can gather around 100. Fang Hao confidently replied. All right, then you should bring some, around 30 people. I will send someone to brief you when the time comes. Rebecca nodded her head. Rebecca knew where Fang Hao lived, so she would arrange for someone to notify him of the next steps once the time came. With the discussion over, Fang Hao wasn't inclined to stay any longer. He stood up saying, Mrs. Rebecca, I will return now to start preparations. Sure. As Fang Hao prepared to leave, Rebecca added, do not let word of our conversation escape outside. Sure. Fang Hao left the room and exited the task hall with Angia. After leaving the task hall, Fang Hao and Angia did not linger. They hailed a carriage and directly returned to their residence. After lying down on his bed, Fang Hao directly activated God's presence. The next second, he appeared in the Grey Bear's village, immediately experiencing the pain that came from the strain on his spiritual power. Due to long-distance usage of God's presence, in view was still Grey Bear's room. Grey Bear was dressed loosely, standing by the window looking outside. Grey Bear, Fang Hao softly called out. Grey Bear turned back and saw the skeleton Grey Sparrow on the bed. My lord, he replied. Prepare. Select about 30 agile individuals with no criminal records in Liss City, and send them to Liss City to find me. Fang Hao continued. Yes sir, I will start preparations right away. Grey Bear immediately pledged. Rightly, make sure they reach the city before dusk. Yes, my lord. Fang Hao deactivated God's presence, and Grey Bear immediately put on his armor and went outside. It was 10 o'clock in the evening. In the east of the city, near a corner, was a civilian house. The small house was dim inside. Under the moonlight, several shadows were faintly visible. As per agreement, Fang Hao's people were stationed here waiting for Rebecca's message. Apart from Fang Hao, Angia, and Demetria, Grey Bear had brought in 27 people. Before the city gates closed, they did not light torches, nor chat much. The only sounds heard were the chirping of insects in the courtyard. The bandits they had with them were somewhat anxious. They wondered if their chief was becoming reckless, planning something big in the city. Initiating an attack in the city, wasn't that just asking for death? Thump, thump, thump. Suddenly, the door of the courtyard got knocked. The route has been arranged, the lady is to be captured alive. A man's voice sounded from outside the door. Fang Hao nodded to his people. Clang, clang, clang. The men stood up, the sound of their armor rattling echoed. The door was opened to reveal a middle-aged man outside. Fang Hao found the man somewhat familiar. Likely a guard from Rebecca's side. If possible, I will try my best to keep him alive, Fang Hao whispered. This is the map, the location is an abandoned warehouse. Be careful. The man turned and left after delivering his message. Fang Hao took the map, finding the markings familiar. This was one of the 3 locations provided by Li Go. The abandoned warehouse located in the corner of the East City. Fang Hao had checked out the location before using God's presence. He hadn't noticed anything suspicious then. Seemingly the city lord's mansion knew about this location too. Let's go, Fang Hao waved his hand, and the group moved towards their target under the cover of night. After about 20 minutes, the group arrived at a cluster of warehouses. The warehouses appeared to have been abandoned for a long time. Some were decently preserved while others had collapsed walls and large holes in the roof. Fang Hao and his men concealed themselves in the shadows. He took out the skeleton gray sparrow from his bag and deployed God's presence on it. He flew the sparrow towards the warehouse. As he got closer from the air, he spotted several cloak-clad sentinels hiding in the shadows. Had they proceeded recklessly, they would have undoubtedly been discovered by these sentinels hidden in the shadows. These guys were pretty careful. Fang Hao circled the air several times to remember the sentinels' positions, then deactivated God's presence. He relayed their positions to his men. The situation hit a stalemate. The sentinels were in tricky spots, it wouldn't be easy to assassinate them. They were all keeping a watch on each other. Killing one would alert the rest. A few of you should eliminate the sentinels directly. Demetria, Angia, the 2 of you should lead the rest and storm the warehouse. Try to capture a live one, if possible, Fang Hao spoke decisively. Fang Hao chose a more direct way. The team didn't have people skilled at strategy. It would be more convenient to just go in freely. Yes, they all responded. Let's begin the action. Everyone left the shadows, armed with weapons, and ran towards the sentinels. Demetria and another person guided their men directly towards the warehouse. Lifted the hidden lid on the ground, and jumped inside. The underground room was very bright. The torches on the walls illuminated the room. 4 cloaked individuals stood stupefied at the sudden entrance of all the warriors. Even though their faces were hidden, the pupils in the gaps of their cloaks shrunk rapidly as if shocked. Behind the cloaked men was a woman stained with blood and hung up by ropes. They are probably interrogating her. You, Whip, the cloaked man, who seemed to be the leader, had just started talking when Demetria quickly attacked and severed the man's limbs with his sword. Blood spurted out immediately. Ah, the cloaked man cried out in pain. Demetria's deep voice sounded again. Break their limbs, make sure they can't commit suicide. Yes, Grey Bear and the others sprung into action, overtaking the remaining 3 in the midst of wailing cries. Fang Hao did not follow to participate in the ongoing raid on the warehouse. Given the identity of the Faceless, there surely wouldn't be many enemies inside the warehouse. With Demetria leading over 20 fierce reformed mountain bandits. The outcome of this battle is already decided. Ending the battle is just a matter of time. It's no wonder Rebecca described this mission as easy with generous rewards. In such a small place, it wouldn't hold a large number of men. The sentries outside were killed one by the mountain bandits. Within the warehouse, cries of pain could be heard. About 5 minutes later, a bandit emerged from the warehouse and quickly reported. My lord, the battle is over. 4 men in black robes have been subdued, and we've rescued a woman who was being interrogated. A woman was being interrogated? What color is the hair of the woman being interrogated? Fang Hao asked. Golden, my lord, she has a rather nice figure. Damn it, no one asked for that detail. Let's go, led me to see her. Fang Hao answered. As per their agreement, the city lord's guards had already left and were soon expected to arrive. He needed to quickly gather some information about the Faceless before they reached. The bandit nodded and led Fang Hao and Angia into the warehouse and down a rope ladder to the basement. Once down, the potent smell of blood permeated the room. The basement wasn't big. 4 men in black robes were kneeling directly in front. Their hoods had been pulled off, revealing their faces. Fang Hao didn't recognize them. But their appearances and the finery underneath their robes suggested they were elite citizens of the city. Tend to his injuries briefly, let's not let him die. Fang Hao glanced at a man whose arms had been severed and who seemed to be on the brink of death. A bandit stepped forward and haphazardly bandaged the bleeding man. But it didn't look very effective. You're not with the city lord's guard, let's make a trade. Let us go, and we'll reward you with enough wealth to last a lifetime. One man in a black robe exclaimed. Though he didn't recognize these people, he could affirm that they were not guards of the city. How much are you offering? Fang Hao asked. 10,000 gold coins. What do you say? That should be enough for your entire life. The man continued. Upon hearing this, some of the mountain bandits around Grey Bear appeared fascinated. 10,000 gold coins were no small amount. 10,000 gold, do you really take us for kidnappers? Interrogate them, note down their names and what they do. Fang Hao responded coldly. As you wish, my lord. Grey Bear immediately moved in, delivering several hard slaps to each man's face. It was only after physically assaulting them that he started asking for their names and occupations. Any hesitation was met with a brutal beating. Fang Hao walked straight towards the golden-haired woman. She was in her 30s, not particularly beautiful, but maintained herself well. She had fainted due to her injuries. From the looks of the dried blood on her wounds, she had been undergoing interrogation for a few days. My lord, have a look. At this moment, Demetria handed over a document. Fang Hao took it. It was a record of the woman's interrogation. The woman's name was Anshil. According to the record, Anshil's father had combined dwarf technology to create a form of thunderfire. Anshil made modifications to it and created a special form of thunderfire, which she named dynamite. This kind of explosive was small and easy to carry. It didn't need to be lit beforehand and could be ignited by simply pulling a cord, making it usable right after being thrown. The design plans are currently hidden under Anshil's bed. The record stopped, presumably because Demetria and his crew had stormed in during the interrogation. Upon seeing the mention of dynamite, Fang Hao couldn't help but suspect Anshil's modifications to the thunderfire were probably suggested by a transmigrator. Otherwise, even if she developed it herself, she wouldn't have used that exact name. However, as she was currently unconscious, there was no opportunity to question her. Quickly using the Book of Lords, Fang Hao photographed the entire interrogation record for a detailed review later. At this point, a bandit peeked down from the top of the warehouse and reported. My lord, the guards have reached the corner of the street. Fang Hao nodded and immediately commanded. All right, let's move out, we'll leave the rest to the guards. After exiting the basement, they immediately departed. Soon, the guards completely surrounded the area. The four robed men with their limbs broken and the unconscious woman were taken from the basement and brought outside. Meanwhile, in the Western District, at the Red Maiden Tavern, the largest tavern on the West District's commercial street, with brothels on the second and third floors, and gambling tables on the fourth floor. This place was the property of boss Lei Li, where all money-making activities could be found. Inside a private room on the top floor, underworld boss Lei Li was cradling a sensually naked woman in his arms. Naughty boss Lei Li, when you loaned me to that old man, you have no idea how perverted he can be. The woman complained in a seductive tone. She pretended to hit Lei Li's chest with her delicate fist. Lei Li laughed heartily, as his hands moved non-stop over the woman's body and replied. The old man is just impotent, not necessarily an old man, and I've heard that you've kept him in bed for several days. If I didn't take you back, the poor guy probably won't survive the week. HMPH, who's spreading such nonsense? I'll tear their mouths apart. I was only hastening so I could return to the lovely Lei Li. The woman retorted. Haha, good, it seems my attention for you wasn't wasted. Lei Li's smile faded as he continued. Have you found out the information you were supposed to find? The woman extended her arms, encircling Lei Li's neck. Her entire body clung tightly to him. She spoke softly. Of course I found out. The city is going to expand its military next month, and I've figured out their development goals and personnel arrangements in the city lord's mansion. That old man always spills the beans when he's unwell, so it would be impossible not to hear it. Ha ha ha, you're quite capable. Lei Li laughed heartily. This intelligence was enough to earn him a handsome sum. It would also potentially elevate his status within the organization. Just as they were getting passionate and planning some intense activities, there came a sudden rush of hurried footsteps from outside. Thud, thud, thud. Then the door was knocked. Lei Li, who was in a good mood, instantly darkened his face. Come in. The door opened, and seeing that the person coming in was his most reliable henchman, Lai Go, Lei Li's face eased a bit. What happened? Lai Go glanced at the woman who was still swaying on Lei Li and said calmly. Boss, the warehouse in the east of the city has been raided by the city lord's mansion. They say that everyone has been arrested. What? Upon hearing this news, Lei Li's face changed, he instantly stood up, and the woman in his arms fell to the ground with a scream. Is the news accurate? It's accurate, this news will spread soon. Lai Go continued. Lei Li's eyes kept changing rapidly, and he muttered, how is this possible? It's impossible. He knows the capabilities of the Faceless. How could such a mistake be made? It's impossible. How could the city lord's mansion make a move without any information leakage? If the city lord's mansion really had this ability, it wouldn't have fallen to this point. The guards, who led the team? Lei Li asked again. They say it was Rebecca's personal guard captain. Once he got there, he arrested everyone. Lai Go continued. Bloody hell. Lei Li cursed, thought for a moment, and continued. Prepare some men, kill those stupid fools who were arrested. They were more hindrance than help. Yes, boss. Lei Li frowned and sat back in his chair, deep in thought. Lai Go stood in place, his eyes gradually growing cold, and his hand behind his back moved towards the dagger behind him. Just as he was about to make a move, he heard Lei Li continue. In a few days, people from above will be sent here. If this matter is not handled properly, both you and I will be held responsible. We can't let those 4 people stay alive. Got it? Hearing Lei Li's words, Lai Go's hands loosened once again and hung down on his sides. Those referred to as above by Lei Li couldn't possibly be someone from Lis City. It could only be those sent by the Faceless. With a new target emerging, she had no choice but to change the plan. Yes, boss, I'll handle it properly. Lai Go agreed, and quickly exited. The sudden news left Lei Li with no mood for what he had planned earlier. Just a moment ago, he was gleeful that the woman had obtained detailed information about Lis City. But he never expected that Rebecca had already changed her strategy and launched a counterattack. The identities of the Faceless are kept secret from one another. But once someone is discovered, a whole string of people will be implicated. Chances are, before dawn, a number of nobles would be arrested, or even executed on the spot. Lei Li sat gloomily on the sofa, his mind somewhat blank. The next morning, Feng Hao, again in the guise of a cloth merchant, came to the city lord's mansion. Guided by a maid, he went straight to Rebecca's bedroom. Inside the room, Rebecca, wrapped in a light blue blanket, lazily lounged on a sofa. On a chair nearby lay scattered clothes and 2 inner armor pieces. It seemed that Rebecca had also participated in last night's interrogations and hadn't been back for long. Lady Rebecca, Feng Hao greeted softly. Yawn. Rebecca yawned, glanced at Feng Hao without moving her head, and said softly, why did you come this early? Aren't you tired? Lamb waiting for the boss to settle the bill, naturally I am motivated. Feng Hao joked. He pushed some scattered clothes to the side and sat down on the chair. Rebecca gave him an annoyed look and said softly, do you think I would owe you money? While speaking, she tightened the blue blanket around her chest and walked straight to the desk nearby. She took out 4 money bags from the drawer and placed them on the table. Feng Hao picked them up, and there were 1,000 gold coins in each bag. In other words, 1,000 gold per person. Such a simple, casualty-free and lucrative mission is the one mercenaries like best. But last night, someone offered a ransom of 10,000 per person. That's much more generous than Rebecca. Do you know about a blueprint for a blasting tube? Rebecca asked again. Having interrogated the 4 men in Anshil last night, she discovered that the cause of the incident was a blueprint for a blasting tube. But when she searched where Anshil had indicated, she found that the blueprint was gone. Of course, Rebecca suspected the people of the Faceless the most. But Feng Hao should also have seen the interrogation records last night. What blasting tube? What's a blasting tube? Feng Hao asked curiously. Seeing his ignorance, Rebecca didn't continue with the topic. I was quite satisfied with yesterday's mission, but you were a bit too heavy-handed. The man whose arms you severed is a well-known jeweler in the city. I had to use a bottle of life potion to save him. Fighting was like that. It wasn't like you could call out to drop their weapons and surrender and they would comply. Only when you killed a few people did you have enough deterrent power. Oh, how did the interrogation go last night? I heard that several fights broke out consecutively. Feng Hao casually responded and then asked. Rebecca sighed slightly and said, we repelled several assassination attempts. The key people are now being held in custody. Progress with the interrogation is fairly good. Oh, Feng Hao responded. The fights that broke out afterwards were apparently made to kill and silence people. This is for you, it will make your movements in the city more convenient in future. Of course, you're still mercenaries on ordinary days. If there's a mission, I'll contact you separately. Rebecca handed an emblem to Feng Hao. List City Lord's Mansion Guard Emblem, Category, Emblem, Description. An emblem representing affiliation with the City Lord's mansion. The emblem didn't provide any special attribute bonuses, it was just an ordinary badge. Its actual utility was not significant, just a small reward from Rebecca for the Bone Mercenary Group to continue helping her. It seemed to have the feel of a regular soldier, but was still fundamentally a mercenary group. Feng Hao pocketed the badge, not in a hurry to leave. Instead, he started to chat with Rebecca and indirectly inquired about some news related to the Faceless. Though Rebecca wouldn't share any significant intelligence. The less important information, coupled with what he had gathered, could help him infer quite a lot. Last night, the capture mission was successful. You could say it caught the enemy off guard. And those Faceless hiding in the dark were probably investigating how it was that Rebecca had managed to capture someone without being detected. Likewise, these guys would probably lay low for a while, daring not to make any new moves. After all, Rebecca's punishment for the Faceless was quite severe. Capturing one person would likely implicate quite a few others. After talking with Rebecca for a while and seeing her yawn continuously, Feng Hao decided not to linger any longer. He left the City Lord's mansion straight away. After leaving the City Lord's mansion, Feng Hao did not continue to stay in the city. Upon returning to the Grey Bear village with his troops, he switched to riding the Bone Dragon and returned to his territory at dusk. As Era began preparing dinner, Feng Hao went to the tailor's shop to check on the progress of the clothes. He sat there and chatted with Soy for a while. After dinner, Feng Hao took a few skeleton warriors and went straight out of his territory. Arriving at a spacious open area, he turned to the Book of Lords and started crafting the newly obtained dynamite blueprint. Dynamite, iron 2, copper 1, cast iron 1, metal parts 2, black gunpowder 2, spun yarn 2, clay 1. The materials were all rather common. Make 1 triggered a 100-fold amplification, received 101 dynamites. Clatter, one dynamite after another materialized out of thin air and fell to the ground. Seeing the dynamites drop, Feng Hao was caught off guard and was anxious in case of any problems. Fortunately, there were no issues. Dynamite, category, bomb, damage. Level 4 damage, decreases with range. Description, an improved version of traditional landmines. Feng Hao casually picked one up. It had a certain heft to it, heavier than a lead ball. The dynamite was cylindrical, roughly the thickness of a forearm. Not quite as throwable as a grenade, he had imagined. How far could this be thrown? If dropped, it might end up blowing oneself up. Besides, the movement of skeleton soldiers tended to be somewhat slow and rigid. One slip up, and they might end up hurling the explosive within their own ranks. That would be a problem. As he thought this, Feng Hao used God's presence to take control of one of the skeleton warriors standing next to him. Picking up one dynamite, he left the crowd and maintained a safe distance. Then, after a little examination, he opened the safety cover, pulled the ring, and threw it into the distance. The dynamite flew in an arc and landed around 50 meters away. After a quiet period of 5 to 6 minutes, just when Feng Hao thought it was a dud, boom, a loud noise and then dirt and rocks soared into the sky. Feng Hao, controlling the skeleton, went forward to inspect and found that a sizable crater had been blasted into the ground at the explosion site. The power seemed quite satisfactory. However, regarding the throwing, Feng Hao was somewhat worried whether the skeletons could pull it off. After the test, Feng Hao ordered the dynamites to be moved to the warehouse where the gunpowder was stored. It was a separate warehouse, specifically for storing dangerous goods. On the way back, I came across worrying about the dynamite issue. He was pleased with its power, but it was somewhat too large and too heavy. He was still worried about whether the skeleton soldiers could possibly complete the task of throwing it. A single error could result in a chain reaction. But he could think of some units that could be paired with the dynamite. Like the skeleton giant bat, which could drop bombs from the air. Feng Hao felt this was a good strategy. Right when he was about to step into the City Lord's mansion, Feng Hao had another idea. He scribbled a quick sketch on a piece of paper. He left the mansion once again, heading to the blacksmith shop. He handed the design that he had drawn to blacksmith Kulon. This was a new type of weapon that Fang Hao had suddenly thought of, the chicken chamber thunderhider. The design inspiration came from a game he had once played. In the game, skeleton soldiers held landmines in their hands and launched attacks on the enemy. They would swiftly rush to the enemy's city, ignite the bomb in their hands, and self-destruct along with it. However, in this world, the skeletons under Fang Hao's command did not have the advantage of speed. But they easily attracted the enemy's attention. They were easily wiped out with concentrated fire. So, Fang Hao decided to make a change. He switched from using skeleton warriors to skeleton ostrich beasts, which looked like a hybrid of a chicken, an ostrich, and a lizard. They had the ability to run extremely fast, and in the blink of an eye, it could cover great distances. Moreover, this combination was suitable for all kinds of complex terrains. Whether it be forests, mountains, or even tunnels. Once an ostrich beast had targeted its prey, it would charge forward like a guided missile. It would fiercely peck at its target. When the lit fuse exploded, it would cause significant damage. Cullen stared at the rough sketch in his hand and fell silent. "My lord, your plan is to place bombs in the chest cavity of these ostrich beasts?" Cullen finally understood the blueprints. "Yes, I'm hoping that the blacksmiths can create some kind of simple device that can secure the lit fuse within the ostrich beast's chest cavity, thus preventing it from shaking around and accidentally detonating." Fang Hao explained his idea. The skeleton ostriches didn't have intelligence. Once released, they would immediately rush towards the enemy and peck at them. Their speed was not slow, and if they simply placed the detonator in its stomach, it might detonate on the way, which was not what Fang Hao wanted. Even if the fuse did not detonate, the cylindrical shape could easily slip out of the chest cavity due to the rapid movement. So, Fang Hao needed the blacksmiths to create a device that could stably secure the fuse in the ostrich beast's chest cavity. Once the ostrich beast reached the enemy camp, it would explode. "Very well, my lord, I will arrange for it to be done as quickly as possible." Cullen nodded and replied, although building this stabilizing component wasn't difficult. A few trial runs would be necessary after its completion, as handling a fuse was no joking matter. Fang Hao left this task to Cullen. The skeleton blacksmith had accumulated a great deal of professional experience over countless years. Modifying some objects was not a difficult task for them. The next day, Fang Hao woke up on time in his bed. It was more comfortable to sleep in his own room, where he didn't have to worry about having his head chopped off while he was asleep. After a simple wash, he began his morning exercise. He went through the same routine every day. After the exercises were over, Era brought him his breakfast. As she ate, Angia asked, "Why has Lori been gone for so many days? He wouldn't have fallen off the bone dragon, would he?" Fang Hao gave her a wide-eyed glance because she always thought the worst. "Can't you think of better outcomes?" "No, you don't understand. When we rode horses and giant lizards together, she always fell off." Angia quickly explained. Indeed, with Angia's explanation, Fang Hao also lost his confidence. Sometimes, Lori was crazier than Angia. She wasn't good at riding, so there was a chance she could have fallen off the bone dragon. "No way, I was just kidding. I hope it's not the case." Angia wore an expression of hopefulness. Now that was perfect, with Angia continuing to eat and drink while Fang Hao started to worry. Ding! At that moment, the Book of Lords chimed in with a private message sound. When Fang Hao opened it, he discovered that it was from Shu Yang, the lord who was affiliated with the troll tribe. "Brother Fang Hao, I want to exchange some equipment and food with you." Recently, Fang Hao noticed that Shu Yang was becoming increasingly active in the chat. From initially buying similar chopping axes to recently buying some armors. All of this was indicating something. An opportunity was arising in the troll tribe, giving Shu Yang a chance to distance himself from the trolls. Of course, these opportunities could only be exploited subtly. It wasn't time to go against the trolls openly. "Sure, but won't you get into trouble with the trolls if they find out you've exchanged equipment?" Fang Hao replied. Next, he waited quietly. Tellingly, Shu Yang's next message confirmed for Fang Hao that something big had indeed happened in the troll tribe. "They're too busy to care about me right now. Brother Fang Hao, please see what these can be exchanged for." Whether I can escape with my people depends on your support. Troll Heavy Shield Blueprint, Troll Horned Helmet Blueprint, Black Iron Flying Axe Blueprint, Troll Stone 172, Mark of the Barbaric 5, Mark of the Violent 12, Essence of Destruction 8, Iron 122, Horn 15. Xu Yang sent a large number of items, from blueprints to rare materials, and a few miscellaneous items. He even took out his horns and salt, portraying himself as if he was about to relocate. You're planning to abandon your manor and leave? Fang Hao didn't need to guess anymore. He was certain Xu Yang was planning to sell all his items and leave. Sooner or later, the trolls will kill us, so I'm planning to take this chance to go live in a human city. It doesn't matter whether I'm a lord, it's still better than being eaten. Xu Yang replied again. Okay, how many people do you have? What type of equipment are you planning to get? Fang Hao asked him directly. I have 124 people, and I need leather armor and one-handed swords, as well as 200 servings of easy-to-carry food. Brother Fang Hao, is this possible? Xu Yang voiced his request. Xu Yang had no troops, his 124 population were all farmers. Heavy equipment would burden them during their escape. So Xu Yang opted for leather armor and one-handed swords. They had some food on hand, but he feared they wouldn't be able to leave the Bloody Mountain range in time. So he planned to purchase quite a bit more from Fang Hao's side. Sure, would this be acceptable? Erland Ha Guard's leather armor set, green. Increases movement speed and morale recovery rate. The one-handed sword would be this, Black Iron Knight's sword, and for the food. I'll give you, meatloaf pancakes, it's easy to carry, and it tastes quite good. Fang Hao sent over the corresponding blueprints as well. Great, thanks a lot, brother Fang Hao, Xu Yang said, somewhat excitedly. Only Fang Hao had such a large stock of green equipment to trade. However, the following words of Fang Hao poured cold water on him. Xu Yang, your items are not worth nearly 600 units of green equipment. The Erland Guard leather armor set is a 4-piece set. Added with a green one-handed sword, it makes up 620 pieces of equipment. Although Xu Yang's items seem diverse, none of them have high value. They're not enough to exchange for all these green items. Well, boss, I know I don't have much to offer, but I genuinely need this equipment. I promise to repay you later. Xu Yang sent another message. He was well aware that his random items couldn't fetch him all this equipment. Especially equipment with a set bonus. But Xu Yang needs the equipment desperately. He couldn't survive alone in the wilderness. He needed these villagers. Without armor and food, the loyalty of the villagers would steadily decline. There will inevitably be problems if they decide to escape. Seeing Fang Hao's silence, Xu Yang began to feel anxious. Just as he was about to plead again, he saw Fang Hao respond. Are you in the bloodthirsty mountain range? The moment he saw the message, Xu Yang frowned. He reread his chat logs, realizing that he had never mentioned the bloodthirsty mountain range. How did Fang Hao know he was there? Though curious, he saw no point in hiding it. Yes, boss. How did you know about the bloodthirsty mountain range? Fang Hao continued. What's going on in the bloodthirsty mountain range? Tell me in detail. Xu Yang was confused, but he sensed Fang Hao's interest in the bloodthirsty mountain range. Could Fang Hao be near the bloodthirsty mountain range too? It couldn't be. Fang Hao was known to have a close relationship with the undead, and there was no known undead presence here. Noting his remaining chat count, Xu Yang explained, the tribe I'm relying on is called the Rockhead tribe. They are somewhat known in the bloodthirsty mountain range. Recently, the Rockhead tribe is planning an allied attack with other tribes on the Bloodthroat tribe. Xu Yang detailed everything he knew, including the recent intertribal meetings, to Fang Hao. After carefully reading Xu Yang's information, Fang Hao felt a stir in his heart. The trolls were beginning their infighting, it seemed. Xu Yang, I can give you 50 armor sets and 20 weapons for your items, but if you can get a map with the positions and routes of the tribes in the bloodthirsty mountain range, I will give you the rest of the equipment and weapons. Fang Hao sent another message. The infighting in the bloodthirsty mountain range was good news for Fang Hao. It offered him a chance of tackling the threat to the north of his territory. However, Fang Hao wouldn't send his troops now. The undead attacking the bloodthirsty mountain range would most likely unite the trolls again. They would only strike when the trolls were severely weakened or if one faction emerged victorious. They would seize the entirety of the mountain range at once. Of course, this was Fang Hao's plan. The key to launching the attack was a detailed map of the bloodthirsty mountain range. The hundreds of green items were not cheap. It was up to Xu Yang to take the risk. Upon seeing Feng Hao's message, Xu Yang looked serious. It wasn't a short-term task to draw a map of the bloodthirsty mountain range. But it wasn't impossible. To attack the Bloodthroat tribe, the Rockhead tribe had already drawn a detailed attack map. This was his only chance to acquire the map, but it was also life-threatening. Once detected by the trolls, he'd be dead without even the chance to escape. But it was worth a try. Xu Yang gritted his teeth and responded, "All right, let's make a deal. I'll do my best to produce the map. Give me the equipment then. Fortune favors the bold." Feng Hao's equipment was worth the risk. "Okay, stay in touch if anything happens," Feng Hao replied. After they reached an agreement, they exited the Book of Lords. After breakfast, Feng Hao reorganized the items in the storage space, taking out the materials that were not in use. He stored weapons, potions, likely useful tools, and detonators. There was no need to keep the detonators at hand, nor was there a risk of accidental explosion. Once everything was prepared, Feng Hao, Angia, and Demetrius set out again, heading for Grey Bear Village. This trip was related to the task, Village Rat Plague, they acquired last time. Upon arriving at the village, they enlisted 100 bandits equipped with the Storm Heavy armor set. The large group set off impressively. Their destination was a village near Lis City. The journey was not short. After 3 hours of non-stop travel, they finally caught sight of the village. They thought that the village would be small, but to their surprise, it was almost the size of a small town. With a population nearing 1,000 people, the arrival of Feng Hao and his 100-plus forces created quite a stir. The guards and villagers of the outpost stood together, brandishing an assortment of homemade weapons. Their faces tense as they confront the incoming party. It was unlikely that bandits would come here. But there could always be some desperate madman launching an attack on the village. "Who are you?" shouted one of the villagers, a middle-aged man. Feng Hao noted the villagers' stance and realized that they didn't trust the incoming team. He thought for a moment, then spoke loudly, "We are the guards of Lis City. We heard you have a rat problem here, and Lady Rebecca is very concerned about it. So, she has sent us to look into the matter." Having said this, he pulled out a badge from his pocket and tossed it over. The middle-aged man caught it and bent his head to examine it. This village was so close to Lis City that he should recognize the insignia and the pattern on it. Besides, bandits wearing storm-heavy armor would look more like regular soldiers, and were even better equipped than the common guards of Belisi's city. If these fellows didn't scratch their privates and fart, they would be even more convincing. Sure enough, after inspecting the badge, the middle-aged man's demeanor immediately transformed. He dispersed the villagers and stepped forward to meet them. "Sir, may I have your name?" The middle-aged man strode towards Feng Hao. "My name is Feng Hao. And you, sir?" Feng Hao reciprocated. "Lem Makin, the village chief. Please accompany me to the village," said Makin, leading them into the village. The village seemed fairly clean, with harvested crops drying at the front of every house. There was no sign of a rat infestation as he had imagined. Also, considering the amount of available food, it was unlikely that these were more than just a few stray rats. If it was a full-blown infestation, Lis City would probably have sent soldiers directly rather than issuing tasks to mercenaries. Under Makin's leadership, they arrived at a house. "Chief Makin, can you tell us more about the rat problem? The village seems quite well off, there appear to be no issues." Feng Hao prompted directly, assuming that Makin would take them to see the rat-infested area. But instead, he brought them to this house. Makin stood up, closed the house's door, and it became instantly dark. It seemed awfully mysterious. "Gentlemen, the rats appearing in our village are unusual. If they were just stealing food, it would be acceptable. But they have started eating humans. Left with no choice, I had to send a message to the city," Makin said seriously in a low voice. The chief's words brought a solemn look to the faces of all present. Rats eating humans. It wasn't that rats couldn't eat humans, but they would typically resort to such behavior in situations of extreme hunger and scarcity of food. In a village where food crops were on display all around, why would rats choose to eat humans instead? "Tell me everything you know in detail. Do not leave out any information," Feng Hao said seriously. It appeared that this rat problem was not as simple as mere extermination. Well, a few months ago, villagers started complaining about rats. But it didn't seem to be a big issue, not until a week ago, when we discovered Broomer's corpse. He was gnawed down to his bones by rats. That's when we realized the severity of the problem and issued a bounty in the city. Mackin explained, his expression growing increasingly grim. So, you mean to say that the rats in the village have started attacking humans? Fang Hao asked, frowning. No, this is the first time something like this has happened. I announced that Broomer died from a fall, and we quietly buried him. But I'm afraid this might happen again, as we don't know when these rats might attack humans again. Mackin said somberly. Fang Hao and his companions exchanged glances. Each of them looked confused. Take us to the house where the deceased person was found, Fang Hao suggested. All right, Mackin agreed, leading them out. They followed the path to a house located on the outskirts of the village. Upon opening the door with the key, a damp and musty smell filled the air. This is Broomer's house. I locked it up after the incident and haven't opened it since, said Mackin. Fang Hao nodded, leading his companions into the house. Although the room inside had clearly been cleaned, they could still discern tiny scratches on the floors, walls and beams, presumably marks left by a large number of rats scrambling around. Look around for any clues, suggested Fang Hao, and the group quickly spread out to inspect the room. The furniture in the room had seemingly been left untouched, or had been put back in its original place after the room was cleaned. As everyone was examining the room, Fang Hao's attention was drawn to an ornament on a cabinet near the window. Cranial rat stem clay figurine. Category: decorative item. Description: a clay figurine encapsulating a cranial rat stem. Just dripping a small amount of cordyceps liquid on the top will emit a special scent, attracting nearby small rats to congregate. A brain stem clay figurine? Fang Hao's eyebrows drew together in a frown. The figurine was in the shape of a voluptuous woman, and without being able to read the information, it would be hard to connect the figurine to rats. However, there was a lot of information to be gleaned from it. Considering the location of the figurine by the window, he began to piece together a mental image. When the owner of the house had gone to sleep, in the dead of night, someone outside dripped cordyceps liquid on the figurine. The odor drew the rats in the village to this place, where they attacked the sleeping man. Why the man failed to struggle and why his neighbors didn't notice was impossible to investigate further. After all, with Mackin announcing that the man had died from a fall, investigating in the village could be difficult. But one thing was certain: someone was using rats to commit the murders. This clay figurine is quite exquisite. Whose craftsmanship is this in the village? Fang Hao casually picked up the clay sculpture, inquiring with a smile. The material of the sculpture was ordinary, yet the subtle rises and falls on the surface could be felt upon touch. Its shape was quite lifelike. It could be seen that the creator of the clay figurine had impressive craftsmanship. Oh, it was Aunt Terry, from our village, who made this. She is very good at making these clay sculptures. Mackin responded with a smile. Mackin didn't know much about Aunt Terry. Aunt Terry, although a villager, had spent her youth living in the temple. She was much older than Mackin, and by the time she returned, Mackin had already become the village head. The auxiliary priests of the temple all possessed certain knowledge about healing and medicinal herbs, so they could understand the function of cordyceps. As the two were chatting, the rest of the group returned. Aside from finding some signs of struggle and evidence left by rats, there were no additional clues. Of course, none of those present were particularly good at solving cases, but they were all quite adept at committing crimes. Let's go, Mr. Mackin, take me to meet Aunt Terry, Fang Hao said, still holding the clay figurine in his hand. Hearing that Fang Hao wanted to meet Terry, Mackin's brow furrowed a bit. Aunt Terry was nearly 70 years old and not easy to get along with because of her personality. Seeing Fang Hao's determination to go, Mackin didn't say much. As he led the way, he hinted about Aunt Terry's peculiar temperament. If anything happens, don't take it to heart. After walking for a few minutes, from afar, they saw an old woman with white hair sitting in front of a house. That's Aunt Terry. She is nice but has a peculiar temperament, Mackin whispered. Aunt Terry, not far away, glanced at everyone briefly, then lowered her head to resume her work. The group came forward, and Mackin managed a smile, speaking loudly. Aunt Terry, these are people from Lis City here to help the village with the rat infestation. They came to see you. I'm not deaf, why are you shouting? Aunt Terry replied coldly, her gaze falling on Fang Hao and his group again. Observing Fang Hao's female clay figure in his hand, her gaze shifted briefly, but quickly returned to normal. Mackin awkwardly laughed. As a village head, he has no authority in front of Terry. Aunt Terry, don't lose your temper. We are still relying on these city guards to get rid of the rats. Mackin whispered. Terry rolled her eyes and said, I know. You go ahead, after they're done talking, I'll send them to you. Okay, Mackin turned to Fang Hao, saying, Mr. Fang Hao, you guys chat first. Once you're done, I'll take you to see where the rat infestation is happening. Alright, Fang Hao agreed. Mackin left, and Fang Hao moved closer with his group. Are you city guards? Aunt Terry asked first. This group looked unusual. Aside from Fang Hao, who seemed approachable, the rest looked like outlaws or foreigners. Despite their valor, they still retained a certain amount of roguishness. Yes, Fang Hao replied, sitting down not far from Terry. The clay statue was placed in front of him. Aunt Terry, do you have any conflict with the deceased, Broomer? On the way here, Fang Hao had learned some things from Mackin. Terry was skilled with medicinal herbs and would treat anyone who got hurt in the village. Aside from her poor temperament, she was highly respected in the village. A person like this killing Broomer would suggest some kind of disagreement. Aren't you here to solve the rat infestation? Are you interested in these matters too? Terry responded, her voice still unfriendly. Rats eating humans is also part of our task, wouldn't you agree? Fang Hao continued to smile. True, people like you only waste energy trying to please nobles and dealing with trivial matters. Terry shot back with sarcasm. Then, before Fang Hao could ask further, Terry started speaking again. When I was an auxiliary priest in the temple, several cases occurred there. Someone had defiled the temple's auxiliary priests and decapitated them. 6 girls died within half a month, the youngest being only 9. Later, the temple put pressure on the city lord's mansion, initiating a comprehensive search. Although nothing happened after that, and no one was caught, the case was left unresolved. After getting to this point, Terry stopped talking and simply continued her work. But the rest of the story, Fang Hao naturally filled in the gaps. Terry discovered that Broomer was somehow involved in this case. But she was an old woman now and didn't have enough evidence. She used her knowledge of the herbs she knew so well to kill Broomer. And then, was the murderer caught? Angia asked. Terry glanced at the orc girl and slightly nodded her head. Caught, but dead. He got off easy. If I had caught him, I would have tortured him for 2 years. And then turned him into a SK. Stop talking nonsense. Fang Hao quickly covered her mouth and said, Oh, Angia could only utter in response, not continuing any further. With the story finished, Fang Hao's questions were answered. But it seemed their work here was done, and without the presence of special monster strongholds. There definitely wouldn't be any reward chests. Fang Hao looked at Terry and continued. The best way to eradicate the rats would be to gather them all in one place. Aunt Terry, do you have any good methods? Without saying much, Terry stood up and hobbled into the house. She came back out with a small potion bottle. Cordyceps liquid, category, potion. Description. It disperses a unique smell. There are 2 large rat nests on the east side of the village. You can try over there, Terry suggested. It's hard to exterminate rats. Even if you manage to attract them, it's not easy to kill them. Alright, we won't disturb Aunt Terry any longer. With that, Fang Hao, holding the clay model and cordyceps liquid, promptly left. Seeing the group leave as soon as they said, Terry watched with a puzzled look in her eyes. Aren't they the city's guards? Aren't they going to catch the murderer? Fang Hao and his team left Terry's place and again sought out Mackin. In truth, Mackin didn't wander far, fearing that Fang Hao and Terry might start arguing and he would need to mediate. To his surprise, after just over 10 minutes, Fang Hao returned. Lord Fang Hao. Mackin stepped forward to greet him. Well, let's be off. Aunt Terry mentioned 2 large rat nests to the east of the village. Do you know where they are? Fang Hao asked. Yes, they're not far to the east. The place Mackin intended to lead Fang Hao was precisely that rat hive. However, neither fire nor flood had proven to be an effective solution. Alright, show us. Oh, okay. Mackin left through the east gate, leading a few people with him. They didn't walk far before spotting 2 mounds protruding from the forest floor. This is the rat's nest. I have no idea when they built it here. Mackin glanced at the rat burrow, commenting. The rats weren't causing major damage to the village. But Mackin was more worried about them attacking people. He was completely oblivious to Terry's situation, thinking that rats could go mad and start attacking humans. If they've eaten one human, they could just as well feast on a second. And by then, there wouldn't be much of a village left. Alright, I've got it. You better head back to the village. We can't guarantee your safety if anything happens, Fang Hao continued. There's danger? Okay, you all be careful then, finished Mackin before making a quick exit. Once Mackin was out of sight, Fang Hao found a nearby cave, after inspecting the cave and ensuring there were no hidden passages or burrows. He placed the cranial rat clay model inside and opened the flask of cordyceps liquid, letting a drop fall onto the clay model's head. As soon as he finished, a faint, sweet and fishy scent filled the cave. The odor was light, not overpowering. Having done all this, Fang Hao left the cave to join Angia and the others at their hiding spot. Everyone watched the cave from a distance. Before long, rustling sounds could be heard from the surrounding trees. Countless rats, mixed with a few hedgehogs, streamed into the depths of the cave like an army of ants during their migration. Feeling that it was just enough, Fang Hao reached into his storage space and tossed several blasting caps. Safety removed, directly into the cave. Boom! After a loud explosion, the whole cave collapsed. Is it over? Angia asked softly. Yes, it should be. Fang Hao nodded. The group moved closer to inspect the vicinity of the collapsed cave. The cave was completely blocked. No rat was seen escaping. Let's go check out the rat's nest. Fang Hao was not yet satisfied. He led the party back to the rat hive located east of the village. Dig. Fang Hao took out a digging tool from his storage space. And the bandits rolled up their sleeves and started digging. 10 minutes later, they dug a deep hole in the hilled ground. We found it, my lord, there really is something. A surprised cheer came up from one of the bandits in the hole. Fang Hao looked down immediately, spotting the corner of a treasure chest peeking out from inside the pit. He realized the chest was made of black iron, even though the rest was yet buried in the pit. Having something was better than nothing. Lifted up, the chest was hauled up, and Fang Hao immediately opened it. Acquired. Blueprint for Black Iron Shovel, Granary Construction Blueprint, Warfire Coins X25. The rewards were pretty decent, considering it was a black iron treasure chest. He didn't yet have this blueprint for the Black Iron Shovel, a digging tool. And the granary was a new blueprint too. Level 1 Granary, Wood 500, Stone 450, Thatch 300, Leather 220, Iron 50. Description: Insulation and moisture proof, prevents mice and insects, better for storing grain. Getting the granary blueprints was a pleasant surprise. Their spoils were quite good, without having to bother with a battle. Even better than the repeated blueprints from the silver treasure chests. Fill the hole back up, let's head back. The bandits refilled the hole, and the whole party returned to the village. 20 minutes later, near the collapsed cave. Squeak, squeak, squeak. A squad of rats swiftly arrived at the front of the partly collapsed cave, noses twitching, vigorously sniffing the air. Although these rats looked almost normal, their brains were exposed and covered by a transparent membrane. The rats' brains trembled in a resonating motion. Having reached a consensus, they began shifting the stones and made a small hole. One rat then crawled into it, and dragged out a fragment of the destroyed clay model. The rats closely inspected it, then swiftly left the area with the clay model fragment in tow. Fang Hao and his group returned to the village in a grand fashion. Mackin and a few young villagers anxiously waited by the east gate. Upon seeing them, he hurried towards them. Sir, how did it go? How many of those mice were eliminated? The whole village heard the massive roaring sound. Although they did not witness it firsthand, they knew it was caused by Fang Hao and his men. Such a loud noise must have had significant power, perhaps enough to wipe out the rat swarm. They should all be taken care of. If there are more rats in the future, come find me in the city. Fang Hao casually remarked while walking. Ah, all cleared? Mackin was somewhat surprised. Yes, we have concentrated on the cleanup of the rats and filled in the 2 rat nests. There should be no more rats, answered Fang Hao calmly. Oh, that's fantastic. Thank you so much, sirs. Mackin was overjoyed, clapping his hands in gratitude. Fang Hao nodded, leading his group back into the village. They followed the road towards the north gate, where the horses were kept. Along the way, Villagers enthusiastically offered homegrown produce. This flood of gifts made the bandits feel somewhat awkward as they tried to refuse. The feeling of receiving willingly offered gifts was not the same as taking by force. When they reached the north gate, Auntie Terry was sitting under a large tree just outside the village entrance. Seeing Feng Hao and the others approaching, she also rose and walked over. Leaning on her cane, she stood next to Feng Hao. Did you solve the rat problem? As soon as Auntie Terry spoke, Mackin and others fell silent instantly, discreetly moving aside. We've taken care of it, thanks to Auntie's potion, we managed to eliminate the rats. Well, that's good, Auntie Terry answered, eyeing the soldiers waiting to dismount their horses. Then whispered, aren't you going to arrest me? Maybe others didn't know about the rat's murderous intent, but Feng Hao must have deduced the truth. Capturing a murderer could be a big achievement for a guard. Ah, you need evidence to solve a case. I don't have any evidence, which doesn't meet the requirement to arrest someone, said Feng Hao nonchalantly, accepting the reins handed to him by the bandits and mounting his horse. His words stunned Auntie Terry. Evidence? Thinking about it, she realized that Feng Hao must have said it on purpose. Here, take this. Not many in the village can read. I hope it will be helpful to you. Auntie Terry pulled out a notebook from her bosom and handed it over. Feng Hao bent down to take it. Terry's Herbal Notes, Category. Notes. Description. Contains Terry's herbal study records. You can learn about herbal knowledge from the content of these notes. Another set of notes, although it didn't offer any special ability bonuses. The use of the notes was pretty clear. One could learn about herbal studies from them. Not only could Feng Hao learn from them, but he could also have his less combat adept maids study them. Being more knowledgeable could never be a bad thing. All right, thank you Auntie Terry. I'll treat you to a meal in Lis City when I get a chance, said Feng Hao with a smile as he tucked the notes away. Auntie Terry responded with his smile, good. Feng Hao gave Mackin, who was not too far away, a nod, called to his troop, and quickly left the village. By the time they left the village, it was already 4 in the afternoon. Feng Hao didn't choose to return to the stronghold. Instead, he directly entered Lis City. At sunset, the sky was shrouded in deep red clouds. The Grey Bears went to their lodgings, while Feng Hao and Angia headed to the mission hall in East City. Hello, sir. This time, a stranger, a female receptionist, greeted him. I came to submit a mission and look to see if there were any new ones to take on. Feng Hao stood in front of the counter and directly stated his purpose. May I ask for the name of your mercenary group and the name of the completed mission? Asked the woman, following procedure. Bone Knight Group. The completed missions are Bandit Elimination and Village Mouse Problem. Feng Hao answered. Okay, sir, please wait. The woman started flipping through the information in her hand, searching for the Bone Knight Group's info. It didn't take long to find the group's record on the last page. Sir, we have recorded the missions you submitted. Someone will come to verify them later. Here are the bounties for your last missions: Wilderness Cemetery, Mushroom Valley, and Bandit Elimination, totaling 350 gold coins. Please double check, the woman said, retrieving a money bag from behind the counter and placing it on the counter. Instead of paying out bounties right away after completing a mission, the amount is settled a day or two after the mission. Feng Hao just happened to receive the bounties for the last missions as he was handing in new ones. Alright, thank you. Feng Hao picked up the money bag, then picked up a nearby mission map to search. After thumbing through it for a while, he didn't find any missions that intrigued him. Seeing no suitable missions, Feng Hao closed the mission sheet and set it aside. He was staying in the city for the night anyway. He would come back the next day to see if any new missions were available. After leaving the mission hall, Feng Hao started strolling around the market at the entrance. This is where mercenaries gathered to sell their spoils of war. By dusk, the scale of the market had grown several times from the morning. But the city had only designated 2 streets for it. Thus, one stall was right next to another, resulting in a bustling and crowded scene. The mercenaries completed their tasks during the day and only had the chance to sell their loot now. Feng Hao and Angia leisurely strolled around. There was no specific target. They were just seeing if they could find any overlooked items that they might need. After all, with so many people around, everything's for sale. The locals don't know the value of their goods, so they might neglect something of real value. As they went along, Angia ended up with quite the collection of snacks in her hands. Munching away, left and right, she hadn't an ounce of the vigilance expected of a bodyguard. Fang Hao stopped at one of the stalls and casually picked up a hefty book that was laid out on the ground. Mental Power Theory. Well, what a find. Fang Hao glanced at the stall owner who was busy playing cards with someone. Before flipping through the pages to skim the book, while it wasn't a skill scroll or a cultivation method, it did record the usage of spiritual power and related theoretical knowledge. And it started from the basics, gradually progressing to more advanced topics, serving as a textbook for understanding such information. Boss, what's the price for this? Fang Hao lifted the book and loudly inquired. The stall owner, engrossed in his card game, casually glanced over and replied, "It was left to me by my family, but the information recorded is still valuable. If you want it, you can take it for 100 gold coins." Books about spiritual power do hold a certain value, but in Lis City, the majority are warriors or archers, and the mercenaries who need to cultivate spiritual power are in the minority. Moreover, it only contains theoretical knowledge without much resale value. It must be why it has remained on sale until now, unsold despite the nearing closure time. The stall owner saw that Fang Hao was interested, hence the upfront asking price of 100 gold coins. 10 gold. If you're willing to sell, I'll take it as toilet paper. If not, then forget it. He casually tossed the book back. The old rule of haggling start by eliminating a zero. Once he made his offer, laughter erupted from the side. The stall owner's face froze for a moment before quickly composing himself, casually replying while focusing on his game, "Sold, cough up the money. You're really willing to pay 10 gold for toilet paper, aren't you rich?" Dang it, hearing the stall owner agree so readily, Fang Hao felt like he had been ripped off. But he had already made his offer, and he genuinely needed this book. So he just pulled out 10 gold coins and handed them over, tucking the book away. "I have a few more rolls of this toilet paper. If you want them all, I'll sell you the whole bundle for 50 gold coins." He unfolded the cloth bag he was sitting on and casually tossed it over. Magic Power Guide, Mental Power Adjustment, Fire Elemental Explanation, Multi-Headed Fire Python. Volume 1. There were 7 books in total. Among these, Multi-Headed Fire Python, Volume 1 piqued Fang Hao's interest. This one was different from the others. Multi-Headed Fire Python, Volume 1, Category, Book Description. Upon reading thoroughly, one can learn fire elemental summoning skills. Nice, what a pleasant surprise. Glancing again at the stall owner still engrossed in his card game, Fang Hao wondered how the book hadn't been purchased yet, considering it had been under his posterior. Not wanting to draw any attention, Fang Hao repackaged the books. He then pulled out 50 gold coins and tossed them onto the stall. "Alright, I'll take them. Now I won't have to worry about running out of toilet paper for a month." "Sure, remember to be gentle when you're using them. These books are quite old, don't tear them." The stall owner pocketed the money and lightheartedly joked. "I'll add a few extra sheets," Fang Hao commented, before confidently striding away with his books. After the first stall, Fang Hao found himself holding a pile of books. While his expression hadn't changed, he was undoubtedly ecstatic. The sensation of tripping upon a great deal was pretty thrilling. It reminded him of scavenging through antique markets in his previous world. Real and fake items were mixed together, and your discernment was key. As long as you had a keen eye or enough luck, you could find several valuable items. He had chosen the path of a mage, even though the skills he learned were diverse. Under the influence of Starfire and the Fractured Elemental Handbook, the skills he was proficient in related to fire and summoning abilities. Multi-Headed Fire Python, Volume 1 met these two requirements precisely. It felt like it was tailor-made just for him. However, it was just a book, not a skill scroll. He would need to read and understand it thoroughly before he could learn the skills. If there was a Volume 1, surely there were Volumes 2, 3, 4, 5, and so on? Maybe not. As these thoughts ran through Fang Hao's mind, he continued in his leisurely browsing. Along the way, he purchased some rare materials to refill his material inventory. Suddenly, Fang Hao stopped in his tracks. In front of him was an insignificant stall. Inside a mottled wooden box on the ground was a rolled-up blueprint. A quick scan revealed its information. Undead War Drum Blueprint. A blueprint for an undead item in a human city. The moment Fang Hao crouched down, the stall owner greeted him enthusiastically. "Young man, see something you like? I'm about to close shop, so I can give you a good deal. The stall owner was a middle-aged man, his beard more luxuriant than his hair. Sitting cross-legged, he gave off an impression of stability. How much is this? Fang Hao picked up the Undead War Drum's blueprint and asked. There were quite a few items on the stall, but Fang Hao chose this one. This blueprint isn't much use to you, it's for creating an undead item. The middle-aged man remarked, not blurting out a random price. The mention of undead instantly attracted the attention of a number of people nearby. They crowded around to see what kind of undead blueprint it was. After looking at it, however, they all returned the blueprint with little interest and left. Fang Hao was the only one who stayed. Are there any undead near Lis City? Fang Hao asked curiously. I found it in a graveyard. I'm not at liberty to disclose the exact location. The stall owner stroked his beard. Mercenary activities needed to be kept confidential. Moreover, many such activities had to be kept hidden. And talking too much would not only incite resistance but also possibly expose you to risks. Fang Hao and Angia appeared very young. Angia, in particular, carried loads of food. They looked like a sweet couple strolling around. The stall owner didn't take them seriously. How much then? If the price is right, I'll buy it for my collection. Fang Hao remarked again. He made it clear that he was buying it just for collection and would not buy it if the price were steep. The stall owner, stroking his thick beard, felt that this item would be hard to sell. As it was almost time to close the stall, he decided to sell it to someone who intended to collect it. 50 gold coins, that's the lowest price for blueprints. Okay, Fang Hao didn't hesitate, he paid immediately and pocketed the blueprint. Items from the undead camp were rare, and blueprints were even more so. In the hands of a human, it might only serve as a collector's item. But in Fang Hao's hands, it could be put to good use. Especially under the 100-fold amplification, a blueprint was more useful than the crafted item. Seeing Fang Hao so willing to part with his money, the stall owner tried to push more items onto him. Take a look at the others. I'm about to close the stall, I would sell them to you at a lower price. Any more undead items? Fang Hao asked again. Nope, that was the only one. The stall owner replied. Oh, never mind then. I'll check somewhere else. Fang Hao glanced over the stall owner's other items, but didn't find anything useful, so he got up and left. Having finished perusing the market and not finding any items he liked, the duo left the market, carrying their purchases. In an unobtrusive corner, they stored all the items they purchased into their storage space and walked out nonchalantly. They hailed a carriage and headed back to their residence. After dinner, they retired to their room. The nightstone chandelier emitted a soft glow. Fang Hao sat down at the desk and took out everything he had found at the market. After cataloging the Undead War Drum's blueprint, he flipped through the pages of Fire Elemental Explanation, Multi-Headed Fire Python. According to the description, after reading and understanding the contents, one can learn the skill recorded in the book. Driven by excitement, Fang Hao started reading. Yet, just after a short while, Fang Hao was frowning. What was all this rubbish? He looked at the numerous symbols, jargon, and abstruse terms. Even though he recognized every word, it was hard to understand their meanings. Fang Hao took out the fire element explanation and continued to read with reference to it. Then, he flipped open Magic Power Guide and Mental Power Theory for reference. Soon, all 8 books on the small desk were opened, with the rest assisting the study of the Fire Elemental Explanation, Multi-Headed Fire Python. It was not until late into the night that he had only read 5 pages. Damn it, if I studied this hard back in the day, I'd have been outstanding by now. Fang Hao muttered under his breath. A sense of fatigue came from his brain, and his eyes were somewhat dry due to strain. He drifted off to sleep in confusion. The next day, early in the morning, just after breakfast, Fang Hao received a notification. Sir, there is someone from the City Lord's mansion who wishes to speak to you. The City Lord's mansion? Let them in, Fang Hao replied. Shortly after, a figure entered. Fang Hao recognized her. She was a maid of Rebecca. Good morning, Mr. Fang Hao. I hope I didn't disturb your sleep. The maid spoke politely, but not in a servile manner. Good morning, please have a seat. Fang Hao also replied with a smile. The maid took a seat and said straight away. Mr. Fang Hao, there is a shop on the Western Commercial Street that is looking to be sold. Madam asked me to see if you might be interested in buying. If you are, she would reserve it for you. So, it was news about a store. He had been looking for a store to open a clothing shop, which Rebecca was aware of. Now that there was a suitable one, she wanted to know if he had any intention to buy it. Also, Feng Hao felt that Rebecca was appreciative of their previous cooperation in capturing the Faceless, and was trying to win him over by offering benefits from the city lord's mansion. Of course, he didn't mind that. He was also investigating the Faceless, so he would benefit from Rebecca's actions. What is the location of the shop like? Feng Hao asked. The commercial street in Lis City was quite large, with shops varying in ranks. Rest assured, the original store was a very famous jewelry store, and it's now under the city lord's control. Its location is undoubtedly a prime spot on the commercial street, the maid introduced with a smile. A jewelry store? Hearing about a jewelry store, Feng Hao suddenly remembered the Faceless member whose arms were severed. Rebecca had mentioned that he was a well-known jeweler and a tycoon in the city. This shop must have belonged to him. After he was caught, the city lord's mansion took over the shop and put it up for sale. All right, I will go and handle the procedure now. Feng Hao got up immediately. Like commodities, good store locations were up for grabs. If he hesitated, someone else might buy it, leading to regret later. Yes, sir, please follow me. The maid also got up, and they both headed out together. They boarded a carriage at the entrance of the mansion and headed for the city lord's mansion. At the city lord's mansion, in the study, after finishing the paperwork, Feng Hao was led by the maid to the room. Rebecca was inside, being fitted for a beige dress by the maid. The dress was not a puffy one but a draping gown. Overall, it looked like a patent product designed by Feng Hao for Rebecca. How does this one look? It is a dress given by Moriki Fabric Store. Rebecca asked softly while looking at herself in the mirror. Feng Hao felt somewhat helpless. Designs were like that, easy to copy, and there was no good solution for it. Not bad, it's similar to what my maids wear at home. The ivory-colored gown had been designed to have a hanging skirt and cinched waist. The elongated waistline made Rebecca appear more upright and dignified. It was clear the design was an imitation of Feng Hao's, and it was quite well done by an experienced designer. But it was unclear whether it was due to time pressure, or they only briefly glanced at Feng Hao's sketch. There were many shortcomings in this dress. It might also be a rushed prototype. When Faker mentioned that this dress was similar to what his maids wore, Rebecca shot him a disapproving glance. The maid subtly chuckled, thinking Feng Hao was speaking nonsense. After all, Feng Hao's design was original, while this garment was an imitation. Anyone would be upset if their designs were copied. In that case, tell me what's wrong with this dress, Rebecca suddenly insisted. Moriki Fabric Store was also a well-established fabric store and their apparel was famous. However, according to Feng Hao, their clothes were fit only for maids. Even though she understood Feng Hao's emotions, she wanted to know whether it was just out of spite, or there were genuine flaws. Feng Hao stood up, went to Rebecca's side, and said, the design of the waistline can make one appear taller. However, this dress has not entirely abandoned the old-fashioned corset concept. The waistline should be raised to this level. His finger traced upwards along her waistline, stopping just beneath her breasts. When a young man traced his fingers upward from the waistline, Rebecca's heart started to pound violently. Her face and even her bare collarbone began to flush slightly. What else? Rebecca continued to ask. Of course, the color is monotonous, the texture is uneven, which are the downsides of this gown. It might be a decent dress for an average lady, but it's not quite suitable for you, Feng Hao said as he stood behind her, his gaze falling on her white bosom. The dress was actually quite good, but it was at best a copied prototype. The uneven texture revealed the traces of rushed sewing work. Moreover, the beige color was too monotonous. At a ball, where other ladies would be in striking reds and purples, this beige dress would stick out inappropriately. Rebecca was at a loss for words. She was very pleased with the dress, given her long-standing relationship with the Moriki Fabric Store. But after Feng Hao's criticism, it no longer looked as appealing. Doesn't it have any redeeming qualities? Rebecca asked again forcefully. In casual settings, it's a decent dress. After saying this, Feng Hao sat back down in the chair. The room suddenly fell silent. The maids stood aside, unsure whether to continue dressing their mistress with jewelry. Will I not look good tonight in this? Rebecca could not let it go. You look good, but your attractiveness has nothing to do with this dress. Feng Hao complimented honesty, then continued, imagine, an entire room full of ladies in striking red and purple gowns. Who would wear a light-colored dress at such a gathering? Only a maid, right? Phew. Rebecca let out a heavy sigh, turned to the maids, and said, all right, put this away for now. I'll wear it another time. Yes, madam, the maids responded. They stepped forward and helped Rebecca out of the dress. It seemed Feng Hao's comments had changed her mind. After changing into her casual clothes, Rebecca sat back down in the chair and looked at Feng Hao. So, what should I wear to the auction tonight? Auction? What auction? Feng Hao was a little taken aback. Rebecca was choosing a gown, not for an aristocratic ball, but for an auction? Aren't auctions supposed to keep their guests' information confidential? No matter how prettily you dress, what's the point? Who'd know who you are even if you showed up naked? Tonight, there will be a ball at the city lord's mansion. Noble merchants from all around will be invited to participate in an auction for confiscated items. The money earned will be used for the development of Lis City, a maid at the side explained. Upon hearing this explanation, Feng Hao understood. It was the otherworldly version of judicial auctions. The recent arrests of the faceless ones, who were the city's merchants and nobility, must have resulted in a sizable haul of valuable items. Can I participate too? Feng Hao immediately switched from his critical tone to a hopeful one. He had already saved up quite a bit of money. What use was saving it if not to spend? If good items were on auction, he could buy them. Rebecca gave Feng Hao a surprised look. If you wish to participate, that's fine. However, I still haven't found a suitable dress. Rebecca looked at Feng Hao meaningfully. Feng Hao understood her hint instantly. Let me check in on it. If the dress is ready, I will have someone deliver it before the evening. He replied promptly. Such a public and significant occasion was also a great opportunity for advertising. His fabric store was about to open, and this was a golden chance to advertise amongst the nobility. Humph, I'll be waiting for your dress then. Rebecca crossed her legs and slid open the drawer to hand over an invitation. Feng Hao took the invitation and saw his own name written on it. It seemed Rebecca had prepared in advance, and only wanted Feng Hao to deliver the dress. By the way, will you be providing dinner tonight? Feng Hao asked, putting away the invitation. Again, the maids stifled their giggles. This wealthy young entrepreneur was really amusing. Everyone knew that he could design garments that even pleased Rebecca. Not only was he wealthy, but he had also bought 2 shops in the commercial street and a mansion in a noble district. A man of such wealth actually cared if dinner would be served or not. All you do is talk nonsense all day. Rebecca laughed scoldingly and then said to the maids, you all can leave now. Yes, madam. The maids left the room, closing the door behind them. The room was now left with only Feng Hao and Rebecca. There will be some new actions in the next 2 days, you'd better stay in town for a bit. Rebecca said softly. A serious expression immediately settled on Feng Hao's face. I can do that, but my workers need some secrecy, or they'll easily be investigated by those people. Feng Hao continued. I'll take care of it. Rebecca nodded. Feng Hao thought for a moment before asking. Did everything go smoothly with the last interrogation of those 4 individuals? Rebecca's face darkened. Not smooth at all. You could say that we've lost all leads. What happened? Were those 4 people killed? Feng Hao rushed to ask. The 4 individuals are unharmed, but the people they named were all found dead in their homes before the guards arrived. We've lost all leads again. Rebecca leaned back in her chair, staring at the ceiling. Her tone was somewhat one of helplessness. Rebecca provided protection for these 4, fearing that their mouths would be shut by death. However, the opponent's approach was more straightforward, killing everyone involved, leaving Rebecca with nowhere to continue her investigation. Their intelligence network is quite terrifying, Feng Hao admitted, a bit surprised. Yes, for the next mission, we'll have to be more cautious, Rebecca said. The 2 chatted a little while longer. Finally, Feng Hao walked out of the city lord's mansion with a broad smile. At the entrance, he met up with Angia and called a carriage to go to the commercial street in West City. In the carriage, Feng Hao took out the sound transmitting shell to inform Era in their territory. Check on the progress of the ceremonial dress at the tailor's shop. If it's already done, arrange for someone to deliver it directly to Lis City. with the bone dragon and swift purple-scaled horses in their territory. There was enough time to deliver the dress to Lis City before dark. Upon approaching the commercial street, the speed of the carriage started to slow down. Noises of various vendors selling their goods started to come from all around. This street wasn't only lined with shops. There were also many vendors loudly promoting their goods on the edge of the road. The carriage stopped in front of a shop. Feng Hao took out a key and opened the door. The goods inside the shop had already been moved, leaving behind various useless items and some valueless tables and chairs. What are you planning to do with this shop? Angia looked around the shop and asked. A clothing store, I guess? There are lots of luxury goods around here. Let's open a clothing store here. Feng Hao casually replied. Oh, all right. The two chatted as they went upstairs. In a small gap in the corner floor, Angia found a ruby the size of a little finger. Its edges were cut smoothly, and it was very beautiful. Feng Hao gave a thumbs up. Valuable items could never escape Angia's keen eyes. After wandering around the shop for a while, the sound of noisy footsteps came from outside the door. Grey Bear brought his men and quickly arrived. Sir, Grey Bear said once. Feng Hao walked down from upstairs and instructed. From now on, this shop is ours. Clean it up and throw away all the useless stuff. Yes, sir, Grey Bear called out, leading the workers straight into the shop, starting the cleaning process. Leaving the store in Grey Bear's care, Feng Hao took Angia to the task hall once more, but again found no suitable tasks. So, they went directly back to their residence. It was just around 2 in the afternoon when they returned to their residence. After a quick meal, Feng Hao shut himself in his room. He took out all the books on multi-headed fire python mysteries from the storage space. He turned to where there was the bookmark, and proceeded to carefully study and decipher it bit by bit. Every mage is also a scholar, not just because they can cast extraordinarily powerful spells, but because every individual who chooses the path of a mage needs to read a vast amount of books and documents, to explore the secrets of natural elements, to seek the rules of materials. Therefore, the path to becoming a mage is challenging, and also tremendously rewarding. The author of this book is a fire elemental mage named Carol, who once served as a magic instructor at a noble academy. He is heavily focused on the practice and research of fire elemental magic. Besides the final goal of the multi-headed fire python recorded in the book, there are also explanations of fire elemental magic and small magic practices. What Feng Hao was reading was another type of fire elemental summoning magic. Flame Spider. After casting the spell, a flame spider can be summoned to attack targets or follow the caster. Feng Hao stood up. He took out the Starfire wand, reading the explanation in the book while beginning to concentrate on magic. With the gathering of magic power, suddenly, in front of him, spiders made of gathered fire elementals began to materialize. Whoosh! Just as they had formed, the flame spiders instantly extinguished. The spell failed. What happened? Feng Hao sat down and carefully recalled the process. He went to the desk and started to record in his notes. First attempt at the flame spider conjuration. Steps weren't clear and cobbling was hindered. The flame spider disappeared shortly after it began to form. Finally success. The 12th attempt. In front of Feng Hao, 5 flame spiders the size of palms finally emerge. According to the author, Carol, in the book, summoning flame spiders is a very useful and effective magic. Body strength and endurance are the weaknesses of mages. Some measures to prevent enemies from approaching are very important for mages. And the size of the flame spider would increase in number and size, along with the strength of the spellcaster's magic power. Proper use can be enough to prevent the enemies from getting close or to buy time to escape. 5 flame spiders stood in place. Immediately, the smooth solid wood floor began to char. Then, with a whoosh sound, fire ignited directly. Damn it! Feng Hao was startled and immediately dispersed the flame spiders, stomping out the ignited flames. Fortunately, he could only condense 5 small ones, otherwise the house might burn down. The success of the flame spiders gave Feng Hao quite a bit of confidence that the skills he learns from reading books are more fulfilling than using scrolls. But the use of skills is not yet proficient. He will need to practice more for consistency when he has the chance, so as not to fail in real combat. He puts out the last spark. Feng Hao sat back down at his desk and continued to study the book. As time slowly passed, the sky grew increasingly dark. Knock, knock, knock. Suddenly, someone knocks on the door. Sir, Lady Rebecca's dress has arrived. Wait a bit. Feng Hao said, while marking the half-read book and re-entering it into the storage space. He opened the door, and outside stood a follower of the Grey Bear. In his hands was a cheongsam embroidered with blue patterns, made from nightfall silk. Nightfall silk is of high quality, both its gloss and softness are excellent. Rebecca is fond of blue, so blue patterns were used in the clothing. Who sent it? Feng Hao took the cheongsam and asked casually. A young lady, a very beautiful young lady. A young lady? Where is she? The young lady said she hadn't been here for a long time, so she's out looking around. The bandit follower continued to answer. Having said this, Feng Hao wasn't sure about the person's identity. Maids in the territory are always well behaved, even if they wanted to take a walk. They would first come and let him know. There hadn't been a case of someone just leaving. What does she look like? Feng Hao asked as he walked outside. This tall, with long golden hair, looks like she's in her 20s, like a noble. The follower tried his best to describe. Hearing his description, Feng Hao paused slightly. A bad feeling suddenly rose in his heart. Could it be that the vampire Rolana had come? Is she cold, as if someone owes her money? Yes, very serious. It's her. Rolana is supposed to be in Crescent Heights. Why isn't she sleeping, but delivering clothes to me? Being betrayed by the Red Duke and torn apart, imprisoned for decades. Rolana has a strong distrust of people. Even the heroes under her command, their loyalty has never improved. I gave her a bone dragon and it just increased a bit. In this period, giving a bone dragon is like giving an F-22 fighter jet. According to the plot, little girls would be so happy they'd faint. She just increased a bit of loyalty. It's a completely losing deal. Now that I don't know where she went, I just have to hope that this woman won't cause trouble again. Okay, I get it. If she comes back, let her wait for me here, don't let her wander around. Feng Hao instructed. Yes, my lord. He walked to another room and called Angia. He went outside to call for a carriage, heading to the city lord's mansion. Headed to the city lord's mansion with the cheongsam, but did not see Rebecca. Gave the cheongsam to the maid, took Angia directly to the auction venue. The location of the auction was the same hall where they had bid on the dresses last time. An auction hosted by the city lord's mansion. Whether it's the city's nobles or influential merchants, anyone with a bit of face would attend. Luxuriously decorated carriages lined the entire street. Feng Hao and Angia also dressed up quite nicely. After presenting their invitation, they entered. The bright hall was already full of people. Before the auction started, music was being played on stage. Gentlemen inviting elegantly dressed ladies to slowly stroll on the dance floor. Feng Hao was not particularly interested in dancing. Observing everyone, his gaze fell on a few people in the front row. Lai Go also noticed him. The two shared a brief eye contact. The real Lai Go was still in the blood prison of his territory. And the Lai Go in front of him was being impersonated by Little Yu using a demon mask. Investigating the faceless one along Lei Li's lead, in front of Lai Go sat a man and a woman. The man was bulky and dressed like a gentleman. But the scar on his left face and posture made him appear like a mafia boss. No need to guess, this man was the underworld boss, Lei Li. Next to Lei Li sat a voluptuous woman. Her beautiful body and low-cut dress revealed a large swath of white cleavage. The men's eyes would always inadvertently be attracted to this white expanse. Facing the men's gaze, the woman did not seem shy at all, but even occasionally twisted her body to expose her cleavage to the men's eyes. While Feng Hao was observing Lei Li and his companions, a slightly overweight man came over to him. The man was around 30 years old, with wavy short hair and very fair skin. He was wearing a light blue, waist-cinching suit, but it was clear that he wasn't suited for this outfit. You could even see the stockpiled fat beneath his clothes. Little brother, what's your name? The man held a glass of wine and greeted Feng Hao as though they were friends already. Feng Hao, what about you? Feng Hao also smiled in response. These nobles were so keen on various kinds of social events like dances, to expand their network and collect contacts. Of course, they were also looking for their own targets for an exciting encounter. My name is Eric, Mr. Feng Hao. Your design last time was brilliant. You are really bold to design Lady Rebecca's dress so short. I thought you would be dragged out and beheaded by the guards the moment I saw it. Eric said excitingly. It seemed that he was also in the fabric business, and saw Fang Hao's design during the bidding that day. Short, I thought it was just right, and Lady Rebecca seems to really like it. Fang Hao said softly. That's true. Eric nodded his head, he also agreed. Now every fabric store in the city is imitating Fang Hao's design. He feared that in a short time, all women of noble status on the streets of the city will be wearing Fang Hao's style of dress. By the way, Mr. Fang Hao, where are you from? I haven't heard of your fabric store before. Eric continued to chat casually. The outskirts of the city, further north from Prul City. Fang Hao replied. That's quite far. Is your family also in the fabric business? The fat man was more talkative, very interested in Fang Hao's background. He kept asking about various news. Fang Hao answered casually. Just as they were talking, suddenly, a woman walked into the hall from the entrance. Golden hair, a beautiful face. She instantly attracted the attention of all the men in the hall. Even the fat man next to Fang Hao opened his mouth wide, his eyes firmly fixed on the attractive figure not far away. Fang Hao looked at the woman who came in, and his heart moved slightly. Rolana, how did she get in? Rolana strode forward, casually took a glass of fruit wine from a waiter, and sat down near the stage as naturally as any noble woman in the city. She winked at Fang Hao's direction and then sat down in a position close to the stage. As soon as she sat down, a group of men immediately gathered around her, inviting her to dance. She winked at me. You saw it, right? Could this be some kind of hint? The face of the fat man Eric turned red with excitement, his voice even trembling. Eric's face turned red with excitement as he spoke to Fang Hao. Did you see that? She winked at me. Amidst all these people, she chose to cast a glance my way. Isn't this a hint of something? His previously relaxed stomach was now sucking in vigorously, making himself appear as slender as possible. It was just a look, no need to get so worked up. Fang Hao commented. You didn't see it, she secretly sent me a signal. Eric mimicked to prove he wasn't seeing things. Seeing Fang Hao not responding, Eric continued. Should I ask her to dance or should I sit down with her for a chat? I think it's better for you to stay away from her. She seems cold. It would be better not to cause trouble for yourself, Fang Hao advised. But this kind of advice, apparently, had no effect. You're still too young. A memorable encounter can transform you into a man overnight. Remember to seize any opportunity. Eric gulped down the drink in his cup and fearlessly walked towards Rolana. In the middle of the way, he turned his back towards Fang Hao and thumped his chest, giving an impression of, watch me perform. Once Eric left, Angia whispered, how come she is here? Angia was unaware that Rolana was coming. Ah, don't mention it, she's the one who sent these gowns. Fang Hao said helplessly. You better pray that nobody provokes her, or else she is capable of killing everyone here. Angia, all the while munching on a pastry, continued speaking. Stop talking, I'm starting to feel a bit apprehensive now. Being able to kill all the nobles here and then leave is within Rolana's capability. That is the thing Fang Hao was worried about. However, currently, Rolana's emotions seemed stable. The gentlemen who came forward to invite her to dance were all declined by Rolana. No abnormality was encountered. However, when the chubby Eric came near, Rolana curiously glanced at Fang Hao, her eyes filled with doubts. She thought that Eric was arranged by Fang Hao. Since Rolana did not directly tell him off, Eric further confirmed his uniqueness. He glanced back at Fang Hao boastfully and directly sat down next to Rolana. After sitting for a while, Eric returned. He came back to where Fang Hao was. Why did you come back? Fang Hao asked curiously. A man shouldn't appear too enthusiastic, he should gradually progress. Leaving a good first impression on each other is enough, Eric confidently said, flicking his hair. Fang Hao remained somewhat speechless. He didn't want to continue on this topic and asked curiously, who is the woman beside Lei Li? Do you like this type? Eric was stunned. That's Lei Li's woman, Deborah. This woman is wild. I heard that men who slept with her needed to rest for a few days. Ah, Lei Li's woman and others dared to touch her? Fang Hao exclaimed. Well, Lei Li doesn't care about these things. Deborah is very open-minded. You can try it, maybe you can take her away tonight. Eric lowered his voice even more. It's better to be more careful while discussing Lei Li. Being able to reach his present position through his mafia connections. Lei Li's competency and means are sufficiently proven. Forget about it. Fang Hao shook his head. During their conversation, the music in the hall suddenly stopped. People left the dance floor and returned to their seats. A butler dressed in a suit stepped onto the stage. After lightly clapping his hands, he announced loudly, "Thank you all for waiting. Please welcome Lord Aubrey and Lady Rebecca." The music started once again. Lord Aubrey and Rebecca appeared together on the second floor. But the two didn't come down. Instead, they waved at everyone from a location where the stage was visible. Whoosh! As soon as they appeared, the entire hall buzzed like a swarm of bees. Aubrey was dressed in a green suit embroidered with golden lines, while Rebecca wore a black body-hugging cheongsam for the banquet. The black cheongsam perfectly fit her body. The full contours of Rebecca were fully revealed. The raised areas weren't flabby at all. The dress slightly tightened at her waist, accentuating her waist and plump buttocks. Especially the slits at the sides, revealing her rounded and fair legs. Beauty and coquettishness, solemn and elegant, all showing in one woman. Both, the gentlemen of graceful demeanor, and ladies dressed extravagantly, were watching with wide eyes. Contrary to Rebecca's astonishing appearance, Lord Aubrey appeared rather gloomy. Plus, his sallow face, deeply sunken eyes, and a blackened area around them, made him look like a gravely ill father standing next to his daughter. Lord Aubrey, Lady Rebecca. The crowd below saluted. Everyone, take your seats. Let's begin the auction now. Lord Aubrey spoke, then together with Rebecca, they both sat down on the second floor. The people below returned to their seats. The butler from just now took the stage again to start the day's auction. Without much of an introduction, he announced directly, "All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're now selling the goods from the first warehouse. There are a total of 102 oil paintings, priced at 5,000 gold coins each. With each bid must be at least 100 gold coins." A few people stepped onto the stage. They showed 3 oil paintings as samples to the audience. 2 landscape paintings, and 1 painting of a young woman. "That woman is the wife of Daoyi. I have seen her before." Eric was again quietly sharing. "Oh." Fang Hao nodded. "Daoyi?" It sounded like a familiar name, but for the moment, he couldn't remember where he knew it from. However, what surprised Fang Hao the most was that the auction was conducted on a warehouse-by-warehouse basis. The categories of the items were already predefined, then collectively sold off. This gives a sense of blind box opening. The chances of finding hidden treasures in the warehouse, however, are low. After all, they're selling with their eyes wide open, while you're buying with your eyes tightly shut. Ibid, 5,100, 5,200. Very quickly, people started bidding, and prices rose rapidly, reaching 10,000 gold coins within 2 minutes. Fang Hao himself lacked any artistic sense and held little interest in paintings. He did not join in the bidding, but instead turned to Eric beside him and asked in a soft voice, "Mr. Eric, I have a question." "Yes, go ahead. I came from outside the city and don't quite understand why Lady Rebecca goes to the federal conference while the city lord is still alive." This has always been a question in Fang Hao's mind. The roles of the city lord and his wife seem somewhat unusual. Moreover, Rebecca has the power to command the city's armies. This left Fang Hao more confused about who truly holds power in Lis City. The affairs of the city lord's mansion are not easily explained. Eric hesitated, wanting to speak but swallowed his words. "Just say it, I'm just curious and won't spread it out," Fang Hao promised. Eric was talkative by nature and couldn't resist after Fang Hao's multiple assurances. He began to tell everything he knew about the city lord's mansion. Rebecca was not originally from this city. She came to Lis City when the former city lord was still alive. Very quickly, Rebecca displayed excellent administrative abilities, and took up the position of an administrative deputy within the city. After the old city lord had an accident, logically Rebecca should have succeeded him. However, when the news of the city lord's replacement reached the federal conference, problems arose. The conference questioned Rebecca's half-elf status, believing that she would not completely side with the humans when faced with a choice. Thus, the matter of the city lord's succession stalled for a while. Later, a sudden message from the city lord's mansion stirred the city. Rebecca had married the current Lord Aubrey, with Aubrey becoming the city lord. However, the core power of the city still lay in Rebecca's hands. "I've heard that the city lord and Lady Rebecca aren't as close as they seem. They barely even talk to each other." Eric didn't stop once he started. Fang Hao didn't ask any further. Eric just let everything he knew and heard spill out. After listening carefully, Fang Hao instinctively looked at Lord Aubrey. He saw that the woman standing next to Lei Li was constantly throwing flirtatious glances at Aubrey. Ah, so that's how it is, Feng Hao nodded, understanding everything. No wonder Rebecca was able to mobilize all the city's troops with just one sentence. She is the true core of power in the city, and because the conference questioned her identity. They put forward a figurehead city lord. With their conversation, the paintings in this warehouse were finally sold for 10,500 gold coins to a nobleman. The first auctioned warehouse netted over 10,000 gold coins, which pleased the auctioneer. The auction for the second warehouse's items commenced immediately after. It was full of high-end items, such as porcelain cups, lanterns, etc., in large quantities. After the bidding, the items were sold for a price of 20,000 gold coins. Alright, next are the items in the third warehouse. There are 56 collectibles in total, including 37 pieces of artifacts, 13 paintings and calligraphies, 5 sculptures and 1 specimen. The starting bid is 10,000 gold coins. Each increment must be no less than 100. The auctioneer loudly introduced. Behind him, 3 sample items were brought out. A huge oil painting measuring 2 meters, an animal sculpture, and a shiny silvered thin blade knife. Upon seeing this familiar weapon, Feng Hao's eyebrows immediately furrowed. It was part of Little Yu's expiation weapon series. Glancing at Little Yu, she kept her eyes straight ahead, standing silently behind Lei Li. He wasn't interested in any of the collectibles in this warehouse. Nor did he have the ability to appreciate them. However, he had to get this expiation weapon. The relationship between the Lord and the hero was reciprocal. While the hero serves the Lord, Feng Hao also had to support and develop them. Each expiation weapon would greatly level up Little Yu's rank. Hence, he had to buy this warehouse, even if the rest of the items were rubbish. 10,100. A man in the front position was the first to bid. 10,200, 10,300, 80,500. When the bid reached 80,500, the bidding paused. To everyone present, it seemed these items were worth no more than 80,000 gold coins. Seeing no one else bidding, Feng Hao began to bid, 81,000. Unexpectedly, someone in the back started bidding. Everyone turned around and looked to the back. Eric's face momentarily froze. He gave an awkward smile, pointing at Feng Hao, indicating it was him who had made the bid, and had nothing to do with himself. 81,500. The man who had bid prior to Feng Hao continued, raising the price by 500. 82,000. Feng Hao raised the bid. The man looked carefully at Feng Hao, then bid again, 82,500. At the same time he said, I'm only interested in 2 of the artworks, which are worth this much. If you continue to bid, young man, then I will step down. The value of the items in the warehouse was about 80,000. He even suspected that Feng Hao was intentionally raising the price to trick him. He decided to speak up directly, saying that if he increased the price again, he would concede. But as soon as he said this, Feng Hao immediately raised the price. Thank you, 82,600. This time, he only raised it by the minimum of 100 gold. The man's face stiffened a bit, but since he had already spoken, he couldn't continue to bid against a young man. So he simply put down the sign in his hand and silently started to drink his wine. Seeing this, the auctioneer, after a few seconds of pause and no one bidding, made the final decision with a hammer gavel. The goods of this warehouse were sold to Feng Hao for 82,600 gold coins. Once the goods were in his hands, Feng Hao let out a sigh of relief. The auction hosted by the city lord's mansion was still in a state of low-price quick sales. After the items were appraised, they were sold at a minimum price for everyone to bid on. But the prices wouldn't be too outrageous. Now that Little Yu is at the green tier 4 level, after she gets this weapon, her tier will be raised again. The auctioneer began to introduce the items from the next warehouse, which was an assortment of gold and silver ornaments. Feng Hao wasn't very interested, so he turned to Eric and said, So what's next? Where do I make the payment? He didn't know anything about this process. There was no one to tell him, so he could only ask the fat man next to him. Don't rush, someone will come to find you later, you just have to give the money to get the keys then. Explained Eric. Oh. Feng Hao nodded in agreement. Surely, during the 6th round of the auction, a maid walked over and whispered, Sir, you have purchased the items from warehouse number 402, would you like to make the payment now? Can I pay later? Yes, if you don't have the money with you, you can deliver it within 2 days. The maid answered with a smile. The auction invites all the town's dignitaries. One could say the city lord's mansion knew the identities of everyone. They weren't afraid they would default on the payment, and with the vast amount of the transactions. Some really did need to pay later. Oh, I'll pay now. Feng Hao took out 3 Warfire cards with a denomination of 10,000 and put them on the tray in the maid's hand. According to the exchange rate between Warfire coins and gold coins, more than 80,000 gold coins was equivalent to over 27,000 Warfire coins. All right, please wait a moment, sir. The maid nodded, took the money, and left directly. 3 minutes later, the maid came back. She handed over a warehouse key to Feng Hao and whispered, "Sir, this is the key to warehouse number 402. The goods can be stored for another 10 days. If you haven't taken them after 10 days, there will be a storage fee of 3 gold coins per day." All right, I understand. Feng Hao nodded and took the key. He didn't need 10 days, he had bought collectibles and their volume wasn't big. When the time came, he could just put them into his storage space and take them away directly. The maid nodded too, and then turned around to leave. The auction entered the 10th round, and the items up for auction became city properties. There were residential houses as well as commercial shops. Feng Hao took a liking to one of the warehouses, and bought it for 120,000 to use as storage. Time passed little by little. The auction ended at midnight. The gorgeously dressed dignitaries were chatting and leaving at the same time. They got in their carriages and left. "Mr. Feng Hao, it's great to meet you. I hope we can meet again sometime." Eric said goodbye to Feng Hao, too. "Goodbye, Mr. Eric." Feng Hao also responded with a smile. This fat man was quite intriguing. He had found out many things about List City from him in that one night. Eric nodded, turned around, and left. After a while, most of the people had left the main hall. The few remaining nobles were also chatting while heading outside. Feng Hao directly sat down next to Lorana. "I thought you liked quiet. A little bustle once in a while is also good." "Where did you go?" Feng Hao asked. Lorana leaned back in her soft chair. "I went to the commercial street and the temple, and sat in your hot pot restaurant for a while. It's doing quite well." Goodness, she even dared to visit the temple. List City has a large population, so it's easy to see the results of doing business, said Feng Hao. Lorana quietly replied. Just as Feng Hao was about to ask Lorana when she planned to leave, a maid hurried over. "Mr. Feng Hao, the lady wishes to speak with you about the dress matter." "Oh, lead the way," he replied. Feng Hao stood up and followed the maid up the stairs. Rebecca was waiting in the second-floor hall. And seeing Feng Hao enter made her smile disappear immediately. "Is this the dress you sent? It's so form-fitting." The cheongsam was indeed form-fitting, and the pattern across the fabric was dazzlingly beautiful. Like the stars of the night sky. All night, she felt the hot gaze of all the men in the room on her. Her cheeks were burning. There was also a bizarre feeling in her heart, somewhat shy but also somewhat womanly pride. Yes, this kind of dress is not easily worn by many. If one does not possess a perfect figure, they will not be able to wear it. Feng Hao said, noticing Rebecca's displeasure, and quickly started to explain. "It's a bit too much though," she said. "Mrs. Rebecca, by tomorrow the whole city will be discussing your dress sense. Within 3 days, the ladies of high society will be vying to copy your outfit. You've absolutely dazzled everyone tonight," Feng Hao declared. With that said, Rebecca blushed and felt a sudden warmth throughout her body. Before Rebecca could reply, Feng Hao interjected. "Mrs. Rebecca, tomorrow fabric stores will be wanting to borrow your cheongsam to make replicas. I hope you don't lend it to them. Design isn't easy after all." Rebecca was quickly convinced by Feng Hao's explanation. If the ladies in the city wore this, there was nothing for her to be shy about. "Don't worry, I won't do that," replied Rebecca, sitting straight back down, revealing her fair thigh from the slit of her dress. "Just now I noticed you purchased a warehouse. Do you have an interest in antiques?" Rebecca asked, steering the conversation away from dresses. "Not really, I'm just participating. I always buy something, it's about taking part," Feng Hao said, taking a seat as well. Rebecca rolled her eyes at him. "I always feel like you're not quite right in the head." "Oh, I'm quite all right." Just as they were chatting, a warning voice came from the staircase. "Miss, you cannot approach here casually." Feng Hao turned his head to look. He saw Lorana standing on the stairs, her icy gaze fixed on the guardian. The guard swallowed hard under her stare. "Mrs. Rebecca, that woman came with me," said Feng Hao immediately. "Let the lady come through." The guard stepped aside, allowing Lorana to walk in. She silently stood by Feng Hao's side. Rebecca looked at Feng Hao again, her eyes full of inquest. Feng Hao wasn't sure why Lorana came up. He had to introduce her. Mrs. Rebecca, this is Miss Lorana. She is from the same city as me, and we happened to meet at the auction. Introducing Lorana's identity was a bit challenging. He couldn't mention Crescent Heights, so he only claimed she was from the same city. The beauty of the lonely night. Lorana has increased her loyalty to you by 4 points, totaling 30 loyalty. Just after making the introduction, Feng Hao received a system message. He looked up at Lorana, and saw the beautiful icicle-like woman's face colored slightly. What's going on? He only introduced her, and he instantly gained 4 loyalty points. The bone dragon he gave away only gained him 1 point. Mrs. Rebecca, it's nice to meet you, Lorana greeted her first. Although Lorana has been alive for hundreds of years, she still looks in her 20s. It's just that her face is always cold, which makes people feel distant. Rebecca was somewhat astonished at Lorana's appearance. She responded with a slight nod. Nice to meet you, Miss Lorana. Is this your first time in List City? After the introduction, Rolana also sat down nearby. I've been here a few times before, but there have been quite a lot of changes this time round, Rolana said. Indeed, there have been significant changes compared to a few years ago. I remember there was a beautiful opera house to the west of the city, but it's no longer there. Oh, the opera house simply moved and was expanded. Its environment is now much better than before. The auction ended. People gradually left the city lord's mansion. Some men and women who had gotten along well at the ball got into the same carriage together. Others sought out a nearby secluded corner to continue their conversations. Eric glanced over, a cold smirk on his face. She can't hold a candle to Miss Rolana, he thought of the heavily made-up ladies. Only fools like you would tug these women into the corners. With that in mind, he headed for the carriage himself. But just as he neared the carriage, he was stopped by a group of men. Eric's face darkened in an instant. This is the city lord's mansion, what are you trying to do here? Seeing Eric's anxious look, the men burst into laughter. They said, Fatty, our boss Lei Li wants to see you, come with us. Lei Li? A cold sweat broke out on Eric's face. Being targeted by Lei Li was even worse than being robbed, but he had no choice but to follow them to meet Lei Li. Thankfully, he was in the city lord's mansion. Many people saw him being led away by Lei Li's men, so Lei Li shouldn't dare to actually harm him. Comforting himself with this thought, the group approached a nicely designed carriage. Boss, we've brought Eric. Let him in. The carriage door was opened, and Eric stepped inside. Inside the spacious carriage, Lei Li and the beautiful Deborah were seated on one side. Lai Go, Lei Li's right-hand man, was seated on the other. As Eric entered the carriage, he felt a wave of pressure wrapping around him and his legs began to shake uncontrollably. Boss Lei Li, you wanted to see me? Eric tried to control the fear in his heart. No need to be nervous. Just answer whatever I ask, this will be a casual meeting, Lei Li said bluntly. Why yes, do you know that black-haired lad? Lei Li asked in a low voice. I'm not very familiar with him. Actually, I just met him, Eric replied in a fluster. What's his name? His name is Feng Hao. I'm not very close with him. We just had a short talk today, Eric replied. What does he do? Lei Li leaned on his knees, his eyes locked on the chubby man. Recently, the city's faceless men were investigating how Rebecca had managed to slip past their sights. Lei Li too was probing. In his investigation, he discovered that this black-haired young man frequently met with Rebecca at the city lord's mansion. Today, he saw Eric getting along with the black-haired lad rather well. So, he decided to bring him in directly. He's a cloth merchant. This time, Mrs. Rebecca's council meeting dress was made by him. And he's staying in List City because Mrs. Rebecca has ordered some new clothes from him. Eric blurted out everything he knew at once. He's not from this city? No, he said he's from a city north of Proul City, and he's planning to open a shop in this city. Did he say anything else? Lei Li continued to press on. He asked me why List City is run by Mrs. Rebecca instead of the city lord. Ha! At this, Lei Li burst out laughing. That Feng Hao seems to know nothing about the situation in List City. Regarding such common knowledge, he still needed to specifically ask about it. What else did he say? Eric glanced shyly at Deborah's thigh and whispered. He deliberately asked about Miss Deborah. At these words, the carriage fell into a brief silence before a woman's hearty laughter filled the space. It seems that the lad's got some taste. Now that you say it, I kind of like him a little. chuckled Deborah, a soft whisper following her laughter. All right, you can leave now. You know the consequences if you tell anyone else about this matter, right? Lei Li warned again. I understand. Even if I were braver, I wouldn't dare to talk about this, Eric guaranteed loudly before slowly retreating away. Only 3 people remained in the carriage. Lai Go, do you think this Fang Hao is suspicious? Lei Li asked Lai Go. Lai Go thought for a moment and replied, Boss, what the fatty said matches up to what I investigated. This black-haired lad is from out of town. He couldn't possibly be involved in this matter. Even if he wanted to be involved, a cloth merchant like him wouldn't have the capacity to. I also feel that there's a slim chance it's him. Lei Li gave the side wall a light tap, and the carriage began to move slowly. Seeing that the two weren't discussing this matter anymore, Deborah nestled against Lei Li, her voice coy. Big Lei, let me go and dig up some information about that lad for you. Lei Li didn't reply. Pretty please, that boy is really good looking, Deborah continued to plead. As excited as you are about this small matter, you can go ahead and meet the lad after a few days. Lei Li finally said, all right, Big Lei is the best. The second floor of the city lord's mansion. Fang Hao sat down, listening as the two women's conversation grew more animated. They had moved from discussing changes in the city to engaging in a lively conversation about music and art. Rebecca is very artsy and has some exposure to music. Rolana is from the traditional blood clan and is well versed in these subjects, making for a good conversation partner for Rebecca. Fang Hao glanced at his watch. It was already 1:40 in the morning. He yawned and said, Madam Rebecca, it's quite late, I don't want to interrupt your rest. Rebecca nodded, okay, if anything crops up, I'll notify you. Sure. Fang Hao turned to Rolana, Miss Rolana, it's very late. Do you need my carriage to take you back? The Eternal Night clan is more energetic during the night. However, everyone else is still a normal person who needs rest. Rolana glanced at Fang Hao and stood up, Madam Rebecca, I'll see you next time. Yes, until next time. After bidding farewell to Rebecca, the 3 of them left the city lord's mansion directly. They got into the carriage to go back to their quarters. This late, the streets were deserted and the only sound was the horses' hoofs and the wheels rolling over the road. Fang Hao and the others were sitting in the carriage. They fell into momentary silence. I will stay in Lis City for a couple of days. When are you planning to return? Fang Hao asked Rolana, who sat opposite him. He didn't want to keep Rolana in Lis City. He was afraid she might cause trouble. I need some farming tools. Once I get them, I'll go back. Rolana replied. Fang Hao had already sent a group of people to Crescent Heights, even though these individuals were bandits who had surrendered. Rolana visited Fang Hao for some pioneering tools. Discovering he wasn't at his fiefdom and that there were gowns to deliver, she came over directly. That's no problem, I'll arrange people to deliver them to you when we are back, Fang Hao said softly. These tools could be manufactured using 100-fold amplification. It wasn't a problem at all. However, it was inconvenient to manufacture and transport them in Lis City. Well, I'll also stay in Lis City for a few days and we can leave together then, Rolana continued. You don't have to, you can go back first, I'll arrange people to send you the tools directly. In saying this, Fang Hao was quite clear his intention was disregarded by Rolana. She leaned back on her chair and closed her eyes. The carriage returned to their place of residence. Rolana was shown to her room, and Fang Hao retired for rest as well. The next day, 9 a.m. in the morning. He had come home at 2 in the morning, so he woke up slightly later today. Rubbing his bleary eyes, he sat up in bed and saw a figure standing at the door. She knocked on the door lightly. Knock, knock, knock. Fang Hao was shocked and instinctively reached for the weapon beside him. The next second, he recognized the figure standing at the door. Little Yu, who had reverted to her original form. He glared at her. Little Yu, what are you doing? Sir, didn't you tell me to knock first when I come? Little Yu revealed a cunning smile. Oh, come on, what's the point in knocking on the door if you're already inside my room? Realizing her playfulness, Fang Hao knew she did it on purpose. Little Yu's level had upgraded and she was no longer the cold, emotionless creature she once was. She even learned how to play pranks now. I'm warning you, I have a heart condition. Keep this up and you'll scare me to death. Fang Hao put his weapon down and got out of bed. Bachelor Nelson, I won't let anything happen to you. Fang Hao dressed up, while he was freshening up and chatting about the situation regarding the Faceless. He heard from Little Yu that she had been to Lei Li and was questioned about Eric, and the reason why Little Yu was still with Lei Li. After breakfast, it was already lunchtime. Fang Hao took the group to warehouse 402 where the auction purchases were stored. He pulled out the key and opened the warehouse's gate. As the metal gate opened, the scene inside was revealed. 13 oil paintings covered with rag cloths were leaning against the wall. The remaining items, which wrapped a few half-human height statues, were casually placed in the middle of the warehouse. Good lord, all this stuff was his and he felt like he had just spent his money on a junkyard. Fang Hao randomly placed the oil paintings into the storage space and removed the linen cloth covering the items. 5 sculptures, they looked pretty good. 3 were in the form of animals, the other 2 a pair of naked men and women. They appeared to be a set, and the other side displayed the Atonement series weapons needed by Little Yu. Surprisingly, however, there weren't just one weapon but 2. Atonement Willow Blade, Atonement Broad Blade, scored big time. There were actually 2 Atonement weapons. Little Yu, go ahead and take the weapons, Fang Hao told Little Yu who was behind him. Little Yu was here today for the weapons Fang Hao had bought yesterday. Thank you, sir. Little Yu approached. The moment she made contact with the weapons, a blue light surged from her body. Disaster Song Hilda, blue level 2 hero. The moment she touched the weapon, Little Yu went straight from a green hero to a blue hero. Her abilities and properties have also been greatly enhanced. Disaster Song Hilda's loyalty to you increases by 2 points, current loyalty is 97. With the collection of exonerating weapons, Little Yu is gradually recovering her memories from when she was alive. Although Fang Hao didn't ask her about her past, but he also noticed that as her memories returned, Little Yu's personality became fuller and more like a living person's. But the increase in loyalty is also becoming slower, giving the impression that the little girl has seen the world and is not easily deceived. But 97 points is already quite high. Even if it's slower, when the remaining 6 exonerating weapons are all collected, it will definitely reach 100 points. Fang Hao stood to one side, silently waiting. The moment Little Yu opened her eyes, Fang Hao saw her jet black pupils, making his heart tighten. It gave the feeling of gazing into an endless abyss. But the next second, Little Yu blinked her eyes, and she returned to normal. How do you feel, Little Yu? Fang Hao asked softly from the side. I feel stronger, master. Little Yu replied with a smile. That's good, you can go back now. Continue to keep an eye on the situation with Lei Li. Most importantly, focus on staying safe. Fang Hao continued to instruct her. The situation with Lei Li needed Little Yu to continue to follow up. Apparently Faceless Ones have arranged for an important figure to come to Lis City. Alright master, I'll be going then. Little Yu nodded and said. Little Yu exited the warehouse. Fang Hao continued to wave at people to carry things out of the warehouse onto the dray outside. The Grey Bear paratroopers standing by heard his orders, and walked into the warehouse to carefully move the items inside the warehouse onto the dray. They knew all these items were purchased by Fang Hao at a high price. They were also afraid that they might accidentally ruin something, which would be hard to explain. As large items were all loaded onto the dray, the warehouse was emptied, revealing an almost 3-meter tall fossil leaning against the back. The fossil was nearly 3 meters tall and over a meter wide. Mantisman fossil, category, fossil. Description: Strickland Mantisman, natural weapon masters. They are skilled in and adept at using all kinds of melee weapons. Some gifted Mantismen are even born with the ability to release psychic energy. The cross-section of the stone was clearly visible. A Mantisman figure was clearly visible. They have a humanoid appearance with jointed skeletal limbs resembling an insect's. Although Fang Hao had not seen the Mantisman race, but from the description, it could be seen that Strickland Mantismen have impressive close combat abilities. The last one, who was called a weapon master, could fight 5 at once. Fang Hao stood in front of the fossil and looked at it silently. He thought to himself, the fossil should be considered a bone too, right? Master, should we move this stone too? One of the subordinates, looking at the stone bearing the imprint of a Mantisman, asked softly. He didn't understand anything about fossils. All he knew was that the Lord had spent tens of thousands and purchased something which included a huge stone. Move it back. All right, master. The men continued their action, moved the fossil out of the warehouse, placed it on the dray and transported it back to their residence. After dealing with the warehouse affairs, Feng Hao took Angia to the hot pot restaurant. It was already in the afternoon, and there were quite a few customers in the restaurant. Mopping their foreheads and battling the heat, they enjoyed the hot pot. Here, the price of the Troll's wine barrel fruit wine was cheap, but could still bring in a significant income. As soon as Feng Hao entered the shop, he saw a familiar figure standing in front of the counter. The black cloak left a deep impression. Half-demon alchemist. This was indeed a coincidence. Feng Hao was just checking the store but happened to meet the demon alchemist delivering potions. Mr. Alchemist, what a surprise meeting. Feng Hao greeted. The stranger's voice came from behind, and the half-demon alchemist's body jolted sharply. He quickly turned around, and when he saw Feng Hao's face, his horror subsided. "Ah, boss, it's you," the half-demon said. "Yes, are you here to deliver the potions today?" Feng Hao asked with a smile. Because of his identity, the half-demon was very careful when moving around the city. He certainly wouldn't be so amply cloaked if he came for a hot pot. "Yes, I've concocted a few potions and thought I'd bring them to you," the half-demon continued. "Good, let's discuss this upstairs." The bustling hall wasn't suitable for a conversation. On the third floor, in a private room, several people sat down. The half-demon alchemist, still wearing his cloak. Feng Hao didn't mind and directly asked him, "Let's see the potions you've brought this time." "Oh, all right," the half-demon alchemist agreed and took out all the potions from his bag. He still carried his items in rough terracotta pots, placed on the table, a total of 8 potions. Feng Hao started to check the name of each potion. Healing potion, 3 bottles, magic potion, 2 bottles, hemostatic potion, ephemeral years potion, perception potion, still in line with the style of the half-demon alchemist. No unified direction for concocting, relatively scattered types. Hemostatic potion, healing bleeding wounds, perception potion, significantly increases user's sense of awareness, duration, 1 minute, ephemeral years potion, category, level 3 potion, effect, efficiency of any training plus 25%, including, but not limited to, combat, stamina, magic, processing, and other related abilities. Description: a level 3 potion concocted by the alchemist significantly increases the efficiency of combat training. Level 3 potion, and it can increase training efficiency by 25%. Seeing this attribute, Feng Hao glanced subconsciously at Angia, who was sitting next to him with her legs crossed. Angia has now reached level 2 blue. Although she is lazy, she has adhered to her daily training and is thus rather diligent. If there is ample supply of this kind of potion, it can shorten Angia's time to level up. Not only her, even he can use it. It's indeed a very good potion. "Fine, I will take all of them. How much do you want?" Feng Hao said straightforwardly. "It's a total of 850 gold coins, sir. This potion is a level 3 potion. Not only are the material costs high, but the concoction difficulty is also relatively high, so the price is 500 gold. The half-demon alchemist quoted the price and added an explanation. Feng Hao didn't say much. He asked the maid to prepare 850 gold coins directly. While waiting for the maid to prepare the gold coins, Feng Hao continued, "Like, Constitution Enhancement Potion, and Ephemeral Years Potion. You can produce more of these. When the time comes, I will buy them all. Moreover, I need a potion called Flame Rhythm. It's a level 2 potion. I hope you can help me concoct it." The Flame Rhythm is a potion documented in Multi-Headed Fire Python Secret Art Eye. It's a potion that can be used during the cultivation of fire elemental magic. Lately, Feng Hao had been reading this book, studying the various pieces of magic knowledge written in it. This time, he opportunistically met the half-demon alchemist, and conveniently shared with him the formula for the Flame Rhythm potion. As a half-demon alchemist, he could concoct even level 3 potions, so level 2 should be no problem at all. This time, Feng Hao directly expressed his needs, instead of allowing the alchemist to concoct potions at will. Like the last time, the seal potion that extended underwater duration, and the perception potion this time. In fact, these were not particularly useful to Feng Hao. His undead troops would explore any dangerous areas, so there were not many opportunities to use these potions. The only reason he bought them all was that they were inexpensive, allowing him to store them for potential future use. But he still hoped that the alchemist would lean towards concocting potions like the Physical Enhancement Potion and the Ephemeral Years Potion. For those were the potions that would be of greater help to him and his heroes. Flame rhythm? The half-demon alchemist rummaged his memory, thinking of the recipe for this potion. He continued to say, I know about this potion, but I haven't tried making it yet. I can try after returning home, but I can't guarantee success the first time around. So the price might be slightly higher. In other words, if he failed in his initial attempts, the cost of the wasted materials would be charged to Fang Hao. Sure, Fang Hao readily agreed. The half-demon continued. As for the physical enhancement potion and the ephemeral years potion, I will prioritize making them if the materials permit. I cannot guarantee the availability of the materials, though. His half-demon identity indeed presented him with numerous inconveniences. Currently, he made potions on the basis of whatever materials he had on hand. If a specific potion was asked for, it wasn't that he couldn't make it, rather, he would need to see if he had the appropriate materials. If you are having trouble, list out what you need, and I can arrange for people to go buy them. Understanding his predicament, Fang Hao made the suggestion. He was also planning to cultivate medicinal herbs at Crescent Heights. He just hadn't communicated this to Rolana yet, but he thought there shouldn't be any problems. As long as he explained it to Rolana, she probably wouldn't refuse. Hearing Fang Hao's proposal, the half-demon alchemist hesitated. The idea certainly seemed feasible, but it also meant that he would have to frequently interact with people from Fang Hao's side. He was unsure if this method might cause trouble for him and his family. After all, it would be very dangerous if his true identity was exposed. After some thought, the half-demon ultimately rejected Fang Hao's proposal. There is no need to trouble you, sir. I will find a way to buy the materials myself. Fang Hao didn't insist either. All right. Soon enough, a maid brought in the prepared gold coins. The hefty coin bag was handed over to the hands of the half-demon alchemist. Holding the money brought a smile to his face. After bidding Fang Hao farewell, he immediately left the hotpot restaurant. Fang Hao, accompanied by Angia, enjoyed a hotpot meal before returning to his residence. Because Rebecca had a task, Fang Hao had already lived in Lis City for 2 days, experiencing a rare leisure time for himself. No need to worry about anything, just leaving it to the maid and subordinates to handle. In these 2 days, he spent most of his time in the room, continuing his study of the knowledge recorded in the books. The esoteric of the multi-headed fire python was like a compendium summarizing all the knowledge of magic, linking together fragmented pieces of knowledge. To understand it, one would need to cross-reference several other books for learning. Gradually, scattered knowledge would become a complete training system. From meditation to practice, all the way to the consumption of auxiliary potions. The more Fang Hao read, the more fascinated he became by the depth of the world of magic. Similarly, through the learning, his gains were also significant. Though he only learned one skill from it, the flame spider, Fang Hao's understanding of magic deepened. Using it is no longer about casting skills based on templates, but truly feeling the pattern of magical power flowing within him. He now uses his control to either speed up or slow down the gathering of magic. Able to calculate the optimal timing to release magic, Fang Hao stayed for 2 days. Rolana also stayed for 2 days. Her abilities were far stronger than an ordinary blood clan's. She dared to strut around on the streets in broad daylight, sporting only a sun hat. Initially, Fang Hao was a bit worried, but he relaxed when he saw that she was just wandering around. He gave her some money to buy things she liked while she was roaming around. Fang Hao mentioned to her that he wanted to plant herbs at Crescent Heights. Rolana was quite cooperative this time. After a brief inquiry, she agreed she would arrange for the planting once she returned. On the 3rd day of their stay, in the afternoon, Fang Hao stood in the courtyard, starfire wand in hand, starting to build up magic, feeling the magic around him gathering towards him. The next moment, he conjured 6 spiders made of fire, each about the size of a washbasin. Their bodies are made entirely of fire elements, heating the surroundings intensely. Go! Fang Hao pointed his wand forward, and the 6 spiders rushed towards a target ahead, fiercely biting the wooden target wrapped in leather. In the blink of an eye, the wooden target was torn apart and then completely burnt to ashes. Based on his multiple experiments, Fang Hao had figured out the characteristics of the flame spider. They were crawling, tearing, and burning. Crawling, this characteristic was very similar to a spider's. It could climb on difficult terrains. including trees, walls, ceilings. This meant that, with the exception of being in water or floating in the air, flame spiders could strike at you from any position, tearing or rushing towards the target to tear and bite at it. Burning, the spider's own fire element could set the target and anything it touched ablaze, inflicting fire damage. Generally speaking, the physical strength of mages wasn't high. A summoned creature that could delay the enemy was vital for a mage. How many days have you been practicing now? Why is it still just a spider? Angia, leaning against the wall with some snacks, silently watched. It's just the spider. No matter how much I practice, the spider just gets bigger and multiplies. Fang Hao waved his wand again, and the flame spider dispersed. Boring, no use whatsoever. Angia turned her head and entered the room. What the heck do you mean by that? Fang Hao watched as Angia returned to her room, feeling undervalued for his efforts. Just as he was planning to return to his room to continue reading, someone from the city lord's office came over. It was Rebecca's personal handmaid. Mr. Fang Hao. The maid gave a slight curtsy. Yes, does Lady Rebecca have any instructions? Fang Hao asked softly. The maid took a few steps forward and handed a map in her hand to Fang Hao, saying quietly, "This is the map. The location is a mansion outside the city. In the evening, there will be people to escort you out of the city." All right, I understand. Fang Hao casually tucked away the map. The maid bowed slightly, turned around, and left right away. A week had passed since Fang Hao had last captured the members of the Faceless Ones. After a few quiet days, it seemed like they were starting to get active again. Fang Hao filed away the map, pointing out a mansion to the west of the city. Tell Grey Bear to return with his men. Fang Hao instructed one of his subordinates. Yes, sir. Grey Bear and his men were busy cleaning up the shops in West City. There was action expected tonight. Naturally, they had to maintain a good condition. The night was dark and windy. In a secluded and dilapidated warehouse, everyone waited in silence. They waited for the person Rebecca had arranged to come and meet them. For this mission, Rolana also came along. The night was her usual time to be active. Hearing about the mission, she also decided to join in on the fun. Don't run around later, you can kill the riffraff outside. But the people wearing black hoodies inside must be captured alive. Be careful not to kill them. Fang Hao approached Rolana and quietly instructed her. Of course, this was not the first time he had said this. Rolana turned her head to the side, looking like she didn't want to deal with Fang Hao. Grey Bear and his gang of bandits were even more curious about the relationship between Fang Hao and Rolana now. At first, they thought this beautiful woman was the lover Fang Hao had taken back. Then they felt she was one of his subordinates who was a hero. Now with Fang Hao persuading her, these people began to doubt again. Couldn't it be the Tsunere fiancé from the story? But everyone also heard that Fang Hao was urging the woman to be careful when making her move not to kill everyone. This also meant that Rolana had prodigious strength. Fang Hao said nothing else when he saw that Rolana remained silent. Everyone quietly waited. About 20 minutes later, the expected help finally arrived. This was one of Rebecca's guards, now dressed as if he had just returned from the tavern. He walked into the room and closed the door behind him. Seeing Fang Hao and the others, he spoke softly. I will guide you out through the western city gate, but once the city gate opens, there could potentially be enemies within the city defense army. Therefore, you need to overtake the mansion before the other party sends out the news. There was a high possibility that the Faceless Ones had planted their own people among the city defense army. Once the city gate opens, someone might notice and pass the information to the people in the mansion outside the city. However, the people from the city lord's office would try to control the speed at which the message was relayed in order to buy Fang Hao more time. Okay, let's set off. Sure. The room's door opened again, with everyone following behind the soldier in the darkness, rushing towards the West City Gate. West City Gate. The soldier carried out a conversation up front. The city gate was soon opened enough for a person to pass through. All of them, without any exchange of words, directly left the city. After they left the city gate was closed again. The group continued on without stopping. In a dense forest not far from the mansion, they hid. There were many guards and secret sentinels in the mansion, and torches illuminated the surroundings. Fang Hao released the skeleton sparrow. Using God's presence, it flew into the air to observe the mansion. This time, besides the hidden sentinels lurking in the shadows, he also saw some heavily armed mercenaries. From the insignia on their chests, he could identify the Northern Tower Mercenary Group and Bloodthorn Mercenary Group. These two mercenary groups were quite well known in Lys City. The North Tower Mercenary Group was considered upper middle tier within the city, and its members could often be seen picking up tasks in the mission hall. The Bloodthorn Mercenary Group was quite distinctive, somewhat resembling a group of thieves. The tasks they took up tended towards information gathering, theft and assassination. Of the well-known pickpockets on the streets, 80% were from Bloodthorn. Fang Hao made a rough calculation, estimating that there were close to 100 men on guard outside. Seemingly, the capture of the Faceless one last time had struck fear into their hearts. That's why they prepared such a large number of manpower. Fang Hao deactivated God's presence and relayed to the team what he had observed and the positions of the guards. At the same time, he took out all the weapons and equipment from his storage space. Everyone was covering their faces with cloaks. So, Fang Hao packed some heavy equipment in his storage space and carried them with him. The enemy outnumbers us, and the mission is a bit more difficult than the last. But our side has both Demetria and Rolana, two heroes, while the opponents are regular mercenaries. Victory will ultimately be ours. Follow the plan, don't shout each other's names during the mission. Kill all those outside, maim and capture those inside. Understood? Fang Hao instructed in a low voice. Yes, sir. The others nodded. Rolana showed no expression, nor did she oppose the tasks Fang Hao assigned her. After their equipment was ready, they quietly moved towards the mansion. Under the cover of the night, they closed in a shorter distance. Hiding in the bushes, Demetria took a deep breath, his chest started to swell, and he began to breathe out in the direction of the mansion. Whoosh! A thick mist poured out of his mouth. This was Demetria's skill, the misty sky. The fog spread outwards, quickly covering the rest of the mansion. The lit torches slowly went out under the envelopment of the fog. Inside the mansion, who farted? Why is there such a thick fog? What's happening? Why is there such a thick fog? Go inform the leader, something's up. Where's the door? I can't see anything. The fog's spread caused instant chaos in the mansion. People were screaming and shouting, complaining that they couldn't see and were disoriented. Some tried to light torches, only to find it difficult to do so. At the same time, Demetria led the team out of the dense forest directly into the mansion, starting to clear out the sentries and guards. For a moment, battle cries filled the entire mansion. Hearing the cries of their comrades, the remaining guards' faces turned deathly pale. What's going on? Where are the enemies? Quick, save me, there are so many of them, hurry up and save me. Quick, inform the leader, there are enemies, it's probably the city's army. Thud, before he could finish speaking, a longsword pierces directly out of the fog, going through his neck. Misty sky not only disrupted the enemy's visual senses but was also enhancing the capabilities of the allies. The way bandits fight is distinctly different from that of an army. They could keep formation, but the moment the order to attack was given, raising their weapons, they directly pounced on the enemies. Each man for himself, there was no strategy to speak of. Fortunately, the bandits had decent equipment, and the enemy wasn't a regular army. Misty Skies provided 25% stamina recovery, which was enough to help them win the fight against these enemies. Rolana followed behind the team, while Demetria was clearing the perimeters. She just casually walked through the fog into the main building of the mansion, as if she were strolling. Inside the building, it was still brightly lit and unaffected by the fog. She glanced towards an adjacent room and casually pointed a finger. A few dark moon spears, of a dark red hue, materialized. Thud, 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 they pierced straight through the wall, instantaneously killing the enemy nomad hiding in there for a surprise attack. Brothers, only one intruder is in here, let's kill her. Those hiding in the room rushed out, and upon recognizing their target, started to call out to others in nearby rooms. Thud, yet, the instant the shout ended, the man who was shouting was impaled by a dark moon spear. Dead instantly. She's a mage, don't give her the chance, kill her. The remaining people discerned the concentrated energy of the long spear. They concluded she was a mage. Weapon in hand, she launched an attack on Rolana. Thud, thud, thud. Dark moon spears appeared one by one, casually killing everyone present. As simple as crushing ants underfoot. The room was then thoroughly cleaned. Rolana once again examined the clothes on the corpses. There were none wearing black robes bearing the twin sickle symbol that Feng Hao had spoken of. A quick search led her to a bedroom housing a cover for a basement access point. Lifting it revealed a stone staircase leading downwards into the depths. However, an abyss of darkness lay below, akin to a path leading into the depths of hell. Rolana looked before proceeding down without hesitation. The darkness enhanced Rolana's vision and senses. In the dark, she could see farther and clearer. Even the two black-robed figures armed with crossbows lurking in darkness at the end of the stairs. So, you are here? Rolana thought inwardly. The cloaked figures below listened to the descending footsteps, gripping their handheld crossbows tighter unconsciously. If the person above came any closer, they would pull the trigger. However, just as they prepared to fire their bolts, the footsteps stopped abruptly. A figure suddenly appeared before the two. A dark red moon blade swept through. Their arms were severed from their bodies along with the handheld crossbows. Ah! They screamed in pain. Rolana ignored them and continued further into the depths. She occasionally swung the red moon blade in hand, slashing at the enemies hiding in the shadows. The whole basement was filled with screams of agony, as though it was a living purgatory. Rolana reached the end, glanced at the person being interrogated, then turned and went back up the stairs. Outside the mansion, "Sir, the cleanup is complete," someone relayed. No one got away, right? Feng Hao asked, his back against a tree with Enjia yawning idly by his side. No, the people outside were all killed, and those inside wearing cloaks have all been subdued by Lady Rolana, the message-bearer reported hastily. The thought of the beautiful yet cold Rolana being so fierce left them stunned. They rushed inside as soon as they finished cleaning up the fallen people outside. A scene of bodies strewn across the floor met them. She was sitting at a table casually reading a book. Entering the basement once more with Demetria, they encountered a room full of cloak-wearing figures, all devoid of their arms, lying weakly on the ground. "Good, take me to see them," Feng Hao commanded as he rose and followed them towards the building. Upon entering the mansion, torches were relighted. The Grey Bear was commanding the men to pile the dead bodies in the courtyard, forming a small mound. "Where are the others?" Feng Hao asked. "They are in the hall, their wounds have been bandaged. They should survive," replied the Grey Bear. Feng Hao nodded, then walked straight into the mansion. Inside the grand mansion, even though no bodies remained, blood splatter was everywhere. In the middle of the hall, 5 men and a woman, each wearing faceless robes, were kneeling. All 6 of them had their hands severed and received bandaging on their wounds. Each one was pale, looking as if they were on the verge of death. "Where are the interrogation records?" Feng Hao asked. "Here, sir." Demetria handed over the records of the interrogation. Feng Hao took the document and looked at it carefully. There were 2 persons recorded. The person interrogated was named Adonis. The contents of his interrogation concerned the timings of gold coin shipments and the number of personnel involved. The second page recorded an individual named Denish. He was in possession of a map detailing a gemstone mine. On the side table, items uncovered from the basement were displayed. Map. Gem mine, orc hero's right arm. There was also a right arm of an orc. The interrogation records did not include information about the orc's right arm. It could have been obtained from a previous interrogation. Or, it could have been a collector's item from the previous owner of the mansion. It was just as well that the arm was not registered, so that Rebecca would not ask for it if she saw the record. He stored the blueprint and the arm in his storage space. Grey Bear came in from outside, saying, "Sir, the List City army has arrived." Feng Hao's team was responsible for capturing the people, while the List City's army was responsible for the interrogation and mopping up. But the speed of the other party's arrival was also quite fast. "Replace the nightstones in the room with torches, and take down all the paintings on the walls. Make it quick," Feng Hao ordered hastily. "Yes, sir." Everyone acted quickly, taking down the nightstones from the chandeliers and the paintings from the walls. Feng Hao casually collected these into his storage space. Through the window, he could already see the rapidly approaching torches. The List City's army was about to enter the mansion. "Let's go, leave the rest of the mess to them and withdraw," Feng Hao ordered once again. Everyone quickly left from the other side, disappearing into the darkness before the mansion was completely surrounded by the army. The army quickly surrounded the entire mansion. The leading commander knit his brows at the sight of the bodies stacked all over the ground. Such a large number of people. Not only was he shocked at the number of enemies, he was even more taken aback at how quickly Fang Hao and his men were able to successfully take them down. "Commander, we found 6 men in black robes inside the room. They are seriously injured but appear to pose no immediate threat to their lives," a soldier quickly reported. 6 faceless men. No wonder there were so many guards stationed this time. "Good, surround the area. Kill anyone who dares to approach or leave," the commander loudly said, then entered the room. Following Lady Rebecca's commands, he would immediately interrogate the prisoners once he received the message. The city's army would then capture them. To shrink the window of opportunity for the faceless men within the city to react as much as possible. This night was destined to see many of the city lords, nobles and tycoons losing their homes. The night was still heavy. Fang Hao and his men found a cave. They hung up the nightstone, planning to wait there until dawn. According to the plan, Fang only captured the people, leaving the follow-up work to Rebecca's team. Regarding how much information would be discovered, that would depend on who would be faster, Rebecca or the faceless men. The faster one would have the upper hand. The nightstone lit up the cave. Fang Hao took out some food and water from the storage space, allowing everyone to replenish some strength. Everyone chatted while they ate. The current environment didn't affect these bandits at all. They were quietly discussing amusing incidents, women, and card-playing skills. Some were chatting about what happened back at the mansion, taking pleasure in having managed to raid a nobleman's estate. Fang Hao silently sat on the side. He took out the spoils of this operation. Orc hero's right arm. Category: skeleton. Description: a right arm left by a beast clan hero, which after being preserved and dried has been sold as a collector's item. Seeing the description mentioned it being a collectible, Fang Hao thought of the mantisman fossil he had bought before. This arm might also be one of the items from some warehouse. For those idle nobles, it might be quite possible to collect a dead person's arm as a collectible item. A single arm cannot be used to make a skeleton hero or be transformed in the transformation pool, but it could be used to make a demon doll. Now, he had already collected the left arm, right arm, skull, and wings for the magic doll. It could be said that half of it had been collected. Perhaps he should learn some of the alchemical runes recorded in the notebook to prepare for making the demon doll. After all, the content that's recorded in the demon's notebook was really not very suitable for others to see. "Look at that, is that a mouse?" A discussion suddenly broke out near the entrance of the cave. Everyone craned their necks to look in the direction of the chatter. Fang Hao and his friends came over curiously. Outside the cave, more than a dozen mice were carrying a piece of nightstone, passing by in the distance. These mice were no different from ordinary ones except they were draped in cloaks, carrying the nightstone as they hastened on their way. They looked like people in a hurry. Also, from this distance, each mouse appeared to be balding, a circular patch of fur missing from the top of their heads, giving them a unique look. What's the deal with these mice? They're even wearing clothes. Could they be someone's pets? I heard that the nobles in the city like to keep unusual animals as pets. Who would keep mice as pets? Are you sick? You can't be sure, you're not a noble. How would you know they won't keep mice? Boss, should I grab the nightstone from them? What would a mouse do with a nightstone? One of the men seemed eager to act. A single nightstone was worth at least 500 gold coins, and even then, it was hard to buy if you had the money. Those mice were carrying it as if flaunting a glowing money bag in front of a bunch of bandits. Thump, Grey Bear knocked him on the head. You made no effort in the fight just now, and now you want to show off in front of the mice. The others almost burst out laughing upon hearing this. Due to the distance, Fang Hao couldn't see the names of these mice. But from what he could see, these mice displayed a high degree of intelligence. Being able to wear clothes, use tools, was not something ordinary animals could achieve. Fang Hao didn't make a move. They needed to hide until dawn. There was no need to rob the mice of their nightstone. The squad of mice soon vanished into the jungle. Seeing the mice leave, everyone sat back down in the cave to continue their idle chatter. Dawn was breaking. Fang Hao took out some fresh clothes from his storage space for everyone to change into. Everyone then directly walked out of the cave. By the time they returned to List City, it was already broad daylight. There was a long line at the city gate. Everyone needing to enter the city required inspection by the city guards. Entry into the city never used to be this slow. There were twice as many guards stationed now. Feng Hao and others joined the line, inching forward slowly. They had all the required documents. Entering the city wouldn't pose a problem. The main thing was to keep a low profile and avoid getting noticed. Damn it, what's going on? I still have to work. At this rate, I won't make it into the city by noon. Stop whining, it's obvious something happened in the city, or else why would there be such a fuss? Whatever happens, you can't hold up everyone's time. Shush, quit talking. Some noble's son caused a ruckus here earlier and was almost taken out and beheaded. Keep your mouth shut if you don't want trouble. Yes, let's not talk anymore. Last night, the city sent out its army, and they arrested a bunch of people. Ah, really? Yes, let's just stand in line quietly. You don't want to cause any trouble. Feng Hao stood on the side, listening to the conversation around him. From the looks of it, the military had already begun operations last night, arresting those who came under suspicion. Soon, it was Feng Hao's turn to be questioned. After a quick check and identity verification, Feng Hao was allowed to enter the city. The other members of his party also managed to get in. There was frequent military activity within the city. Fully armed soldiers could be seen marching down the streets. After he returned home and changed clothes, he left again with Enjia in broad daylight. They first went to the shop in West City's Commercial Street, ate hotpot at the enjoyable hotpot restaurant, then returned to their residence to rest. The next morning, Feng Hao headed directly to the city lord's mansion. Inside the study at the city lord's manor, Feng Hao saw Rebecca, leaning back in the chaise lounge, naked, covered with a light blue blanket. Her pale and slender collarbone and round thighs were exposed to the air. But there was fatigue all over her face. From their several interactions, Feng Hao had figured it out. Rebecca definitely had a habit of sleeping nude and was quite reluctant to leave her bed. Mrs. Rebecca, Feng Hao bowed slightly. Why are you here so early? Rebecca yawned and said. Feng Hao sat down nearby. How are the results? He was naturally asking about the operation to capture the faceless. Last night, the sounds of the military operation could still be heard. And some nobles' residences had seen battles. Not until this morning did the city gradually return to calm. Not bad, we even caught some big fish. Rebecca revealed a smile. No wonder, Rebecca was in a good mood this morning. It was because the operation had been successful. In this case, even if there were some faceless who had not been caught, they would start to worry and stay quiet for a while. Those transmigrators living near List City would also be a little safer, as long as it was effective. Rebecca yawned, wrapped herself in the blanket, stood up, and took out 5 money bags from the desk and put them on the table. This is the agreed remuneration. I didn't expect those guys to actually hire a mercenary band. Rebecca sat in the chair and started speaking. Thank you, boss. I wish you to make a fortune. Feng Hao put away the money bags. Each bag contained 2,000 gold coins, making a total of 10,000. The reward was quite hefty. I was also slightly surprised. Your subordinates are so powerful. 20 men killed more than 2 and successfully captured 6 alive. How did you do that? Rebecca continued asking. Even for an army crackdown, 20 men couldn't take down this manor. Perhaps they collectively suffered from diarrhea. When we went over, they already didn't have much combat power left. Feng Hao rubbed his chin and lied. The reason for their victory in the battle was primarily due to Demetria and Rolana's roles. An orange rank hero and a dark gold rank hero. They alone could capture this manor, let alone 20 men. Hence, even if there were only 20 bandits, it may still have been a toss-up. Rebecca glared at him and didn't ask anything more about this. She continued. The remaining guys will stay quiet for a period of time. Take this, and when something happens, I'll contact you in advance. Speaking of which, Rebecca took out a sound-transmitting shell and pushed it over to Feng Hao. This is a sound-transmitting shell. It'll be convenient for me to contact you. Of course, it's only one way. Your shell can only receive messages. Rebecca quietly explained, afraid that Feng Hao wouldn't know what it was. Oh, Feng Hao responded and directly took it away. After discussing the mission, the two chatted a while about some other matters. In the end, Rebecca placed a large uniform order for all of the City Lord Manor's servants in Feng Hao's name. essentially providing indirect support to Fang Hao once again. Leaving the city lord's manor, Fang Hao, accompanied by Angia and the others, immediately left Lis City. They switched horses at Grey Bear's village and returned to their territory. The two bone dragons landed in front of the manor house and Fang Hao jumped down from the dragon's back. Carry the fossil and come with me to the skeleton conversion field. Fang Hao stopped a skeleton troll. The skeleton troll picked up the mantisman fossil and followed Fang Hao to the conversion field. Upon reaching the conversion field, the fossil was thrown straight in. The sand in the pool started rolling and bit by bit, swallowed the fossil. Skeleton mantis conversion countdown, 6 hours 59 minutes and 58 seconds. Seeing the countdown, Fang Hao felt a burst of joy in his heart. This meant that the mantisman had begun to transform. And from the timing of the transformation, its rank wouldn't be low. He remembered that the bone dragon took about 8 hours to transform. With the mantisman's 7-hour transformation time, its rank would certainly not be lower by much. Now, it's just a matter of waiting for the transformation time to finish to see the exact rank of the troop. Upon returning to the manor house, he saw Rolana sitting rigidly in the hall. The maids dared not approach and took detours while passing by her. This time, Rolana accompanied Fang Hao back. She needed the tools Fang Hao made and the seeds for planting herbs. Fang Hao also didn't want this woman to stay around too long. In an open space, utilizing the 100-fold amplification, a full range of tools, a hoe, iron shovels, mining picks among others, were made. Rolana, the tools are ready, Fang Hao called from the door. Rolana walked outside and saw several skeletons tidying up a large pile of tools on the ground. What about the seeds? Rolana continued asking. They're all prepared for you, here they are. Fang Hao handed over the seeds to Rolana. Rolana nodded. After all the tools were packed and secured on the back of the bone dragon, she got onto the bone dragon and left. After sending off Rolana, Fang Hao came back into the manor house to eat the dinner Era had prepared. Night fell. Within the life spring, Angia finally left. The two leaned against each other in the pool. Era, check among the maids tomorrow if there's anyone who's familiar with herbs. Fang Hao said quietly by the poolside. Era seemed a bit tired, lying weakly beside him. However, hearing Fang Hao's words, she still agreed and said, "Oh, as you wish, master." Fang Hao thought for a moment. Right, they also need to know how to read. Okay. Seeing that Era was indeed tired, he held her and they retired to their room. On the dawn of the second day, Era had already left bed. Fang Hao also got out of bed. After a simple wash and dress, he went downstairs. "Master, Scholar Nelson is waiting for you outside," a cleaning maid said to him as he descended the stairs. Nelson was out? Hearing this news, Fang Hao was instantly happy. The only educated man in the territory had finally ended his seclusion. "All right, I know," Fang Hao replied and quickly walked outside. As soon as he left the manor, he saw Nelson sitting on a bench at the entrance. Behind him was a skeleton hero in a long robe. "Good morning, Lord." Nelson saw Fang Hao, stood up and bowed slightly. Nelson had been working on making heroes at the Viscera Museum. After working non-stop for nearly half a month, Fang Hao was worried he'd work himself to the bone. "Thank you for your hard work, Scholar Nelson." Fang Hao also showed a smile. "My duty, sir." After Nelson was done, he made way to the side. "Heavy Arrow, haven't you greeted the Lord yet?" The skeleton hero behind him stepped forward, kneeled down on one knee and said, "Greetings, Lord." Heavy Arrow, blue rank 5th tier hero. The moment he saw the skeleton hero, Fang Hao had already recognized its identity. Heavy Arrow, Cyril, the former city lord of Prul City. Later, he was beaten to death by the skeleton troll in battle for colluding with the Blood Clan. His body was transported back to his territory and made into a skeleton hero by Nelson. "Welcome to the team, Heavy Arrow," Fang Hao said with a smile. "Thank you, my lord." Heavy Arrow stood up and respectfully stood aside. Heavy Arrow, blue rank 5 hero. Faction, Undead. Color, blue. Racial features, Undead, hollow skeleton, vulnerable to light. Team skills, tactical advantage, archery mastery, dagger formation, shooter commander. Skills, armor breaker, piercing shot, ready to go, ballistics, crippling shot. Innate skills, advanced shooting mastery, intermediate command mastery, advanced crossbow mastery. Tactical advantage, the troops led by this unit have their equipment weight increased by 15%. When attacking under defensive facilities, shooting speed is increased by 2%, and attack power by 5%. Archery mastery, The troops led by this unit obtain corresponding buffs based on the weapons they use. Bow-type weapons, damage plus 8%, crossbow-type weapons, critical hit damage plus 50%, musket-type weapons, reload plus 5%, critical hit chance plus 5%. Dagger formation. The troops led by this unit, with daggers as secondary weapons, have their dagger damage increased by 10%. Shooter commander. The shooter troops led by this unit get reload plus 10%, range plus 15%. Armor breaker, passive, crossbow attack, ignores 15% of the target's physical defense. Piercing shot, active, when using a crossbow, can attack multiple targets in a line. Ready to go, passive, entering shooting status, attack plus 20%, accuracy plus 5%. Ballistics, passive, equipping bow and crossbow weapons, accuracy plus 20%. Crippling shot, passive, equipping heavy crossbow, hitting an enemy unit's body, inflicts severe injury. Description. A product of the immortal corpse witch, not recognized by the god of undead, this hero cannot upgrade or advance. Heavy arrow's attributes make him a perfect long-range unit. The various crossbow skill add-ons. No wonder, during that battle, he was cut down immediately upon confrontation. He is really not good in close combat. However, the territory is indeed lacking in heroes proficient with bows and crossbows. Tactical advantage. Provides a 15% equipment weight bonus, allowing archers to carry more arrows or even switch their leather armor to plate armor. Archery mastery. Provides attribute bonuses based on the weapon. Looking at the attribute bonuses, it is clear that the focus is on crossbows. However, the two-handed light crossbow Fang Hao possesses is just a green tier equipment, not as useful as the high-speed hardwood shortbow that the shooter has equipped. Moreover, in large-scale battles, the reloading speed and range of crossbows are all inferior to bows and arrows. Muskets increase reload speed and critical hit chance. It's worth considering mixing them up for equipment next time. Shooter commander also increases reload speed and range. It could be said that all three of Heavy Arrow's team skills are very good. They provide very practical attribute boosts for the army of archers. Don't underestimate these few percentage increases. At the time when millions of archers fire together, even a 1% increase will have a significant effect. In Fang Hao's view, skeleton heroes are not used for one-on-one fights to exhibit personal ability. Once they step onto the battlefield, they mainly provide attribute bonuses for the troops. In a short while, Heavy Arrow, dressed in leather armor, carrying a bow and arrow on his back, with a dagger hanging from his belt, returned. "What, you don't have the weapon you used before?" Fang Hao asked as he examined the bow and arrow on Heavy Arrow's back. It was just an ordinary high-speed hardwood shortbow. "No, my lord," Heavy Arrow answered placidly. "No problem, when we come across an appropriate weapon, we'll get you a new one," Fang Hao reassured him. When he fought against Cyril, he was only wielding an iron sword. He never saw Heavy Arrow's weapon before. If he happens to come across a better weapon someday, he will give it to him. "Thank you, my lord." "Well, first go to the city gate and get acquainted with the situation in the territory from the giant wall. Then I'll arrange a suitable task for you," Fang Hao continued. "Yes, my lord." Heavy Arrow saluted once more and turned to leave. Now, only Fang Hao and Nelson were left. The two of them sat down on the bench. Fang Hao then detailed what had happened in the territory recently to Nelson. "So you're saying, the skull and wings in the Viscera Museum belong to that Red Duke?" Nelson said. When he first came out, he saw the skull and wings in the hall. It wasn't hard to recognize the characteristics of the Blood Clan. "Yes, I ordered a thorough search of the entire mountain, but only the skull and wings were found. But that's fine, after all, we also have to consider Rolana's feelings," Fang Hao said. Fang Hao could understand Rolana's emotions. If he were to be killed and dismembered by someone he deeply trusted, he would be full of hatred upon resurrection, too. As a lord, taking care of the emotions of his heroic subordinates is something he needs to consider. Otherwise, if the hero acts insincerely, the territory would find it difficult to develop. "Well considered, my lord," Nelson agreed with Fang Hao's thoughts. "Oh, look at this." As Fang Hao said this, he took out the demon doll notes from his storage space. Seeing Fang Hao's capability of storing items in a spatial dimension made the soul fire flicker in Nelson's hollow eye sockets. He was astonished at Fang Hao's progress in such a short period, having been able to access spatial magic. But he didn't say much. Fang Hao handed the notebook to Nelson, and continued, "Mr. Nelson, look at this." Nelson accepted it, then directly flipped open the notebook, and began to seriously evaluate its contents. Alchemy Array, Looks like it's used for the construction of some kind of puppet. Both alchemy and puppetry are covered, a lot of rather advanced knowledge is involved. Nelson continued to talk as he looked through the notebook. The undead have endless years, they have ample time to explore and learn many subjects. Even if they aren't experts, they would have certainly been exposed to more than others. Yes, I found this in a basement of an abandoned orphanage. It records the method of making a demon doll. Fang Hao didn't conceal it either and told Nelson whatever he knew. Nelson silently listened and understood why Fang Hao was collecting the limbs of the deceased heroes. He's preparing to create the demon doll mentioned in this notebook. That's not a bad idea, it can greatly increase your personal safety. Nelson also agreed with the creation of the demon doll. Cough, cough. Fang Hao lightly coughed twice, then continued. Mr. Nelson, do you think you can make this demon doll? After all, his time and experiences are limited. If he was to study this notebook himself, he would need to start learning alchemy from scratch. Something that obviously can't be achieved in a short period of time. As for Nelson, he seems to be more suited for the task of making the demon doll. Not only is he erudite, but also skilled in dealing with and creating corpses. If Nelson is interested in this, giving it to him to study would be the best outcome. But Nelson had just left the Viscera Museum and Fang Hao is already assigning him a new task, which made him feel somewhat uneasy. No problem, this knowledge derived from alchemy studies is very valuable. I can study it when I go back, and see if I can make the demon doll. Nelson didn't refuse, even showing great interest in the contents of the notebook. The corpse witch. Nelson's loyalty to you has increased by 2, current loyalty is 87. The moment Nelson agreed, the loyalty value had increased directly by 2 points. Nelson's time as part of his territory was the longest, but his loyalty was the slowest to grow. Each point was very important. The alchemy notebook, notes that contain specialized knowledge. For outsiders like Fang Hao, it might be of little use. To alchemy researchers, however, this kind of notes is a priceless treasure. Even if they aren't interested in the demon doll, they can gain inspiration and open new doors just by studying the recorded knowledge. Not only has he handed the notebook over, but loyalty has also unexpectedly increased. A truly unexpected gain. That's great. Fang Hao's face lit up with joy as he continued. When I have the time, I plan on learning alchemy too. Lord, if you are interested in alchemy, you can begin by learning some entry-level knowledge. We have ample time to study slowly. Nelson continued. In Nelson's mind, Fang Hao's transformation ritual was only a matter of time. The undead have endless years, plenty of time to explore subjects of their interest. Well, all right, I will start from the beginning. Fang Hao nodded and said. The two chatted for a while longer. Era came to call Fang Hao for a meal. Nelson returned to the Viscera Museum to study the notebook in his hands. After eating breakfast, Fang Hao sat in the hall looking at the somewhat nervously bowing rabbit woman below. This was Era, chosen by Fang Hao based on his criteria, a rabbit woman who could read and knew some herbology. She was to study Terry's herbology notebook. In this world, even if alchemy potions existed, when most residents got injured, they relied on the auxiliary priests of the temple and their herbology knowledge. What's your name? How old are you? Fang Hao looked at the rabbit woman below. The maid was wearing a black and white maid outfit, with a melon-shaped face and a pair of gray rabbit ears. She was rather thin and looked like a child who hasn't yet matured. Lord, I'm called Red Fruit, I'm 19 years old. She lowered her head in response. While taking a quick peek at him, she was one of the last batches of maids brought back. She was always responsible for doing sanitation work outside, so she had fewer chances to see Fang Hao. But she often heard from other maids, their lord was relatively easygoing. 19 years old? She wasn't short for a girl her age, just a tad thin. She felt a bit too young. You're called Red Fruit? Who named you that? Why are you named after a fruit? Fang Hao asked curiously. There's a fruit called the red fruit, and it's actually not very tasty. Master, I made up the name myself. Red Fruit replied in a quiet voice. Red Fruit didn't have parents, and from birth, she had difficulty filling her stomach. Before, when she was particularly hungry, she would run into the forest and find a type of red fruit to eat. Although it tastes astringent and sour now, at that time, it was the most delicious fruit she had ever eaten. Also, it could fill her stomach. Later, she learnt the fruit was named Red Fruit, so she took up the same name for herself. She hoped that in the future she could eat this fruit every day. Well, it is indeed a nice name. Do you know about herbs and also know how to read? Hearing Feng Hao's praise, Red Fruit instantly looked delighted. She answered, Master, I'm familiar with some herbs, and I do know how to read. Good, I have a book here about temple herbology, you should study it, Feng Hao continued. Herbology cannot match the effectiveness of alchemy potions, but it has its own uses. The assistants within the temple would use herbology to treat the city's residents for illnesses. He might not need to set up a temple, but he could open pharmacies in various cities to increase the survival rates of the townsfolk. Yes, Master. The maid took a step forward and took the notebook. All right, you can go now. Soak in the hot springs more, and eat more meat, Feng Hao instructed. Being too skinny wasn't good either. Thank you, Master, I will take note. Red Fruit bowed again and slowly exited the room. Standing outside the door, Red Fruit took deep breaths of the air. After calming herself for a while, she looked at the notebook in her hand, excitedly starting to run toward her quarters. After seeing Red Fruit off, Feng Hao spent the whole day cooped up in his room. He took out several books about magic, reading while recording important knowledge in his notes. He did this to ensure that when he needed it, he could find it quickly. Instead of flipping through each page again, in a blink of an eye, it was 3 p.m. Ding! Suddenly, the Book of Lords emitted a notification sound. Feng Hao opened the Book of Lords to check and saw a message from Xu Yang. Brother Feng Hao, I've got the map. Do you still want it? Deal. Feng Hao replied directly. Okay, Brother Feng Hao, I will leave with my people tonight. Is it convenient to make the trade now? Xu Yang continued. It seemed Xu Yang was in a rush. Yes, I'll have someone prepare the equipment. Tell me about the situation of the trolls. Have they started the war? Feng Hao continued. There's plenty of equipment in the warehouse, and he didn't need anyone to help with the preparations. He needed to use this opportunity to see what the other side was like. There was a brief silence on the other end of Xu Yang's call, then a message came through. The Rockhead tribe has led the rest of the troll tribes and has started to fight against the Bloodthroat tribe. The war is brutal. If we don't leave, we are the next ones to die. They've already started the war? Who's winning? Feng Hao continued to ask. The Rockhead tribe's people are fighting their way to the Bloodthroat tribe's stronghold, and they're likely to reach there the day after tomorrow for the final battle. The battles between trolls are direct head-on confrontations. Once a melee starts, it doesn't stop until one side is wiped out. Despite the troll alliance led by the Rockhead tribe fighting their way to the Bloodthroat stronghold, both sides have suffered severe casualties. Similarly, the Rockhead tribe also faces many problems. Xu Yang is certain that once they reach Bloodthroat for the final battle, clan leader Bagath will definitely have him and the other humans turned into a stew to feed the troll army. That's why he plans to leave tonight. Alright, I have put it up for trade, you can proceed, Feng Hao said. Thank you, Brother Feng Hao. Xu Yang immediately thanked him. Trade completed. You've received Troll Marching Map, Troll Heavy Shield Blueprint, Troll Ram's Horn Helmet Blueprint, Black Iron Flying Axe Blueprint, Troll Stone 24, Traces of Barbarism 7, Traces of Brutality 12, Essence of Destruction 8, Soul Crystal 72. The two completed the transaction. The items from the other party appeared in Feng Hao's hands. He put the rare materials aside in a box and checked the map first. Map. Troll Marching Map. Category. Single-page map. Description. Specially drawn map showing the distribution of roots and tribes in the Bloody Mountain Range. Recorded in the Book of Lords. In the large map, the terrain and routes of the Bloody Mountain Range, as well as the locations of the various tribes, appeared. As expected, the routes were winding and twisting. Without the route map, it would be difficult to find the correct path, and it could even lead the army into dangerous areas. With the map, many troubles can be avoided. After glancing at the map, Feng Hao privately messaged Xu Yang again. He asked, on the map, which is the Bloodthroat tribe? The map only shows locations, without marked information. The location at the southernmost point of the map is the Bloodthroat tribe. And the further north you go, the worse the living conditions become, Xu Yang replied. Feng Hao checked the map. The southernmost location was the Bloodthroat tribe. It was very close to the Tomb of the Dragon where he got his bone dragon. If his army marches out from the Bloody Fortress, the first tribe to be attacked would be the Bloodthroat tribe. The troll army under the Heavenly Rock Tribe will not launch an attack in the Bloody Mountain Range until the day after tomorrow. So he still had some time to prepare. After checking the map information, Fang Hao checked the remaining blueprints. Troll heavy shield, blue, iron 12, cast iron blocks 8, thick leather 10, metal parts 22. Description: the best defense is to make your shield bigger and thicker. When it's comparable to a city gate, do you think the enemy can lift a city-breaking hammer? The troll heavy shield was obviously a kind of heavy shield for trolls. The skeleton hero, Great Wall's skill, had the troll shield formation. The troops led by it gained proficiency in shield use when in troll form. In the future, he could form a troll shield formation, all holding huge heavy shields, forming an indestructible wall on the battlefield. He continued to look at the second blueprint. Troll ram helm, green, iron 3, cast iron blocks 2, thick leather 5, giant ram horns 2. Description: when your hands are not enough, you can use the ram horns on your head to smash the enemy's skull. It was a troll's helmet, but it was only of green quality. At present, the skeleton trolls were equipped with troll heavy helm, which was also of green quality. So there was not much difference between the two. Black iron flying axe, green, hardy wood 1, iron 3, cast iron blocks 2, leather 1. Description: within 100 meters, the flying axe is often more useful than arrows. During the fight with the trolls, he saw many trolls who were proficient in using flying axes. But among orcs and humans, this kind of ranged weapon was rare. More commonly, they used crossbows or throwing knives, not axes. After recording all the blueprints, Fang Hao took the remaining rare materials and went downstairs. He stopped a passing maid. Invite all the heroes in the territory to a meeting in the hall. Yes, master. In the Lord's Hall, Fang Hao sat on the white bone throne. Sitting below him were all the heroes who stayed in the main city. Nelson, Demetria, Engia, Black Sword, Great Wall, Heavy Arrow. 6 heroes in total. I just received definite news that there has been a civil unrest among the troll tribes in the Bloody Mountain Range. I plan to dispatch troops to attack the Bloody Mountain Range and eliminate the threat to the north in one fell swoop. Fang Hao explained the situation in the Bloody Mountain Range and his thoughts. He shared everything with the heroes present. After a brief silence in the hall, Demetria began to speak. My lord, the terrain in the Bloody Mountain Range is rugged. If our army enters the range recklessly, it could pose a considerable risk to the troops and could make supplying impassable. Demetria expressed his concern, which was also about the map. Don't worry about that, I have obtained a map of the Bloody Mountain Range. The undead army attacks with minimal supplies, which can greatly alleviate the burden. Fang Hao explained and opened the map from the Book of Lords for everyone to see. The undead army didn't need sleep and food, so the main supplies transported were arrows and equipment. This greatly reduced the burden of transport. Also with the map, marching shouldn't be a problem. After all the heroes had seen the map, Demetria started speaking again. My lord, with the map, there is no problem in pacifying the Bloody Mountain Range this time. With the strength of the territory's army and the map, even if the trolls weren't in civil unrest, there would not be any issue in pacifying the Bloody Mountain Range. Therefore, this battle was not very risky, it's only a matter of time. Good, I will distribute some tasks. Fang Hao looked at everyone present and continued. Black Sword, Heavy Arrow, when you are done, ride the Bone Dragon, go to the Bloody Fortress, and count the necessary equipment with Black Thorn, and prepare enough supplies. Yes, my lord. Black Sword and Heavy Arrow stood up and took command. Both of these skeleton heroes possessed tactical proficiency and commanding skills, so they would have no problem coordinating the supplies. Great Wall, you assemble all the skeleton trolls in the territory. I plan to form a troll shield soldier corps, led by you. You will also go to the Bloody Mountain Range to participate in this battle, Fang Hao said to Great Wall. Great Wall stood up, his towering body kneeling on one knee. Yes, my lord. The arrangements are just these for now. Does anyone have any ideas? Fang Hao continued to ask. Inside the hall, there was silence once again. Demetria asked sensibly, Sir, do I need to go to the Bloody Mountain Range? There was still a Tier 3 orange hero in the Bloody Mountain Range, Meatfist Caius. He posed a certain danger, but Fang Hao did not intend to involve Demetria or Nelson in this battle. Let's see how it goes. If anything unusual happens during the battle, we can arrange accordingly. Fang Hao shook his head. All right, my lord, Demetria nodded and sat back down. The undead army stationed in the bloody fortress was 3 million strong. The number of trolls was not that great to begin with, and it would decrease drastically after their civil war. One could say that the undead army had overwhelming numbers, even in the face of the Tier 3 Meatfist Caius. There was no threat beneath such massive troops. At most, they would lose a few men. Demetria and Angia were needed to protect the safety of Feng Hao, to prevent any issues that might arise from the Faceless Ones. It was uncertain whether their series of actions, in combination with Rebecca, had gone unnoticed by the enemy. As for Nelson, despite also being an orange tier hero, his characteristic lay in being a corpse witch, having the ability to craft skeleton heroes, rather than fighting and leading armies. In the past, there were few heroes to choose from, but now they had plenty of them. Feng Hao didn't intend to send Nelson, who had just left the Viscera Museum, back to the battlefield. After all, they would need him to continue creating skeleton heroes after the major battle was over. Having delegated his tasks, Feng Hao said, "All right, everyone proceed according to plan. If there are any issues, bring them up in a timely manner." "Yes, my lord." Everyone saluted and left the hall. After the meeting had ended, Feng Hao again used God's presence to inform Blackthorn, stationed at the Bloody Fortress, and Fireblade, stationed at the Frostwind Mountains, about the situation in the Bloody Mountain Range. The Bloody Fortress was manned by 3 million undead soldiers. The Frostwind Fortress also had a force of 1.2 million. Upon receiving Feng Hao's message, they entered a state of readiness for battle. Once the fighting started, they would attack the Bloody Mountain Range from both fortresses. After dinner, Feng Hao left the Lord's Manor. The previously calm territory had become extremely busy. One cart after another was transporting equipment from the warehouse. Feng Hao watched the busy skeletons. Not leaving himself idle, he went directly to the skeleton barracks to prepare for the upcoming battle. With a total of 4.2 million soldiers stationed at the two fortresses, there was no urgent need to increase the number of undead soldiers. His first stop was the skeleton conversion pool, intending to see if there were any types of soldiers he needed. As he approached, he saw a mantis man that had been transformed yesterday. Skeleton Mantis Man, Tier 8. The skeleton mantis man, although converted into a skeleton, still retained a structure close to an arthropod in appearance, presenting a rusty reddish color. Standing 3 meters tall, it was as slim as a bamboo pole. The mantis-like sharp head, its jaw teeth moving non-stop, it had long arms with hands and 4 fingers, not mantis blades. Feng Hao looked closely at the mantis man standing in front of him, and in response, the mantis man gave a slight salute. This gesture made Feng Hao slightly puzzled. "Intelligence? Do you have intelligence?" Feng Hao asked tentatively. The jaw of the mantis man continued to writhe, but it made no reply. Feng Hao issued several commands in succession, but the skeleton mantis man didn't show any sign of exceptional intelligence, just rigidly carrying out the given orders. It seemed that they had just one additional action compared to ordinary skeletons, saluting. Feng Hao continued to view the mantis man's attributes, hoping it wouldn't disappoint him. Skeleton Mantis Man, Tier 8, Faction, Undead. Race features: Undead, Hollow Skeleton, weak to light magic. Skills: Passive Vision, Standstill Leap, Lone Ranger, Weapon Master. Innate skills: Intermediate Mastery of Strength, Intermediate Mastery of Combat, Intermediate Mastery of Agility. Passive Vision, Passive. This unit can detect attacks within a certain range beyond its line of sight. Standstill Leap, Passive. This unit can jump up to 10 meters in distance and 5 meters in height without a running start. Soft Landing, reduces fall damage to a minimum. Lone Ranger, Passive. If there are no friendly units within 3 meters of this unit, all attributes plus 80%, and additional plus 10% attack power. Weapon Master, Passive. Skilled in the use of any melee weapon. Equipping melee weapons triggers the skill which makes multiple attacks. Description: Strickland Mantis Men are innate weapon masters. They are proficient in and adept at using various melee weapons. Some talented mantis men can even naturally release psychic energy. The entire body has passive skills but seems to be quite powerful. However, this Lone Ranger makes Feng Hao's eyebrows furrow in an instant. What the hell? Only if there are no friendly units within 3 meters will the attributes be increased by 80%. That is, only when this skill is triggered will the mantis people truly reach the standard of Tier 8. However, my tactics have always been to use many against few. When friendly forces are all over the mountains and plains, who will make room for you to display your abilities? At that time, the enemy's base would already be emptied and battles are being cleaned up. It's a bit puzzling why such an attribute would appear. Complaints aside, but as it stands, the Mantis Man is the highest-ranked melee soldier that can currently be recruited in the territory. It was also acquired by chance from a fossil, so we can't be too fussy about it. Apart from the skeleton Mantis Man, another melee soldier has been unlocked in the transformation field. The skeleton ghoul was transformed from a ghoul brought back from the orphanage. It was transformed a while ago, but after getting a hero, Fang Hao rarely came near it. It was forgotten for a while, now opened the transformation pool recruitment list, and then remembered. Faction: Undead. Racial traits: Undead, Hollow Skeleton, Light Weakness. Skills: Abyss Origin, Bite, Claw Strike. Innate skills: Low-level Mastery of Strength, Low-level Combat Mastery, Low-level Crawling Mastery. Abyss Origin. Passive: Origin is associated with the Abyss. Fighting near Abyss cracks, this unit's all attributes plus 50%. Bite: Active. Like the teeth of a beast, pounce and bite the target unit. Claw Strike: Active. Launch an attack on the enemy with sharp claws, causing slash damage. Description: Driven by their endless hunger for the flesh of humanoid creatures, they lurk in human villages in the dark of night. After undergoing transformation in the skeleton conversion pool, it went from Tier 5 to Tier 3. But its attributes are average, bite and claw strike. It doesn't seem much different from the transformed beasts. With this comparison, it suddenly feels like the skeleton Mantis Man is more practical. After reviewing the two newly unlocked types of soldiers, Fang Hao continued to check the soldier types that had already been unlocked in the transformation pool. Skeleton Beast, Tier 1. Skeleton Soldier, Tier L. Skeleton Wolf, Tier 2. Skeleton Ostrich Beast, Tier 2. Skeleton Warrior, Tier 3. Skeleton Giant Bat, Tier 3. Skeleton Ghoul, Tier 3. Skeleton Troll, Tier 5. Skeleton Troll Cyclops, Tier 7. Skeleton Mantis Man, Tier 8. Bone Dragon, Tier 10. In this period, not many new types of soldiers have been unlocked. What has been brought back are all duplicates. This time we are going to attack the Bloody Mountain range. The number of troops is already sufficient. But to make the battles easier, some troops with special skills still need to be recruited. First, look at the recruitment conditions for the Skeleton Mantis Man. After all, it is a Tier 8 soldier. Skeleton Mantis Man, Wriggling Spine 8, Death Trace 5, Star Silver 3, Mist Cloaked Crystal 5. The exclusive material for recruitment is the Mist Cloaked Crystal. Looking at this, the Mantis Man should belong to the fairy race. Checking the warehouse, the rest are plenty, only there are just 12 pieces of Mist Cloaked Crystals. That means, this can be recruited 2 times. Recruit Quantity 2, Select Recruit. Using 100-fold amplification, recruited 202 Skeleton Mantis Men. 200 rays of light appeared, and the Skeleton Mantis Men appeared in the open space scattered around. Go outside and stand by for now. Fang Hao immediately ordered. The Skeleton Mantis Men saluted again, and with a push of their feet. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, several figures leapt high up and jumped towards the city gate direction. In the blink of an eye, none of the Mantis Men could be seen nearby. Fuck, they're fierce. Fang Hao was a bit surprised by the speed of the Skeleton Mantis Men. One by one, they had sprung into view as if propelled from springs underneath their feet. In the blink of an eye, their figures had vanished. These 8-level beings indeed possessed some advantageous features. Keeping an eye on the direction in which the Mantismen had disappeared, Fang Hao continued to recruit more skeleton giant bats. These bats had proven to be extremely efficient, giving him a sense of using a swarm strategy. Especially now that he had acquired a significant amount of bloodstones on Crescent Heights. Not recruiting more of them seemed wasteful. The current storage of bloodstones was 1124. He set the recruitment volume to 500. Confirm recruitment. 100-fold enchantment triggered. Recruited 50,500 skeleton giant bats. 50,000 skeleton giant bats appeared in an instant, dimming the sky as they spread their wings and settled around him. Stand by outside. Fang Hao continued to issue the same command. Upon hearing the command, the skeleton giant bats turned around and flew straight out of the city. With the giant bats gone, Fang Hao proceeded with recruitment. 100-fold enchantment triggered. recruited 101,000 skeleton minotaurs, 100-fold enchantment triggered, recruited 60,600 one-eyed skeleton trolls. Feng Hao successively recruited skeleton minotaurs and one-eyed skeleton trolls. The minotaurs possessed the skill, Frenzied Charge, which was excellent for breaking enemy formations. And the one-eyed skeleton trolls, a 7th-level creature, had 2 levels higher than regular skeleton trolls, adding more manpower to the troll shield formation called Giant Barricade. By now, Feng Hao had taken control of Crescent Heights and the Frostwind mountain range, acquiring a steady supply of beast teeth and bloodstones. Although the production rate of these two materials was slow, it alleviated the material recruitment problem for the 2 camps of species. On the contrary, the number of troll stones he had was still limited. He could only recruit 60,000 soldiers. Feng Hao continued ordering these troops to stand by and went toward the city gate himself. As he exited the city gate, he saw an army of bone-white soldiers, densely packed together, devoid of any equipment. They were orderly grouped together according to their troop types, waiting for their next command. During this time, Giant Barricade approached quickly, carrying his heavy shield. "My lord, all the skeleton trolls remaining in the main city have been assembled," Giant Barricade stated, placing his heavy shield aside. "How many?" Behind Giant Barricade was the assembled army of skeleton trolls, most of which were 5th-level skeleton trolls and a small number of one-eyed skeleton trolls. They were armed with axes and wolf fang clubs. However, all of them were wearing the 3-piece troll heavy armor set. "My lord, there are approximately more than 200,000 of them," Giant Barricade answered after pondering for a moment. The number was so large that it was impossible for Giant Barricade to provide an exact figure alone. Of course, Feng Hao only wanted a rough estimate for the purposes of equipment production. Adding the newly recruited 60,000, the total is close to 300,000, stated Feng Hao. Feng Hao first produced 60,600 sets of armor and axes for the newly recruited one-eyed skeleton trolls. He then positioned them into the troll formation. Afterward, he proceeded to retrieve the blueprints for the troll heavy shield. The production was set to 3,000, 100-fold enchantment triggered, gained 303,000 troll heavy shields. Boom, boom, boom. Shield after shield, as massive as door panels, appeared in the air before stacking up around the surrounding vacant area. While the troll heavy shield was not as large as the one Giant Barricade carried, it was still pretty big. The height of the shield was nearly 3 meters with a width of approximately 2 meters. It was considerably heavy. A bracket was attached to the back of the shield, meaning it could be unfolded to stand in front of the holder, forming an insurmountable wall. Troll heavy shield, blue. Category: shield, defense, level 3 defense, ability, Giant Rock Barricade. Giant Rock Barricade. Durability plus 80%. Attacking opponents face a 5% movement speed reduction and 10% attack speed reduction. Description: the best defense is to make your shield bigger and thicker. When it is as large as a city gate, will your enemies be able to lift the battering ram? Even a blue quality item came with an ability, which was quite rare. The additional, Giant Rock Barricade, ability was fitting to the properties of the shield. Not only did it increase the durability of the shield by 80%, but it would also slow down any enemy attacking the shield. The extra durability meant that the shield was highly resistant to damage during enemy attacks. Once the trolls brandished the heavy shield, Feng Hao discovered that their way of use differed entirely from the sword and shield tactic of the human camp. Upon picking up a heavy shield, the trolls would put away their axes. They moved with both hands holding the shield. They didn't move with a shield in one hand and a weapon in the other, unlike humans. Feng Hao moved on to producing throwing axes. Giant Barricade: I plan to equip the skeleton trolls with throwing axes. How many axes do you think each of them should carry? Feng Hao asked. My lord, generally 3 or 5 should suffice, replied Giant Barricade. Throwing axes were not like arrows, there was no need to carry a large quantity. Since the throwing range of the axes was rather short, they were usually hurled when the two sides were close together. Carrying more would be cumbersome and impede mobility. Fine. Feng Hao agreed and began the production of throwing axes. He set the production to 9,000. Confirmed production. 100-fold enchantment triggered, 909,000 throwing axes acquired. Boom, boom. Innumerable throwing axes fell from the sky. They littered the open area around them. Giant Barricade: see that the equipment is distributed, directed Feng Hao, looking at the equipment scattered all over the ground. Yes, my lord, responded Giant Barricade with a nod before commanding the skeleton trolls to pick up the weapons from the ground.